banner, that are all created cards. Alright.
A lot of those created cards, like the wines, the first one is Artisanal Summoner
Yeah.
in Ruby that's not created.
Yeah.
So we'll be covering a lot of those
Yeah. So,
with the first one.
Artisanal Sommelier. So we have the cheesemith, now we have the sommelier, which is for wine. When you play an ardent troop, create a random wine and put it into your hand. One costs 0/3. She herself is also ardent, obviously. So what are those wines? We have 2 cost. Each champion draws 2 cards. Basic. 4 cost, basic, deal 1 damage to each opposing champion for each card in opposing hands. And 1 cost, target troop gets crush and +1 for each wine in your crypt. Basic. So, I think... I'm not sure. It seems too much randomness, right?
I mean, out of the wines, which ones are the ones that you think are pretty good? I like the +1 in crush and the draw 2 cards. They all kind of work together a little bit, and it is a 1-drop, so you can start generating wines pretty quickly.
So, if I play Ardent and if I play this, I think I want to be a very aggressive deck, right? So I play a 1-drop that can't attack first of all. And then I create cards. One of them is 2 cost. Each player draws 2 cards, which is not what I want to do. I want to get to empty my hand as fast as possible. And then maybe if I run out of gas, I can play the Dragon Valley Reserve. But I don't want to spend my turn just so that we both draw 2 cards, because he has the better cards. If I'm aggro, he's mid-range or control. He usually has the better cards. He has extinctions, we don't. And so we help him find the extinction. Then the other wines, the Sinfandel. Target troop gets crushed and +1 for each wine in your crypt. How does that work if I play the first one? I'm not sure. Does the first wine
I don't know either.
also pump?
I think it's still on the chain when that happens, so it probably just gives it crush.
That's not really good. That's not really good. I don't know. It's basic. On the Melo, deal 1 damage to each opposing champion. That's quite good. That helps against mid-range and control, but it's also 4 cost. And it's not like so the cheesemith does create a card every turn without conditions. Yeah, you have to play more troops.
Yeah, that is true. And then you're also overextending, and it even opens you up to extinction, hurting you even more.
So if he was 1-2 or even 1-1, I think she would be better. 0-3, I don't know.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
So you would
whoever made these cards wasn't a wine drinker, anyways.
Why so?
Zinfandel, Merlot, and Valley Reserve. I'm sorry, where's the Riesling and Burgundy? They're not artisanal either, so I'm not so big on this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a wine drinker, but I'm not far from the region where Riesling is cultivated.
Yes.
When I played against it on the PTR, most
Mosel.
people would
Germany.
save up the wines so that they could unload things like fill your hand and then do the damage one, and then they could at the end use the crush thing on whatever they have. And it was pretty effective that way. I'm not saying that it's necessarily constructed playable, but that's the way they were playing it.
It might be constructed playable, but then you have to play a slower deck, right? You can't be all aggressive.
It was most of them were white with a red splash, pretty much just for that, because white has such strong ardent
Hmm.
troops, and the crushes really help them.
Yeah, I might evaluate that wrong, but I feel like it's not quite good enough.
It definitely is risky. But the play where you save up the wines and you just try to go for one big turn, that is a good payoff, but I don't know if it's worth the risk of extending your board that much. And
You
it just
have,
opens you up to
yeah,
extinction.
exactly. And it's not like, I don't know. You get your value kind of if you play 2 Ardent Troops. But first of all, she has to get value from herself. So she has to be good 1 card. And the wines aren't really that great, I feel like. Draw 2 cards for both. I like the Merlot, but the Zinfandel, I'm not sure. I feel like you need to get 2 or 3 cards out of her before it really starts making sense. And even then, I'm not too sure. But for limited, it's obviously quite powerful. I'd say that much. Just that in
Yeah, that seems to
constructed,
be the case with a lot of these cards.
yeah, in constructed you just have so many options, and only so few card slots. So that in constructed, each card has to be impactful. I'm not sure if she is impactful enough. But yeah, nonetheless, I like the card. I like it from the design and everything. Okay. Ashwood Firebrand. I should make this bigger for you guys, like the last time. Zoom 1 step more, 2 step more. Okay. Ashwood Firebrand. When this enters play, create a Valor and put it into your hand. When this attacks, various troops you control get Swift Strike this turn. He is 2 cost, 2/1 Ardent Elf Rogue. Yeah, that's good. Now we are talking. That seems to be a very, very high pick in limited.
I agree.
Create a Valor. And various troops have Swift Strike when it attacks. 1. Yeah, it's good. It's really good.
Might even
Yeah.
good
Might.
enough for constructed, maybe.
Yeah.
Because if you put the Valorous on itself, it becomes a 3/2 Swift Strike.
Yeah, and you have a Valor creation on a troop. And an efficient troop. So it might be good enough. I haven't quite done all the exploration into that specific deck. Question is, how much do you need Valorous? How much do you need Valor? The answer might be you really want quite a few Valor, because there are some other cards coming up which want you to play Valor and have Valorous troops and constructed, so that might be good enough then. Yeah, might be good enough. It's just that I'm not I don't have an overview right now.
Yeah, I just think it's the Swift Strike makes trading a little bit harder, and
Yeah.
That's always a good thing.
If it's not constructed
is it good
playable,
enough?
it certainly might be close. It might be close.
So if it's not tier 1, it might show up in some tier 2 or even tier 3.
Like for example, if you don't have the expensive cards like whatever William Rowan, if you play that for example, then you can play this card, which probably makes the deck much weaker, but it's not a terrible card one way or another. And for limited, it certainly seems like a staple card. Can't have enough of those cards in your limited deck, I feel like. Okay. Ashwood Transmuter. 3-cost 3/2, Ardent, one-shot, discard a card, create a random ruby common, and put it into your hand. A random ruby common. One-shot and discard a card. That's okay. I mean, if I card a shard because I have enough of those. I feel like if I play... Not for constructed, let me get that out of the way.
Oh
But
yeah,
for
no way.
limited, I feel like that's okay. Okay enough. I'm not too sad if I have to play a transmuter. I'm not excited about it, but I feel like it's not terrible to play a transmuter. 3-cost 3/2 is okay, and the one-shot, it's nice to have that option if I really want to discard.
Chat says it really helps with offsetting flood.
Yeah, exactly. And Arden seems to do not necessarily need more than 5 shards. Probably. They don't have that high end like a wild has. I guess you can always mix up stuff. Can have Ardent and have 7 drops in your deck. But usually you don't want to have too many shards in your hand. Yeah. I would pick it up. Not necessarily high pick, but middle in the pack, why not?
You know, having 1 or 2 might be a good idea.
Yeah, definitely.
Because, you know, you just...
It's a 3/2 for 3, that's
Flood is
okay.
always a problem, and changing extra shards into cards in limited is kind of valuable sometimes.
There are good Ruby commons. It's just super random, obviously. But it's just could be amazing, obviously. Like if you just need get the card you just need. Who knows? And it also is like if you do that, your opponent has to play around every Ruby common in the game. And there are quite a few of those. And quite a few are quick. So
And there's a lot of good ones.
yeah. So for your opponent it's always a nightmare to play around those kind of effects that create random cards. Because it could be literally everything. So, yeah. I think it's solid. Let's continue. The Ayotoshi Brute. 4-cost, 4/3 assault. When a troop you control attacks, cost reduction. This gets cost -1.
I think this is the first assault troop that I actually kind of like.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, other than the big old artifact that costs 11. But this one, like, playing it for 4 isn't too tough.
Yeah.
You're not going to see it in constructed, probably.
No, probably not. Although, who knows? In the budget deck? Who knows?
Yeah, maybe it might show up in some, like, Rock League.
Yeah. Rock League, definitely.
Because, I mean, you could probably play him out, like, turn 2 or something.
Yeah, turn 2...
If you're playing Blood Ruby, and you play out the skittering thing that gives you 2...
And you can, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can.
And a turn 2 4/3 is pretty solid.
But skittering is probably the only case where you can play him on turn 2, I think. But okay, the point is, he's 4-cost 4/3. That's borderline playable, especially in limited, even without anything extra. And you have that extra. So you can somewhat reliable play him on turn 3. And even if you don't play him on turn 3, you can always get more assault and play him for free on turn 7 or so for tempo, right? So I like it. I like that card. That's a solid pick in limited as well. Constructed, probably not good enough. Probably just not good enough.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Baby Yeti. We don't have to talk too much about the card. We can talk about it when we talk about the baby mama.
I think Zophie's in chat. Right,
Zophie?
that's relevant because Zophie spoiled this one.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I will talk about it when I talk about the Mother Yeti. Alright.
Fair enough.
The Ironsmith. 3-cost 3-1. When this enters play, another target Ardent troop you control gets +3 attack. That's
This is a limited card.
limited for
It's
sure, yeah.
limited.
Limited for sure. And a good limited card. I mean, it's permanent. It's a permanent buff. It's not just a turn. It's really permanent. That's amazing.
And there's a couple of good evasion cards you can put it on too.
Yeah, like when you have a diamond socketed cards, and you have automatically flight on attack. That's quite strong. And I think this might even be strong enough for constructed. I really do I mean that.
Really?
Yeah, since you play a 2-drop
Oh, yeah.
with such a gem turn 2, and then you attack for 4 or 5 on turn 3 with that troop. I think that's good, since it's permanent. If it was just
Yeah,
for
that
the
does
turn.
sound good. And it's like you were saying earlier, it needs to have an immediate impact.
Yeah, it has an immediate impact. This is 3-cost 3-1, which is okay. And with evasion, it's permanent. I think that could be good enough. I really do.
Yeah, I agree with that. It could be good enough.
That doesn't mean it is good enough. It just means I think that should be tested out. Like I said, have not made I have not tried the aggressive Ardent deck on PTR. All I did do was create an Ardent deck that was more like all set human.
Well,
all
what
sets.
I'm thinking of is putting that +3 attack on Ardent Crusader, and then you've got like a 7 attack guy who flies when he attacks.
Yeah, there are a lot of stuff you can do it on. Put it on. I think that's borderline good enough. Really do. Okay. Battleman Spearman. 5-cost 3-5. When this blocks, it deals 1 damage to target attacking troop. This is much less exciting than the card before.
Yeah, it seems kind of weird to me, but it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, nothing for constructed, obviously. For limited, I guess you can play 1 or 2 of those if you have to. I mean, the thing is, I feel like you really want to be like the aggressive deck in limited when you play Ardent. And this is not aggressive at all, obviously.
Nope.
And dealing
but
1 damage to target attacking troop when it blocks, it's okay. It basically means also he can trade with 4 toughness troops, right? Since he blocks.
Yeah, it also
4/4.
means it can kill 2 dreadlings.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're having a really big problem with the attacking dreadlings, then maybe you play it. But the scary thing about dreadlings isn't them attacking; it's the stuff you can do with them in the grave, or the stuff you can sacrifice them for.
Yeah, exactly. But it does screw up the combat planning for your opponent quite a bit, since you have so many more options to trade efficiently, to block efficiently. Yeah, it could be better and limited than I think it is right now. Right now, I think it's kind of meh. But this is a card I might change my mind if I have played against it and with it quite a couple of times, to then find out that this effect really is more powerful than you might imagine. I mean, it does make it so that your opponent really has a hard time attacking. You think it's just 1 damage, but you can put that 1 damage on top of every troop you block with. So you can trade up Probably.
It really messes
yeah,
with the math.
it
It
really
gives them
messes with
another
the
thing to
math.
think about. But
Yeah. Probably not that exciting. Let's continue. Blamsmith. There we have a 2-cost socketable miner. But that's Underworld, I guess. So, 2-cost 2/2. Socketable miner, scrounge, +G/C when this dice create a plam sack and put it into play. And the plam
okay,
sack.
when I was reading this earlier, I always missed the +3 attack and defense.
Yeah,
Kind of important.
kind of important indeed. I think that's not that's not bad at all, right?
No, it's amazing because there's not too many socketed 2-cost troops in the game.
Yeah.
And this one is actually really solid. And if you play it late game, you can probably get that scrounge effect off.
Basically, this is a troop that can be good early game and can be good late game. So that's always great. Probably is better late game than early game, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
So what socketable miner, what gems can you do on that
I'll go find that list
that you
again.
want on a 2-drop? Maybe speed with blood. That's beige. The can't be blocked with less attack troops. It's on a 2/2 it's not good. On a 5/5 it's pretty good. Certainly. I mean, the plant stack is not bad at all, right? The plant stack is 3 damage each turn, or what was it?
It's 3 damage each turn, and it gets destroyed when you take damage.
Ah, yeah.
Thank you for the link, Sophie.
What ruby gems do we have?
There is Make a Valor and
that's okay.
Swift Strike. I think Swift Strike is I think that's a pretty solid choice, especially for limited.
Yeah, but on a 2/2, yeah, not bad.
If you go into
Let's get that straight.
Wild,
In
you
limited,
can
it's
get
a
+1 in Crush.
Okay.
You can also get Skyguard and Steadfast if you go in
Skyguard
Wild.
and Steadfast seems always a bit disappointing when I read that. Skyguard and Steadfast is like whatever. You want to attack with those troops, right? But in limited, this is a first pick. Obviously, this is a very powerful card. I'm just trying to think about constructed implications, and
+1 in Crush, and that's Wild Ruby. Those are good colors.
yeah, and they are certainly.
Because then it makes him a 3/2 Crush,
3/2 Crush
on
on a
turn
2?
2,
That's
or
okay.
it makes him a 6/5 Crush.
Or 2. That creates a plam sack when it does. Actually, not too bad. So I will say this card has constructed potential. I probably will try it out myself.
Yeah, I like putting the Crush Gem in him because if you get that Scrounge off and they try to Crocosaur, it'll kill the Crocosaur.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Yeah, but it will always do
You're
that,
still
right?
losing 2 things, but...
If you have a 5/5 and you have another troop the Croc battles with, the Croc is dying, like, almost every time. The only case it does not die if the other troop is 0 attack. So if you have a 5/5, Croc probably will
Yeah,
die.
that is true.
But
And then again, you'll also get the Blam Sack.
Yeah. Really not bad. Really not too bad. Play, like, Ruby Wild more aggressively. Play the Dreamweaver Ancient. A card I will talk about later.
Chad is saying that you probably don't want to put Crush in this because you probably want Crush Gem and Hierophant. But I don't know, maybe you can put in like the Swift Strike into Hierophant. Or
yeah, for Hierophant, I like Swift Strike double
Steadfast-
damage. That's
Steadfast Skyguard isn't bad because a 5/5 Steadfast Skyguard is a really big wall to get over.
yeah, but you want to be attacking, right? You don't want to be blocking. I feel like in the Hero Fund, you put in Swift Strike double damage.
And then crushing this guy.
Yeah.
That-
Because
that seems good.
Swift Strike's double damage is a combination in itself, right? They almost can't block this guy then. The Hero Fund. Or they can't attack.
Yeah.
Because Swift Strike double damage means he has basically 4 damage. And then if you play more troops, it's 6 damage. Yeah. So they can't really trade with the Hero Fund. But okay, let's not digress. I think this has potential for I will try it out.
Yep, me too.
Blazing Hammer, 4 cost basic, deal 4 damage to target champion or troop. Yeah, I mean, certainly very nice for limited, obviously. For
But
constructed, I don't think so.
I have no idea.
No. Oh, no, I don't
think
think
it's
so.
too slow.
It is too slow. 4 cost is too much. Just too much. But for limited, it's yeah. You can first pick such cards easily. There's nothing else. It's really a solid limited card, no matter what. It works very well in aggressive limited decks as well, to finish off your opponent. 4 damage is really not that really quite substantial.
I'm not 100. I don't really remember, but there is that one champ that also does 4 damage. I think it was a 4 cost to do that.
Yeah.
So I mean, in limited, if you're going with that champ and you have this,
Blazing
you can do
Hammers.
8 damage in one turn with the hammer.
Yeah, there
and
was
power.
this champ, but I think it was more than 4 charges to deal 4 damage. I might be wrong.
I'm pretty sure it was 4 for 4.
Okay. Alright. Bolt Spasm. 1 cost, 3/1. Done. That's all.
That is constructed playable.
Yeah,
That is limited playable. That is pretty good.
Everything, yeah. So, I do have my problems with this card. Not for limited, honestly. I feel like limited, okay, it's still very annoying, but okay. But for constructed, you can obviously build in super aggressive Yoto or Mono Ruby deck. And I mean, I have to say it, although some people don't like those comparisons, but I have to compare it with Magic the Gathering. And to this day, we don't have 1 cost 3/1 in Magic the Gathering, with no drawbacks whatsoever. And for a good reason. For a very good reason, we don't have that. Because, yeah, that would be kind of too good. I don't know. It's not.
So your problems are it's too strong or
too strong. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So it's not my biggest issue when it comes to Hero Fall cards, but it has me worried a bit. It has me worried about this general argument I had the last time. Power creep. Right?
Yeah, I can agree 100%.
Where do we end up?
There's a little bit of power creep.
Yeah, but power creep is fine. But Magic the Gathering has had like 30 or 40 sets, and they have not reached that power creep level, printing a 1 cost 3/1. And when Magic the Gathering can print that many sets without ending up there, what's Hex doing, right? We have set 5. Where do we end up? Set 7, we have a 1 cost 4/1. Set 9, we have a 1 cost 5/1.
A 1 cost 4/1 that destroys target troop.
Yeah, why not?
Play.
Let's make all cards more powerful. I understand you have to have power creep so that you can sell the new set and prior to the compared to the sets before, so that people actually have an incentive to buy those packs. I get that. I get why you need power creep. But don't move too fast, please. Slow down. Don't go so fast. That has me worried. And it makes the Mono Ruby deck or the Aggro deck really, really much stronger. Makes a big difference. Like, compare it to Savage Raider, right? 1 cost, 2/1 must attack. That's no comparison.
There's a joke from chat. I probably won't get it, but let's be real. Delver is kinda a 3-power 1-drop, and it has evasion.
Yeah, but Delver is only kind of a 1 cost 3/2. and Delver was problematic. Would you agree? Was made in Vintage and everything. So I don't know.
Once again, I'm not familiar with that magic
So Delver
card,
of Secrets,
so...
I can tell you though. Delver of Secrets is a 1 cost 1/1 troop, yeah. And then at the beginning of your turn, you reveal the top card of your deck, and if it is a instant or sorcery, it flips and becomes a 3/2 flight. So yeah.
Okay.
So if you have a sorcery or instant on top, you can attack for a 3/2 flight on turn 2. But you have to find that sorcery or instant first. If you have a land or a troop, then it stays a 1/1 that has no flight. So it's not really a 3/2 for 1. It's just not. It can be sometimes. And
it's got a condition on it.
Yeah.
This is just straight up 3/1.
It is a super powerful card, the Delver. Delver is played in Legacy and Vintage, which are obviously the most powerful formats where you have all the cards in Magic. And then you have like all different kind of deck manipulation, so that you can rely on Flipper getting flipped. But not necessarily on turn 2. On turn 2, you probably have to be lucky to flip it on turn 2. And it makes a big difference if you flip it on turn 2 or turn 3, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And this one is just a 3/1 for 1. Doesn't have light, but it has no condition. And in Magic, we don't have that card. We have Delver, but we don't have Bolt Spasm in Magic. And we don't have it for a reason. Okay.
The other thing you might have to consider is that the HPs in Hex, they're going up a little bit. Like, I noticed with most of the champs, a lot of them seem to be 22 to 23 to...
Yeah.
Or like 22 to 25.
But I feel like if they really keep going with that pace, they have to do that, right? They have to go above 26 even.
Yeah, I feel like the bigger numbers from this set are mostly to try to differentiate themselves from Magic a little bit more.
Yeah,
so
maybe.
I don't know how much more power creep we're going to get on top of this, but it's possible.
Yeah. So the Mono Ruby deck will be a pain to play against in Constructed.
Yep.
That's for sure. Yeah, and it will be everywhere because it's cheap, right? Mono Ruby is traditionally always cheap. You need the Quash-Rich Tusker.
Spasm's only uncommon, so it's going to be easy for people to get their playsets.
Yeah, you have to play Quash-Rich Tusker, I guess. If you want to play really aggressive. Yetzel can play without the Quash-Rich, obviously. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I'm a bit worried about the general pace of power creep. That's what I'm going to say. And if that was the only card in the set I have to worry about, I would be fine. But it's not the only card. That's the thing. So I can't even, like, I did my forum posts, and Bolt Spasm wasn't even a card I mentioned really. Because I can't cry about cards like Bolt Spasm when there are other cards that are more problematic. Which mostly are in Wild, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm excited I could make it to this.
Yeah. Let's continue. Brute Ground Basher. 2 cost, 2/1 Knoll. Not Ardent or Underworld. When you play a Brute Ground Basher or Scrap Tooth Gnasher, this deals 2 damage to target champion or troop. But this is when you play, so that's not when it comes into play. So you have to have one in play and then play the next one, then you can deal 2. The first one is not dealing 2 damage. So because of that, it makes the card not that great. If we have the next set and we have Scrap Tooth Gnasher on top, then it seems like this could be really good. But
I agree.
only with the bashers. If you have 3 or 4 on your deck, I guess you play them all, sure. Because they also they add up, right? If you have 2 in play and you play the third one, then you deal 4 damage.
And then you play a Gnasher, and then
Yeah.
it does
Then you deal 6
all
damage.
that again.
Champion or troop. So if you have 3 or 4 of them, sure, that's okay. But on the other hand, it's not Ardent or Underworld, so it's not synergizing with your deck, probably. And you have to have 3 or 4. If you have only 1 or 2, it's just not good. So I don't think I want to pick them up. If I am in late pack 2 or pack 3 and I see I could pick up bashers because no one took them and there was nothing else, then I might end up being happy that I have 5 or 6 and have a strong deck. But other than that, I don't know. It's not like I plan to pick those up. That probably won't be my game playing Unlimited in drafts.
What if a Scrap Tooth Gnasher is of a similar power level? Do you think those 2 cards would see constructed play?
Yeah, that's only speculation. It could be. Maybe. I don't know.
But like right now, with only 4 copies and a 60
Yeah,
card
right
deck,
now there's nothing for
no.
constructed. That's pretty obvious. Okay.
The other thing I wanted to point about this card is, oh yeah, Zophie just sent me a message about it, but I would, if the Coyotl looked like this, I would probably actually like the Coyotl, but
Okay.
yeah, that's just the only thing I wanted to mention is if the Coyotl were Knolls, then I would like them. They probably might even end up being my favorite race, but they're not. So yeah, sorry for that tangent.
That's fine. Okay, Crackling Magma. 2-cost quick action, deal 1 damage to each opposing troop without flight, gain a charge. So this is supposed to be a counter to Treadlings, which you can easily see by the picture. It's, I don't know. Gain a charge.
I don't like it. It's like that. What was that one card from the other set where it was a 4-cost and it did that, but it also made them unable to block.
Staggering Blast. Yeah. That was a great card. That was a great card.
Yeah, it's like that without the good part.
Yeah, pretty much. Staggering Blast, you didn't care about the 1 damage. You cared about the not blocking part. Yeah, that's true. I mean, this here is a bit better because it is quick. So you can play it on your opposing turn. You can play it during blocker step. So you can block and then deal 1 damage on top. I'm not saying I wouldn't play this card in Limited. I might consider playing it. It might be just good enough. Because it's quick. That means it kind of works as a combo trick.
Yeah, that's what chat was just saying, and I was going to bring up, and then you did.
Yeah. I don't need chat to...
I'm just trying to relay the stuff that I haven't thought of.
Please do that. I just wanted to be snarky about it. that I can see the interactions. Not that difficult, I guess. But I mean, is it good enough for Limited? Maybe sometimes, if I have to as a filler, I guess. If it always depends. If I see a lot of 1 toughness troops in my opponent's deck, then this card becomes obviously much better.
It kills Bolt Spasm. It kills all their Bolt Spasms.
Yeah, sure. So if I have a lot of targets that get immediately killed, this is good. This is a good sideboard card for sure.
But other than Bolt Spasm, I don't see a lot of like 1 defense troops.
I mean, for constructed, if you have the mirror, the Mono Ruby mirror, this is pretty amazing. Because if you in the Mono Ruby deck, everything does to 1 damage basically, more or less. So
Well, that's true. But what about Heat Wave?
yeah,
I mean,
but
Heat
Heatwave,
Wave isn't quick,
but
but
Heatwave deals to
like,
each troop. I'm talking
oh
about
yeah.
I'm talking about Mono Ruby Mirror, really the mirror match. And in the mirror
Oh,
match,
okay.
this is basically a one-sided extinction. Kind of is. So this might see in play in constructed sideboards. Yeah,
I can agree with that. If you're worried about mirror matches.
yeah. Maybe if you're worried about Mono Ruby in general, you can play it in other Ruby sideboards. But mostly it's strong in the Mono Ruby mirror match. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that seems like where it would be the strongest, but we can move on.
Yep. Cremate, 1 cost, basic, deal 2 damage to target champion or troop. Scorch 1, gain 1 resource. Talking about power creep. So this is not necessarily better than burn, but often
It's not quick, so it's not
quick,
better.
yeah. It's not really better, no. It's not strictly better, no. But it's pretty amazing, right?
However, if you compare it to what's that other one? It's a like 0 cost, does 1 damage to something.
Yeah, the gut shot.
It's a better version of that.
Yeah, the quash. I don't know. I don't know the name right now, but yeah.
Scorch.
Scorch, that's the name, exactly. So, what are great interactions with that card? Sunsoul Phoenix, I guess? Because you basically need 2 of those on turn 2 and you can play Sunsoul Phoenix, right? No, not really, because you have to scrounge. Let's say you play, first turn you play...
Well, if you're trying to combo for then for Sunsoul, then I think Scorch is better because it doesn't have the scrounge conditioning.
Yeah. But Cremate deals 1 more. So, But you can play both, right? You can play both in the Sunsoul Phoenix deck, why not?
Yeah.
Then you Scorch. You play turn 2, you play Scorch. You play Cremate. You scrounge the Scorch away.
Then
you play Phoenix.
Scrounge only works on troops.
Scrounge only works on troops? You have to exile troops? Really?
Yep.
I was not aware of that. You're sure?
I am like 80% sure.
Now I have to look that up. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna wait
Someone in
for
chat can
chat
tell
to
me, right?
probably
I will just
correct
wait
me
for
and
chat.
then I'll bring it up.
Chat can tell me. For us.
It's troops.
It's
If
true.
that's what you're still talking about.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. I thought Scrounge was you can scrounge anything. Only troops? And Scrounge is much weaker than I thought it was. Not sure about how to feel about that. Okay, then the stuff doesn't work like I thought it would. Okay, still a good card in limited, obviously. Then
Yep, because it's basically a slow burn.
yeah, it's a burn that potentially is for free. That's great. That's basic, but that's really good enough for limited. For constructed, probably not. But
Is it just because it doesn't work on
that makes
on
it much weaker
actions?
for me, honestly. I had all this.
Yeah, it does.
All those scenarios for turn 2 Phoenix, right? Like play Scorch. If it would work with Scorch, Scorch, turn 2, and then you can play Phoenix. With just those 2 cards. Oh, okay.
That seems a little too strong, but getting 2 Scorches is also a possible way to do that.
Sure. That's sad about Cremate then.
But this basically makes you have 8 copies of Scorch if it worked with actions.
Yeah.
Oh well.
It doesn't, okay. Let's move on then. Crimson Slayer, 2 cost, 2/3 when you scrounge, this gets +3 and crush this turn. So the 2 cost 2/3, which is certainly good enough for limited with an upside, with another ability. So limited, sure. Constructed.
Now that you know how scrounge works,
Now that I know how Scrounge works, yeah. It's just one turn, right? So you would need to be an aggressive Scrounge deck. And can you be at all in a very aggressive Scrounge deck? Because
I
you
mean,
need your
with
troops to die.
Cremate, this guy could be like, I see this guy working mostly with Cremate
I mean,
because then you can kind of clear out the board or weaken a dude.
yeah.
But if Cremate was quick, then that would be a much better combo. But
I do have to say I do like the artwork quite a bit. Reminds me of Berserk with the
yeah,
big
sword
sword.
too big.
Yeah, but not. I don't think it is good enough for constructed because I mean you want to be aggressive, so you need scrounge, so you need your troops to be dead. Don't think that's good enough. I don't see it. I don't see it right now.
Yeah, I don't really see it either.
I mean, in limited, I will play the card because it's cost 2/3. That's on its own pretty decent. Yeah. Okay. Probably not worth anything from platinum wise. Like the Blamsmith could be worth a little bit if that deck exists, but even then, it's probably not that much. What else? Like I want to talk about platinum values for you guys as well. The Sommelier.
Well, I think Blamsmith, like, I think that could go up to 200.
Yeah, certainly.
Easy.
Yeah, if this deck is good, yeah, sure. 200. Same for the Sommelier. The Sheesmith is even more than 200 right now, but the Sheesmith is much better, I feel like. And
Crimson Slayer, I don't see going over 100.
No. Me neither.
I mean, once things settle down, people
Yeah.
will probably pay for that
This
art.
might as well
but
be a 30 platinum rare. Might easily be. I don't know.
the
Okay.
stat line is nice enough. It might go up to 50.
Yeah, sure. I don't want to argue about 30 to 100. That's everything is possible there. Okay. Dead Eye Marksman. 6 cost 4/4, scrounge 2. When this enters play, it deals 4 damage to each opposing champion. So scrounge is only with troops. I do know that now. No, I know that. So I guess for limited it's okay. Nothing like I'm super excited about. Nothing for constructed, I can see that easily. But for limited, oh, why not? Oh, it's solid enough, I guess. As a finisher. Oh. It's nothing I am as excited about to pick up in limited. It's one of those cards you pick up and you might play or might not play and you might easily cut from your deck. Not like there are cards in limited where I feel like every time I pick this card up it will end in my deck and I will feel good about it, but that's not one of those cards.
It's kind of expensive, though.
Yeah. Like, for example, if I compare that with the Ashwood Firebrand, the Ashwood Firebrand is a card, if I pick it up in limited, I feel like I will play all my copies of it. If I am that deck, if I am Ruby. And if I have a couple of Firebrands, I want to be Ruby. But
Yep.
the Marksman, on the other hand, is the card I don't care about that much. Okay. Let's just continue.
And the art's meh.
Yeah, even the art is... That's okay.
It's okay, but it's also meh.
This art I
Compared
like
to
more.
everything else in the set, it's meh.
Yeah, okay. Deranged Marauder. This art I do like quite a bit. Pretty savage. 5 cost 3/3, Socket Bell Miner. When a troop you control attacks, this gets one of the following at random: cost reduction, +2 attack, +1 defense. So what
How
gems
do you like
have?
that random?
Yeah. We have Valor, we have Speed in Ruby, in Blood. We have Swift Strike in Ruby, which could be good enough if I have more attack. We have Flight with Diamond. We have +2 Toughness with Diamond. have Crush and Wild, and Skyguard and Steadfast and Wild. Now I have, slowly but steady, I do have my gems. Seems like, I don't know.
Why do you socket in it?
Yeah. Swift Strike, maybe?
Swift Strike? Make a Valor?
Yeah.
I kind of like making a Valor.
Swift Strike has the upside, the potential upside when you have plus more attack. So
Maybe you go into Blood and give him speed.
maybe that as well. So, I mean, you would think this card is amazing in limited.
Oh, you could give it Crush and just keep on attacking until it. But that's also random.
So, nothing for constructed, I feel like, I'm sure. But for limited,
No,
I mean,
but it's a potential bomb in limited.
yeah, but it's, you would think that you are happy to pick those cards up in limited, but
I'd pick 1 or 2 up. I don't want too many of them.
yeah, I feel like at the end, those are the cards that people don't pick up that high because it is random and everything. This might be like a card that actually isn't that great, but you still play in limited.
There are a couple of good things you can do with the card. Like, it can end up being pretty good. Like, with some of the examples from chat, that does seem good, but I don't know.
I will say I am probably never cutting this from my deck, but
Yeah,
it's not.
but I don't want too many of them just because
Yeah, and
it is random and
It's not a high pick for me.
I don't know what it's gonna be.
It's not just a high pick for me.
Like, it could just end up giving everything into defense, and I don't want that.
No. It ends up blocking. It's never too bad, I guess.
But like 1 or 2, I'd want 1 or 2 if I'm in and I see them and like nothing else is better.
Yeah. Okay. Emberleaf Platesman, 4 cost, 3/3, Suckable Miner. That's pretty unexciting. It's Ardent. So this is a card you pick up in limited, but again not a high pick. Swift Strike is okay, especially if you have more Swift Strike troops. Like obviously in limited, especially if you can stack up unlimited troops, unlimited on Swift Strike troops, on Swift Strike sockets, it becomes much better for blocking purposes. Valor Creation, it seems fine enough. Diamond to get flight seems fine enough. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so if you look at this one and the like Bladesman and Marauder,
Yeah, you can compare those two
I
directly.
think they're very, very similar, but I think I would pick the Marauder over the Bladesman.
Yeah, I guess so as well.
I mean, it only costs 1 more, but the random effect could end up being having a lot more impact than the Bladesman would.
This has higher upside. The Marauder, potential upside. If I draw both the top deck and I play them immediately, the Bladesmith is better because it's cheaper, obviously, but
Yep, that is true.
I
but
guess I can attack first. Like, even if I top deck those assault cards, I can make my attack first and play them second main phase. So, but that necessitates, yeah, that means I can actually attack. Maybe I can't attack. And Marauder seems to be better. Yeah, maybe Marauder is actually a high pick in limited. I don't know. I'm not convinced at this point. Certainly not bad.
like I said, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
You don't want to just pick up every single one you see.
Probably not, no. Okay. PS Justica. 3 cost, 3/2 Swift Strike. When an opposing champion plays a non-standard resource, it deals 3 damage to that champion. That's
Way better in constructed
Yeah,
than
indeed.
limited.
Indeed. But you play it in limited as well because it's 3/2 Swift Strike for 3, which is good. That's
Yep.
good. That's good enough for limited. It doesn't need to have any extra text. That's good enough for limited.
But I think it's better. Like,
Sure.
it's good enough for limited, but this is designed for constructed.
Yeah. And it is good in constructed. And it will see play in constructed.
Especially with all those new wells we're getting, there's
Yeah.
a lot more non-standards that
Yeah.
people are going to
Yeah.
want to play.
We have similar effects we had in Magic the Gathering as well, and those effects usually saw play. So I'm pretty sure this will see play as well. It's just a pausing champion, which is good. So you are not receiving damage yourself. 3 damage is actually quite a bit. 3/2 threat strike, which is not too bad when you have to play it. Yeah. So if you are facing a Ruby deck in constructed, it means that you want to play your non-standard resources first in your first 2 or 3 turns. You don't want to hold them, probably. It's certainly not a bad card.
Which might be tricky in some cases, because the wells already need a resource in play or
Yeah,
a shard.
Sure. This might be also a card you play in your sideboard more than in your main deck,
Yeah,
but
because it doesn't have an immediate impact.
yeah, and there's high variance. It depends on which deck I play against. Like if I play against 3-shard humans, if that ever will be a thing, with 8 wells and like 6 dual shards on top, and maybe Shards of Fate or the new Shards of Fate. This is amazing, obviously. And it's not even unique. You can play 2 and then he gets 6 damage for each shard. So
How much do you think this would go for, plat-wise?
at least 200 and possibly more. Possibly like 300 or 400. Maybe even more, but I don't think so.
I would say it'd be a solid around the 200 area.
Yeah, that I'm
Maybe between 1 and 200.
I feel like between
because
2 and 300 even. Yeah.
It does seem a little underwhelming
Huh.
because it doesn't have the immediate impact. And maybe they don't end up playing the non-standard resources and they remove it first.
I can say though that cards like that have been played in Magic the Gathering quite a bit, and even in other formats like Extended or Legacy, those similar kinds of cards see play. So I will say that this card probably will be played in all kinds of formats that Hex will ever see. Maybe not that specific cards, but those kind of cards are powerful.
I think with the meta, it's going to start out like really, really aggressive. And then once it goes into more controlling, this card is going to become a little bit more valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, it can always be valuable. Even in the mid-range mirrors, like Ardent versus Ardent, if they play like 8 or 10 non-standard resources, this is actually a great card. Swift Strike is good against in the mirror matchup, right? I feel like you can block. Yeah, I like it. I like the card.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, let's just continue though. Fire in the Hole. Quick action 2 cost. Deal 1 damage to target troop. Assault. Increase that number by 1 for each attacker. Yep, that's good. That's good.
It's quick.
Yeah.
So
certainly good for limited. I don't think good enough for constructed. No. Seems.
Yeah, probably not.
No.
Not with all the other like quick actions we already have.
Yeah. That's no, it's not good enough for constructed for certainly. It's also target troop only, so you can't shoot your opponent. But it's limited. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Yeah. And nice artwork again. I like it. Okay. Now it's getting really interesting, right? Fireball.
When I first saw this, I freaked out, and then I saw that it needed 3 threshold.
Yep. So we have Lightning Bolt and Magic the Gathering, which is 3 damage. So it's weird, right? Magic the Gathering has never printed a 1 cost 3/1, but it has printed a 1 cost quick deal 3 damage. That's
I think this card's pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
It's
Really...
better in constructed though because it's easier to make mono.
Yeah. Yeah, but even limited, I pick it up if I play 2-color, 2-shot. Surely. Yeah, certainly we'll see a constructed play, no question. No question about it. I like it. I like this card. I like the design. I think that's perfectly fair. That's perfectly on a power creep level I do accept and I think is fine. I like this one cost triple threshold idea, this concept, because it makes you aware of the differences from Magic the Gathering. Like, this card could not work this way in Magic the Gathering. You could not have this card. So I like it. I like it for all what it is. Not much to say. No.
I don't have anything to add.
Yeah. Let's just continue. Forgotten Forge. Another outpost, so you have to exhaust 5 troops you control. You can do that over multiple turns, obviously. You can exhaust 1 or more, so you can exhaust 1 over 5 turns, or 2 and then 3, or 5 immediately. So what does it do? Once you have exhausted 5 troops you control have rage 1.
It slows you down.
So you slow yourself down.
If you're wanting rage, then
so you slow yourself down to give your troops rage. That doesn't seem like that shouldn't be your plan. Your plan should be.
It seems like you're losing value.
Yeah, if you want rage on your troops, then your plan should be attack, and not wait and invest into a forge, which on itself is a card. So you have to use a card. You have to play a card. You have to draw that card. And it's not another card. It's a card. You have to play resources. Then you have to exhaust 5 troops. Then you have rage 1 for all your troops, which is not enough for what you put into it. It's just not enough, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't like any of the outposts.
I feel like, was it Sapphire one? Or the blood one, which was fine? The
blood one we looked at was you exhaust 5 troops and you make 2 dreadlings a turn. That's probably the best one,
exactly.
but
that was Sapphire, I think. I know what was blood. The diamond is meh. Can be okay, certainly. The blood
diamond
one
is situational.
The blood one I feel like was that's it. I think the blood one was with here.
It makes 2 dreadlings.
Yeah, I like the blood one. Because you can play that in a slow style. In a slow deck. And then in constructed, maybe with Eulogy and stuff. 2 dreadlings each turn is quite potent. And it works with dreadlings as well. I like the blood one. I don't like the diameter ruby one. Okay. Also limited, I don't think I want to do that. It seems like a trap again. Seems like a big trap.
Yep.
Fortress of Ayotoshi. 6 cost, constant. Triple ruby. When this is in play, create 2 barbed ramparts, a hell cannon, and a hell cannon to put them into play. As start of your turn, create an Ayotoshi gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is 2 on crush.
Barbed rampart is a 4/1 defensive, and hell cannon is when a troop you control dies, add an ammo counter to this, and then you can tap it to remove 5 ammo counters to do 5 damage to an opposing champion.
There it is.
Sorry for reading it for you. I
fine.
saw this card coming up, so I got those.
Don't be sorry. That's good that you did that. Yeah. So, I like it. Just say I like it. Since it's the gatekeeper each turn, 2 on crush, that's actually not bad.
To me, it seems like they took that Army of the Arcane Cinder and how do we make this good?
Yeah, exactly. That's how it seems as well for me.
Because I really wanted to play Arcane of the Army Cinder, which is another 6 cost constant that made troops.
Yeah,
but
it's
this one has
obviously
more of an immediate impact, and it works on its own. You don't need to do anything else to set it up.
it's obviously a direct comparison between those two cards. But this one creates a troop each turn. So
And it makes 3 things instantly.
yeah. Is that good enough for constructed though? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe.
Well,
It's a fun card
about-
to test out.
is Citadel of Adamant constructed playable?
No, it's not.
And this probably isn't, even though it's cheaper.
Yeah. It's a limited. It's an amazing bomb, obviously. Limited. If I first pick that, I'm happy. Certainly.
Yep.
Constructed, I don't think so. I mean, people might try it out for fun and everything. I don't think it is good enough.
I agree, but definitely a big improvement over the Cinder card.
Yeah. I like the Cinder card as well, from the design, from the flavor. It's just that it wasn't good enough for constructed. It was an amazing bomb and limited. Yeah. But okay.
Hey, look, another useless card.
I think this is actually, out of all the glyphs, this one is the best. Which doesn't
Yeah, probably.
which doesn't
but
mean a
still.
lot.
A card is a card is a card.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, actually, this might... The only thing I can think that would be good with this card is it helps out in the Phoenix deck, because it's another 0-cost Ruby action.
Yeah. What I thought about was playing this with Kerberos, the one that deals triple damage.
Oh, yeah.
Then, like, the opponent is tapped out. You play Kerberos, you play Cliff of Ferocity, you play Crushing Blow, or Solar
Yeah.
Battle.
But that's 7 mana.
Yeah. It's pretty silly. I don't think this card will ever see playing constructed. I will say though that I feel like if it sees play or should see play, then probably even more so in constructed than in limited, because in limited, do I really want to waste the card to give 1 troop speed? Don't think so.
No.
Seems like it's not good enough for a card. Constructed, you have maybe some combo potential for like a 1-turn kill. Like, again, I don't know, Capros maybe.
You don't see the possibility of it being a huge bomb dropping, especially late game.
Limited?
Yeah, that's what I mean, limited.
Maybe, but I don't want to do that. Other people might do that. I'm not saying this card will never see play. People will play that card. I don't think they should. Plus, it's a card slot, so it can be okay, but on average, do you get your average card value out of this card? Like your average, let's say 3/3 or 2/2 or whatever. Is that better than that? I don't think so. Maybe if I really can finish off my opponent because I have speed and attack with a huge troop that I just played. But I have to keep that card in my hand all the time for that. Just to give my big monster, my big bomb speed. I don't think that's good enough. People will play it though. People will play it.
It's one of the more playable ones, but still,
Out of the cliffs, it's probably the most playable one, but I don't think it should. Okay. Let's move on. That's an interesting one. Heart of Embers. 4 cost 3/4. When this in display, create a Valor. And put it into your hand. When you play a Valor, this deals 3 damage to target opposing champion or troop. Limited, we don't need to talk about it. It's a bomb. It's okay. Pick it.
yeah, you play
First
it in
pick it.
limited, you basically just win.
Yeah, not necessarily. Basically, not necessarily that, but it's a good troop. obviously.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say you just win. That's a bit much. But this card is good enough for Constructed. I saw that card in Constructed on PTR, and it wasn't bad at all. Since, I mean, other people have said you'd much rather want to play that on 5 so that you get your immediate valor 3 damage out of it. You can target troops as well. That's really amazing. So you can kill their blockers and then attack with your whole team. Yeah, that's amazing. That's just a great card. Yeah. Out of all the valor cards, I mean, this is a card that gives you a reason to play that deck. Yeah.
This is probably the best Valor effect in the game.
That gives you a reason to play Valor and Constructed. To be that deck in Constructed. That's one of the main reasons. Out of Embers. Yeah.
Do you think the value is going to be? I want to say 500 plus.
Probably a bit less. If that deck really is tier 1 and everything, it might be 500.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, I wouldn't just go out on a limb and say that deck will be tier 1 or tier 2 or whatever. I know people will play it. And enough people will win with it. So it's certainly not bad. But I would argue 300 blood for the start around that. Then maybe it progresses upwards. At the
It depends
start,
on how well it does.
So we have all those different steps of price evolution, right? At the very start, it is probably 500 or even more at the very, very start. Because people don't have the cards, and there are people like Colin or others who have the funds. I think Colin just opens 1,000 packs or so. That's what Colin does, which is fine. But there are others who just want to have those cards immediately. They buy them from the auction house then.
Yeah, everybody called me crazy for saying it'd be 500.
500
That's fine.
seems to be too much.
Yeah. I'm a crazy person.
It's entirely possible. Like if this deck ends up tier 1, then 500 blood is entirely within reach. But for the start or for the midterm, like after 2 or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I would say 200, 300 platinum. Probably more 300 than 200, honestly. Okay. Great card, great artwork again. Not much to say. I like the artworks with all the details, like on the armor and everything.
Yeah.
Imolith, 7 cost, 7 for troops you control have speed, 1 shot. While this is in your hand, target troop you control gets speed this turn. So there we have Cliff of Ferocity on a 7 for troops you control have speed, but the cliff costs 1, essentially. And the cliff is quick. So compare those two cards. Compare Cliff of Ferocity and Imolith. Imolith can give...
Yeah, but the glyph is free.
Yeah, you don't need speed on quick. Okay, never mind that. The quick speed is I'm not important.
I am making a joke.
Yeah. It's those prodigens are all pretty amazing, and all are absolute bombs and limited. That's no question. And
I don't understand the point of a 7 cost that gives speed. That I don't understand it.
Yeah, all troops you control have speed. So the Imolith itself has speed, right? That's actually.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean, that's okay. I guess.
That's important. 7 for 7 with speed is much better than 7 for 7 without speed. Let me tell you. And then if he survives 1 turn, then you can play your next huge monster, which also has speed. Pretty good. So I included this as a one-off in my Ruby Wild ramp deck on PTR, and I think I ended up cutting it. But this might be good enough for Constructed. borderline. I think this effect might be good enough. Probably not though, honestly.
Well, I still don't know how I feel. Speed is my least favorite keyword in the game
Yeah.
to play with. I mean, it's not like, oh, I hate playing against it like Spell Shield. That's probably my least favorite for a different reason, but it's just giving everything you have. I just don't really understand it unless like they're really cheap troops and you want to be aggressive as fast as possible. But then it's like once you get into late game with 7 cost drops, you're seeing a lot of different things, and it's
So
I don't know how valuable speed would be if you have like a locked down board state where it's like nobody can attack.
just check the chat.
But if it's like the board is cleared, then yeah, speed's really good, especially with that range of attack. But I don't know.
Doesn't it make your opponent think differently, though, about what they will do?
Yeah.
Because they have no idea what's coming. That's
Yeah.
a big psychological advantage, I think.
Exactly. That's a good
Oh
point.
yeah, that is true.
I will talk about why speed is such a pain to play against when I talk about Dreamweaver Ancient. It shouldn't have speed. I will talk about that when we get there, I guess.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So for now I will say Imolith is borderline playable for constructed. I ended up cutting it, but I can see myself playing one of those cards, one of Imolith. Maybe.
Just to keep them on their
just to have
toes.
them on their bed, just to have them feared. Yeah, on their toes, right? Have someone on their toes. I think that's how you say it in English.
Yep.
Okay. It won't be much worth. It will be 100 to 200 platinum, since it's that great. Probably even more.
I
more
think
100
it's
than
going to
200.
be less than 100.
Yeah, $100 or less. Yeah.
$100. Holy cow.
Yeah, exactly. $100. I wish. Intimidating display. Basic action 1 cost target troop can't block this turn. Ardent legions, create a Valor and put it into your hand. This is certainly decent in limited. I like it for limited. I like the card design. Don't think it's good enough in constructed, but I might be wrong actually. Might be wrong. If you are that very aggressive Ardent deck, why not play that card? Seems like a card you would like to play. I don't know. Maybe constructed. I don't know. Like it for limited.
Maybe.
All those maybes, but yeah, it's so hard to say. Very hard to say. I mean, we have similar effects in constructed. I feel like 1 cost is the 2 troops can't block this turn. I feel like we have this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. And is that one quick? Actually, this doesn't matter if it's quick.
It doesn't matter if it's quick because you have to play it before blocker step. But this card is not being played right now. But this card is arguably better because of the Valor, right?
Yeah. I mean, it gives you another card that gives you +1 on something.
Yeah.
So.
And makes combos up with Heart of Embers, no? Other cards.
Yeah. I think you would play this over that. Because most of the time, with the suppressing fire that 2 troops can't block, I don't really find myself like annoyed that like it's mostly just like one guy that I don't want to block.
Suppressing fire was never good enough for constructed, although I came close a couple of times to include it in my aggro decks, but it's not good enough. This one might be good enough though. This one just might be good enough. It's difficult.
It depends on how much you want your Valors.
And how much you need them not to be able to block. Maybe if you add what that
I mean, there's also the Marshal. She can make somebody not block, so then you can get 2 people not block.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a helpful tool to get past their board.
I would say probably no for constructed, but who knows. Limited, I think it's a fine, well-designed card. Yeah. Okay. Lava Shaper. 4 cost, 3/3. Ardent Allegiance. When this enters play, deal 3 damage to target opposing troop.
Talk about power creep.
Yeah. I think it was
Blastsmith or Boomsmith. One of those. It
No,
was a
I-
4 cost 2/1 that did 2 damage.
yeah. I'm talking about Coach Flipperon. Coach Flipperon said this would be the best uncommon in the set for limited. And I tend to agree.
Yeah.
to agree.
I mean, what else have we seen so far that's more powerful? Like, I think Mama Yeti coming up, maybe, but
Yeah, but that's
I mean, for constructed purposes, this is a lot better.
I'm not sure if I want to play this in constructed. I mean, if I could shoot my opponent directly, then I would say yes. Since I can't, it's a 3/3 vanilla for 3 that maybe kills a blocker. I will say I will play this in my sideboard against mirror decks, mirror matches. Like if I'm aggressive ardent, then this card seems to be good enough. But it doesn't kill some troops. Like it doesn't kill Card of Embers. It doesn't kill Hero of
Vampire
Legend.
King.
Doesn't kill the Ardent Champion, Ardent Crusader. There are some cards it doesn't kill. It's just a 3/3 for 4. I think it's not good enough for constructed. Who knows?
Okay.
But limited, it's obviously a very high pick. Like again, Coach Ripon says it's the best uncommon in the set for limited, and yeah, it's certainly up there. Certainly up there.
Chat says if you're playing Yotl, this kills all those things.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Nyoto to kill a Vampire King.
Yeah, so
It
maybe
will-
this guy will show up in Yodel.
It will see constructed play, but I'm just not sure how much and in how many main decks. Right. That's my point. People will play it in constructed. I feel like. Like there's also another Magic the Gathering comparison with Skin Render, which was 4 cost 3/3 in black, double black, and target troop got -3/-3 for the turn. So it was also like a 2-for-1 built in. And that card did see some constructed play, but not a lot in Magic the Gathering. I remember that one. Skin Render. Yeah, but, it's certainly a great card. Great card. Okay.
Nice art, but that's about all I have to say that you haven't already said.
Yeah. Certainly. Leskar's Vengeance. 8 cost. 8 is much. Basic. Deal 4 damage to each opposing champion and troop. Assault. This gets cost -1 for each attacker.
Poor Rizik. All he
So-
wanted was the primal blood.
Yeah,
He's the guy who's getting.
Rizik was caught alive. The High Clerics asked Leskar Ghoul to perform their so that's Leskar Ghoul, and this is Rizik who gets
He shows up
executed.
in the Adventure Zone 1 and he asks you to go fight the Killipede.
Yeah, I have to admit, I clicked through everything more or less. It's not true. No, I read the texts in Adventure Zone 1, but not that carefully.
Yeah, and he shows up on a couple of other cards in this set where it's like he went and attacked Tauchi and then he got caught and now he's getting dead.
What do we have to say about the power level? So first of all, it's each opposing champion and troop, so it's not affecting your board, which is always important to remember if you compare it with cards like Heatwave or the 3 damage to everything.
So far, this is my favorite assault card.
Okay.
Because when you can get it to work, it's amazing. Like it has one of the best payoffs.
It seems like I will play it in limited. Feel like I'm sure. I'm actually sure about it. Even if I draw it late, like if I don't have it in my opening hand, it seems like an amazing limited bomb. But let's say if I draw it late and I have like 3 or 4 troops, or maybe just 2 troops, I do attack. They make the good blocks so that their blockers survive and my attackers die. But then Vengeance costs 6 and I can play it. And then I play it, and suddenly their troops that blocked die with them, right? Suddenly everything dies.
Yep.
So this is an amazing, amazing limited bomb. Especially if you play it, like I said, second main after you just attacked, and they made the good blocks, and they thought that were the good blocks, but turns out everything dies. Question is that constructed material? And
I would argue yes,
you would
that it
argue
is.
yes. Yeah, I would argue no. but that's good. I want you to
You can
disagree with
eventually
me.
get it to free if you're aggressive enough.
I want you to disagree with me, so I welcome that. I just feel like, I don't know. Unlimited, those kinds of effects are amazing, but it feels like cards like Heatwave and Electrify are good when you
I
don't
forgot
have...
about Electrify.
Yeah. Cards like those are amazing if you don't have stuff that dies with it, right? So you're not playing many troops. And here, with this kind of deck, you have to play many troops. The upside is it doesn't toast your side of the board. But I don't know. I just don't know. Seems so expensive.
Yeah, you have me convinced that it's not as good as I thought it was, but I still really like it.
It's
It's
fine.
still my favorite assault card
I get that.
so far.
It's a limited bomb. I'm sure about that. It's a limited bomb. Constructed, I don't think. I'm not convinced at all. And therefore, I think it's 30 to 50 blood. But I mean, it's a fine design. I have no issues with this card. I have to say at this point, later on I will have lots of issues with 1 or 2 cards that are coming up. But I feel like I need to stress that out. For anyone who is listening and who might listen to this later on, like recorded, I will probably upload this on YouTube. So I need to stress out that I think like the set is designed well. Like 99.9% of cards or 99.8% of cards, I think
All the cards except for 2 or 3.
Yeah, exactly, are amazing. Amazing. The artwork overall is amazing. The design, without those exceptions, is amazing. Yeah, so I need to stress this out at this occasion. But okay, let's move on here. Livid Buffalo.
Yep, no problem.
Let's talk about this one for 50 minutes, right?
Yep.
Livid Buffalo 3 cost 2/3.
Is Square in
What
chat?
do you think? Constructed material?
No.
Maybe.
Well, in constructed, we have to wait and see.
And maybe
Not yet.
the big
It
Buffalo
depends on
Lord.
what the
incoming.
Buffalo Lord is.
I like the artwork. It seems super realistic, right?
Yeah,
You look at the
it's also
background,
worth noting that the equipment for this says when it enters play, it destroys all plants.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
this might be like if there's like a plant dungeon, you might want to run this.
He obviously burnt down the forest to live at Buffalo. Forest is
Yeah,
burnt
he did
down.
it.
Yeah.
He did it because Gabriel told him to,
He's
or
more
else he would
powerful
kill
than
his
he looks
family.
like, yeah. He's certainly more powerful than he looks like. So I like the artwork. If you look at the background, it's almost photorealistic. It's really nicely drawn.
Yeah,
Yeah, but not much to say. I mean, I don't want to play this in limited or constructed. Maybe I have to play this in limited, but I don't want to. This is actually weaker than the other Buffaloes, stat-wise. But okay, it's Buffalo. We have to have those cards in the game for some reason. I don't know why exactly, but okay. I get it. I get it. We have to have buffaloes. It's fine. I get it's super
It's the
fine.
same reason Baby Yeti is the most powerful card.
Yeah.
And they're reprinting it.
Yeah. I mean, Baby Yeti actually saw constructed play, right?
Yeah, but
King
that's
Gabriel.
because King Gabriel
Yeah,
forced
but,
it.
But it wasn't that bad. He won a tournament with that. I think. Yeah.
He almost won.
He almost won. Okay.
He got
Yeah,
in top 8.
good enough. So let's talk about it. Mama Yeti. This looks more like Father Yeti, right? Guess she has breasts. Okay.
Kind of. If you're into that.
Okay. And she's eating some poor guy. Okay. Forecast 5/5. Speed Crush. Deck building. You may include only one copy of this in your deck for each copy of Baby Yeti in your deck. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like
I
it.
agree. I like it.
All those deck building cards, if they are done right, they seem like an amazing design space. And again,
This card deserves Speed and Crush.
yeah, I have to say that's another thing you can't do in Magic the Gathering, deck building. Since you can't control in Magic the Gathering if they really have the requirements met, right?
You could have a judge look
yeah,
at it.
that would
but
be super
really,
complicated. Magic Wizards would never do that. They would never print such a cards. They have the judge to be able to control it. On Friday
the
Night
judges
Magic,
would be.
you usually don't have any judges.
Oh yeah, and then when you sideboard, I don't know if you have to
Yeah,
check it afterwards.
we don't know that in Hex, by the way, as well. Like, how does it work for sideboarding? Like, can I sideboard all my Baby Yetis out for game 2? I don't think I can. I don't think I can.
You can try it. See what
I
happens.
should have tried that out on PTR. I came close.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
same
say-
here.
Invalid deck is probably what I
Valid
would say.
deck, yeah. I think so. What do I do if I open a pack with Mama Yeti in it? Probably pick the Mama Yeti. Let's say the rare is trash. Let's say there's nothing else special. I think I pick the Mama Yeti. And I go for it. I really like
And then
the
you
card.
pick up every Mama Yeti you see.
Yeah, and every Baby Yeti, obviously, I have to. And I think this might be good enough for Constructed, honestly. It's not like Baby Yeti is super terrible. It's pretty terrible. Let's get that right. Baby Yeti is pretty terrible, but
Yep. Once you get past the memes, it's garbage.
King Gabriel, I mean, he almost worked it out, right? And this makes it much, much better, obviously. Speed Crush 5/5 for 4? That's I mean, I will play a Baby Yeti for that, I feel like.
Yeah, I would too.
Do I play that in every Ruby aggro deck? No. But in some, I try it out for fun. And important to remember, if you see Baby Yeti in Constructed, you know there will be Mama Yeti. Right? Where there's a baby, there's a mama. As in Constructed, at least. Probably for Unlimited as well. You will not play the Baby Yeti Unlimited when you don't have Mama Yeti. That's always important to remember. When you see the baby,
And then
the mama might be
and then
near.
it puts the mind games on them where they're like, turn 5, I'm probably gonna have to face down a 5/5 monster.
Yeah, speed. That's always like,
And Crush.
oh, that's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. I like it. I like every aspect of it, I have to say. It should be more female. The artwork.
Well, it depends.
I mean, come on. Look at that face. It's
I
ferocious.
can think of some people from the forums who might be into that.
Okay. She has such tall shoulders as well. And hip and everything,
We can move on to a much more attractive card if you want.
I guess. I don't know. If there were no breasts, and even the breasts are more like hinted. If there were no breasts, this would be the father. Come on. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Just makes me What's Data Yeti gonna be? Papa Yeti.
Oh god. I guess in nature, Mama's. I mean, it's okay. Matriarch of Flames. Yeah, that's more
That's a
sexy.
little better.
Yeah, more sexy.
A little bit nicer to look at.
Redheads. 3 cost 3/3 speed. When you gain Ruby, this gets +1/+1. 5 Ruby. When this attacks, create a burn to the ground and put it into your hand. Burn to the ground is 1x.
1x, deal X damage to
Target
champion or troop.
yeah. This card is great. This card. We'll see constructed play. Pick it up when you open it in your limited draft or whatever, cause it will be worth something and it is good in your deck if you decide to go that way. You don't even have to play Mono Ruby in your limited deck. Like the 5 threshold thing could be a thing on top. This card is good in a general and a 2-shot deck. This card is still good there. In limited. In constructed, obviously you want to play the Mono Ruby deck, I guess. Or the Mono Ruby and Splash Wild or something. Splash Wild for Reveler or something.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Yeah. This card will see constructed play. It already did see constructed play on the PTR. It's obviously a very, very good card. Not much just...
You can even play it turn 4 as a 4/4 with speed.
Yeah, you can do a lot of things. A lot of things. Once you attack one time with 5 thresholds, you have so much value. Like, Burn to the Ground is good enough to be played in Ruby decks, in aggressive Ruby decks. It's not a card you necessarily want to play, but it's good enough to be played. And it's certainly amazing if you get it for free.
Yeah, and it's a good finisher.
Yeah, it's good everything. It's good early, it's good finisher, it's everything. Not even unique. I feel
that's right.
I feel like this should be unique at the very least.
And it gets even worse because this card is definitely going to be used a lot in PvE. Because one of the equipments it has is whenever a mage attacks, you get a ruby spell, like a random ruby spell. So for the mage archetype, for the mage class in the adventure zones,
I play mage.
That's going to be really powerful.
That was my first hero in the adventure zone, was mage. But I didn't play actual mage troops, I feel like. Oh, but okay. It's an amazing card. It's an amazing card. But I don't think this card is overpowered. It is overtuned. I feel like it is a little overtuned. It should be unique. But it's not overtuned that I feel like I need to say this card should be changed or something. It's fine. It's okay. It's overtuned.
It's not wild,
but
so
it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, basically. If they have 2 of them, play one turn 4, play the next one turn 5, have 5 ruby thresholds, attack with both. That's nasty. That's really nasty. But okay, we have cards like Hero Fall and everything, so it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'm really excited to try to get this card. How much do you think it's going to be worth? How much is it going to hurt my wallet?
That's a good question. At the start,
I'm just looking at it and I'm like, I have no idea. Like, I know it's probably going to be over 500, but is it going to go
over 500?
Is it going to go to
be higher?
So
is it going to go to 1,000? Is it going to go to 15?
At the start, it will be 1,500 easily.
Like, I don't know.
At the start, it will be 1,500 or even more. I wouldn't buy it at the start. It will be you will overpay for it. But it might end up between 500 and 1,000, I feel like. Maybe, it depends always on how much play does the card actually see at the end. And I feel like that's always hard to tell.
It works with Infinitrix.
Works with a lot of stuff, yeah. But Infinitrix is double diamond.
Then again, you're probably not going to get the the burn to the grounds
Yeah.
from it.
Yeah.
But it still works with that because it gets buffs and then you can give it flying.
I feel like around 1k plat after a few weeks. And then more or less depends on how much play. Probably a bit less, honestly. But 500 for sure. I don't think this card will go under 500.
Yeah, that's kind of hard for me to believe.
Okay. Mortar Trike Driver. 3 cost, 1/3, Underworld Allegiance. When this is play, it gets Rage 2 and Speed if you have Underworld Allegiance. This is good. This is really good. Come on. I mean,
Really easy to pick up in limited.
yeah.
Really easy to play in limited.
Without the Underworld Allegiance, it's pretty garbage, but with it, it's amazing. 3/3 attack the turn, the next turn attack for 5/3? That's amazing for a 3 cost. It's really good. That's actually so good that I think I thought about this beforehand. Actually so good that I think it might be constructed playable. Because we had, if I always compare those cards to Magic the Gathering, yeah? Again, there we had this card, like, I don't know what the name was. It was Triple Wild or Ruby, or not Wild Ruby. Triple green or red. And it had 3/3 speed and crush. That card was played. 3/3 for 3 with speed and crush. And this is 3/3 with speed without crush. But it gets even bigger the next turn.
I'm gonna say it's probably not that constructed playable because Matriarch of Flames kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. She's a better 3-drop. Yeah, she's much better on 3. Yeah.
So I think she takes the Motor Trike Driver's spot in constructed.
Yeah, there are probably
but he could be a budget
cards.
filler because Matriarch is probably going to be a little expensive.
Yeah.
Good enough to fill that spot. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're just splashing, if you just want to splash in the Matriarch instead of for like if you're not mono Ruby.
Yeah. It's a decent and high even pick in limited, yeah. That's for sure. And constructed probably no, but for budget maybe. I would say that much. And I think the
budget
artwork
definitely.
The artwork is amazing. Look at that beard. I like it.
Yeah, plus it's motorcycle.
Yeah.
I always have a soft spot for those.
And it does fit with the dwarves. The dwarves are technically and they build stuff and they engineer stuff.
If they have a blimp, then you can get a Motorrad. Or I think I said that right.
Motorrad. That's German. Oh, what? Motorrad is German.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. For a bike. Yeah. Okay. Once more unto the breach. 2 cost basic. Draw 2 cards. Transform 2 random cards in your hands into Velos. That's so hard.
I don't even know if you play this limited.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it right now. So I draw 2 cards. If I have shards in my hand and I don't want those shards, then it seems like a potential upside, certainly. But what if
The thing is, you draw the cards first.
Yeah. What if I have my bump card or draw my bump card that I really, really want to play, and then it gets transformed? Seems like a card I don't want to play, honestly.
And then in constructed, there's a lot more better ways to draw cards.
Seems like this card,
in
in constructed, I feel like this is just not good enough. In limited, I mean, what if I guess I draw 2 cards on top? But what if it hits 2 good cards? So it could be negative, actually.
Yeah, because Valor, it's just +1.
Yeah.
They're nice, but it's
Valor
not like
is
I
weak
need them.
then like let's say, Motor Trike driver. I really want to have my Motor Trike driver and not have a Valor. But I do like the card though, since it is so hard to evaluate. This is a card I like. I like the artwork as well. Again,
The
so
name
often.
is probably probably the coolest name in the entire set.
Yeah.
It's from a book.
Oh, it is. Mm.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's Hemingway or something like that. Steinbeck. I studied lit in college.
Still a cool name though.
Yeah, and a cool design. I'm not sure if it's good, but that's a good thing. Like, I like cards that have me confused about, is it actually good or is it not good? I feel like it's not good.
I don't think it's good.
Yeah, me too. But who knows? Maybe I would need to play that card a couple of times. On the other hand, I don't want to play it, so I don't know. Okay.
Someone in chat said something in German, and I could try to say it, but I'll probably butcher it. It's Was ist dein bist Karti I'm sit.
What is the best card in the set, right?
Yeah.
Oh, probably Dreamweaver.
Yeah. I don't want
That's
to.
what it says, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what chat immediately said.
Yeah. Let me just.
I just
it's
meant
okay.
the German. That's
It's
all.
okay. Should set it up beforehand. Let's continue.
Fire Maze?
Fire Maze. 3 cost constant when it's in display. Look at target opposing champion's hand. Choose a evil card. That card secretly gets when he plays this. Destroy each opposing Fire Maze. At the start of your turn, deal 2 damage to each opposing champion. I don't like it. I mean, I like the artwork again. It's amazing.
It's good with this card, I guess.
I mean, it's great if my opponent has no card in his hand, right? If my opponent
Well,
has
I mean,
no card.
I mean, you play it and then you choose a card that's too expensive for them to play next turn.
They can't do that.
And then the turn after that, you play a discard card.
I know,
so then they have
you
to-
choose. You choose. It's not randomly.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, that makes it a little bit better than I first thought. I first thought it was randomly.
It might be good in the chant deck.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point.
Like, that's the only spot I can see this going into.
mean, it's-
Otherwise, it's...
Magic
Meh.
the Gathering, you have Fake Vortex with just 3 cost constant enchantment and deals 2 damage to each champion, in this case the Vortex, and players can't gain health. And the Vortex was played quite a bit in all kinds of formats. This card seems weaker because you can get rid of the effect. But it might see constructed play in the constant deck, I can see that, yeah.
But the problem with it is when they play that card, it destroys each opposing Pyre Maze. So if you start playing a bunch of them, then like there's even more and more chance of them just playing the card and then it just destroys everything. Or not everything, just all your Pyre Mazes.
Yeah, that's true if you play multiple Pyre Mazes, yeah.
I think this is just going to be a 30 plat rare.
I will say more. I will say 100, maybe. Because now that I think about it a little bit more, I feel like this might be constructed playable. If I build like my deck around it, like if I only play constants, I don't play any troops, yeah? Let's say I don't play any troops. And then I play against a deck which has spot removal, like Hero Fall. They can never play that card. Then they would need to play that card on their own troop. So this rewards you for good deck building. Like if I don't play any troops, my opponent will have dead cards, right? And then I put it on that dead card that he will never play or don't want to play, because he don't want to play Hero Fall or kill on his own troop. So this seems like it will get payoff. And there's also this possibility that I just wait until my opponent has run out of cards. then it's obviously great.
I can see that. But it just seems kind of slow with only 2 damage a turn.
Yeah,
I mean, it is putting a clock on them.
Yeah. I feel like this card is, when at all, it is played and constructed, not so much in limited, because in limited it seems too random.
Yeah, and there's really no way to ensure that you keep it out. If it did 3 damage each turn, then I'd be more convinced.
Then we would have a
that-
different story immediately. Yeah, then it would be much better. Okay. I may be in limited if I really can wait until my opponent has no cards. But that seems like it will not happen that often.
Yeah, for me, this is an easy pass because there's a lot of good commons or
Yeah.
uncommons in the set too.
It might be constructed playable though, I will say that. Okay, Razor's Edge. 1 cost quick action, target troop gets +1 and swift strike this turn.
Cool.
That's good.
Good limited trick.
Certainly. Probably not good enough for constructed, because in constructed we have crushing blow, which is basically better. I feel like most
Yep.
decks. And yeah, but certainly good for limited. Certainly, no question. You don't have to talk too much about every card, I guess.
Yeah,
It's just
because the next one has a
common
lot to
trick.
talk about.
Yeah, Reginald's Riposte. Riposte? I don't know what that word means, by the way. Riposte.
It's like a thing. It's like a counter.
Okay.
It's a counter in sword fighting, yes.
Uh-huh. Put target action on the chain into your hand. Its thresholds become ruby, and it gets at the end of your turn. If this is in your hand, discards this. Quick action for 2. So it basically works as a counter magic or a verdict for actions only. And you can then play it on your own turn. Which, I mean, the play it on your own turn, I played it on PTR. The play it on your own turn doesn't happen that
That's
often.
just a nice bonus.
That's just a nice bonus, yeah. It makes some cards really, really much less playable. Like, if my opponent plays Mastery of Time, I play Riposte.
You're like, thanks for the turn, sucker.
You get an extra turn. No, wrong.
And I'm
I get
Ruby.
the extra turn.
And I'm in Ruby, so you're really gonna like that.
There are some action cards that are hero fall, for example, like if they have troops on the board. So, what do I say about this card? This card is overtuned. And it isn't my 5 cards that should see change, but it's the 4th most important card. So it's on my scale of cards that should see change, it's not that high. The problem is not that it is like a great counter. It is a great counter.
It's that you get the card.
The problem is that it isn't Ruby. Like, if this card was Sapphire,
yeah.
I wouldn't have any issues. Since Sapphire already has such stuff. But this card isn't Ruby. So suddenly we have counter Extinction, counter Hero Fall, not in Sapphire, but in Ruby. Basically makes Ruby Wild deck, or Splash Ruby anything deck, much, much better. Like, I mean, come on, if I get Hero Fall out of it, if I get Kill out of it, or Extinction, it's amazing. And there's also that random stuff, like, this is such a pain in the ass against, for control players. Like, they play Oracle Song. Guess again, I draw 2 cards, not you. It's, against all those control decks, it seems like it's too good almost. Like, if I
wonder how many times there's gonna be a riposte to riposte to riposte.
Yeah. In general, I have to say I like those kinds of control battles, like counter battles. I like that, since I feel like this rewards the better player. But I don't want that card in Ruby. So How that should that card be?
Yeah, it does seem really weird that it's in Ruby. Like,
How
it
should that
doesn't
card
have
look
to
like?
be in Sapphire. You could argue that it could go into Diamond because Diamond already has some pseudo counters.
I mean, it's not necessarily just that it isn't Ruby. It is that it isn't Ruby and that it is overtuned. Like, if this was 3 cost, I would have no issue. If this would lose the you can play it on your turn, I would probably have no issue as well. I think it would be fine. But then it would probably be no rare. So they wanted to make something special, I get it. But it seems like it's overtuned for a Ruby card. That's my problem. You can play it in the Ruby wild deck, which already has cards like Reveler and Dreamweaver.
Do you think it's gonna get a ban?
No. This card will not get a ban because it's a
Then
reactive.
How much flat will it be?
Honestly, not that much, because you don't want to play 4 of them in any deck. You will play.
Really?
I feel like, I don't think you want to play 4. Maybe 2 main, 2 sideboard. But that's about it. I don't think you
What
want to play
about-
4.
It's just a thought. What about taking your own copied card off so you have another copied version
Yeah,
if you have
that-
the mana, the resources?
That would be possible if you could hold priority on the chain. You can't do that. You can't react to your own stuff. I mean, you can sometimes if you have a trigger. So that's weird. Like if you play Ragefire with copy on it,
There's always the
It's
chain shows up.
there's always a trigger because you have to choose targets for the copy, right? Yeah.
Correct.
It's actually, you can do that. Interesting point. I haven't thought about that.
I mean, you'd be very specific. You'd have to have the resources to cast it again, since it would be your own turn.
It seems like pretty complicated, right? Probably too complicated.
But could happen.
Could happen. I mean,
And that'd be probably lethal.
yeah.
I mean, if you're
Copy
doing it with
Ragefire,
Rage
and then
Fire.
yeah, sure. Yeah, that seems like oh man. Seems like it could be a thing actually. Copy Ragefire, play Riposter. Yeah, I don't know.
Especially with the Heartburn. Or no, Heart of Fire, whatever it is.
Yeah. This card is good. It is good. It is overtuned for a Ruby card. It would not be overtuned for a Sapphire card, I guess. Even then, it would be slightly overtuned. It would be okay. Like, if I compare to Magic the Gathering, we have Mana Drain. And Mana Drain is better than this, honestly. Mana Drain is better than this, but Mana Drain is insane. Yeah, this card is slightly overtuned. Should see some form of change. Probably won't, but it's not like the card I have most issue with. So okay, whatever. It will be a pain in the ass sometimes. It's like, and this really hits you. Like sometimes you can't do stuff, right? Sometimes you just have to have hope that your extinction resolves, right? So they play turn 3 Dreamweaver. They are on the play. That's so insane. You don't have the instant removal. Then on your turn, and you do whatever. Then on their turn they play something and have 2 open. Then you need to play extinction or you are dead. They play Riposter. And they can even do that in other decks, like this could also see play in aggressive to mid-range Ardent decks. This can see play in a lot of decks. It could see play in Ruby, Sapphire, copy stuff deck, like with this interaction. This could be powerful, yeah.
I think it's going to be at least 400 plat.
Yeah, 300 to 400 at the very least, yeah, I would agree. Sigmund's game or even more. Sigmund's game I think is around 300. Yep. 300, 400, maybe even 500. Again, I don't think you want to play 4 on any deck, but I could be wrong as well. Maybe 2 main, 2 sideboard. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's overtuned. But okay, that's not. I have too much
you play
outrage.
it the same
but
way you play Verdant
yeah,
or Verdict.
Rift
Anyways,
Warp,
Rift Warp.
Rift Warp Badger. Suckable Major, 4 core, 3/2. When this is in play, create a random suckable troop. You meet the threshold requirement to play and put it into your hand. By the way, how much time do we have? Okay. Oh, that's fine. I mean, worst case, I have to do another part, but I will try to go through. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I can try to help speed up.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I like to do it extensively, right? Like, there are enough reviews that don't do it extensively, so I feel like it can only be positive to talk about, to talk long, talk extensively about
Okay.
the cards. So
That makes sense.
I have no problem with it.
I don't mind going one more day too.
Yeah, worst case, I don't know. I have a few more hours left, so it's fine. Like, I can go for 4 or 5 more hours easily. The Badger. So, is this good? It seems like it's pretty good in limited. It's excellent in limited. Fractal Major. So what major rubies sockets do we have? Help me out
Let
here.
me check.
Yeah.
You have double damage when it attacks, draw a card, and then discard it if you don't play it.
Mm-hmm.
Cost -2 this turn when you draw it.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice a troop to get +3.
Yeah.
There's the Underworld and Ardent Gems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's the one where it's when it enters play, create a random action with cost. And then the one with troops.
Yeah.
When this attacks, gain a 1 resource. When this attacks, opposing troop gets minus attack equal to this troop's attack.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the majors.
So in Ruby Wild, to create a random troop with 4, that's okay, I feel like. I feel like that's okay. So you get essentially with the Wild, you get 2 troops. 1 for 4 cost, 1 in play, and 1 4 cost in your hand, and then another troop with
yeah, because it goes in your
gems.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be decent enough for constructed. Also, double damage obviously could be a thing.
That would be 6 attack, 2 defense for 4.
Mm-hmm. That's okay.
I don't see it.
And you get a lot of stuff. It's basically protection against extinction.
I mean, there's other options.
Yeah, there are probably better
Or
options.
putting the double
I feel
damage
like I have
into.
to agree. There are probably better options. It's not like this is just a bit too slow, right? Just a
Yeah,
bit too slow.
I mean, it does have the instant effect, and there might be a trick where you can keep on putting them into play to get random troops in your
Yeah,
hand, but
Maybe. Probably not though. I feel like this is not good enough for constructed, but I do like it. I like I have to say, I like the artwork again. I like it for limited, like a bunch. I like the design. I like that it is not clear whether it's good enough.
I kind of like it with the Wild Gym, because then you're getting 2 troops in your hand.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I just don't think it's quite good enough.
To me, that seems constructed playable. Because you get one that you have the resources to play, and then one that it's a socket troop, and most of the socket troops are pretty decent.
Pretty decent, yeah. I tend to agree. But yeah. It could also be a 1 cost or 2 cost socketable troop.
Yeah, but then if you put it with the one with the Wild Gym, that's pretty nice.
Could be constructed playable, I will say that much. Right now I'm not convinced, but
it depends on how good that gym is, because I think he's probably the best troop that works with that gym.
Yeah, probably.
Unless you want to go with Arborian and just get a really big wild troop.
It's like a card, you have to think about it more. Like, you have to think
But you
about
probably
hard
don't run
and
4 of them though.
test and build your deck and think about it again. It's not Ardent or Underworld, so whatever that's worth.
That seems like more of an issue for like limited because.
But I play that card in limited, I tell
But
you
yeah,
that
you
much.
play it in limited anyways.
Yeah. Okay. Rocket Rider. 5 cost, 2/3, flight speed, scrounge 2, rage 2.
That's good in limited.
That's
That's
good
really
in
good
limited,
in limited.
yeah. It is good in limited. If you scrounge, he attacks a turn, you play him for 4. Then the turn after for 6 in the air. That's really good. Yeah, that's
I don't
that's
think
good
you
for
touch them
limited.
in constructed though.
No, constructed is not good enough. Clearly not good enough for 5 cost. No. But limited, sure. It's a high pick. I can see myself first picking that.
Yeah, if you get like a silly rare,
You
like
really want to get the scrounge, right?
if you have Pyromage in this or Pyromaze in this, I think you pick this.
You really want to have the scrounge. If you don't get the scrounge, it's so much weaker.
Yeah. But by turn 5, you should be able to do that,
Hopefully.
especially in limited.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with all the scrounge mechanics is if you have more scrounge cards, like if you have 5 or 6 scrounge cards in your deck, probably won't be able to scrounge all of them, right? So you have a problem after the second scrounge card you played and you scrounged. Yeah.
Well, that's when Dreadlings come into play.
Yeah, then you have to play Dreadlings. I don't know. Yeah, I pick it up. Ruthless Intimidator. 2 cost, 3/1, which is already pretty decent. When this is in display, choose 1, create a Valor, and put it into your hand, or target Underworld troop can't block this turn. Limited for sure. No question. Constructed.
Possible and constructed because
I mean, it's double ruby.
it has
That
the
makes
enters play effect.
Double ruby makes it a lot weaker for constructed.
Oh, it's double ruby.
Yeah. And you want to play 2 shots in constructed, or maybe even 3 shots. That makes it much weaker for constructed. If it was single shot, maybe I would say constructed. But with 2 ruby, maybe in a sideboard against Underworld, but I don't think so. Like we have, for example, if you compare it with the Firebrand, which is 2/1 for 2, so it has 1 less attack, but it also has Swift Strike if I play my Valor on it, and it's only 1 ruby. I think I would rather play the Firebrand than the Intimidator in Constructed, but I probably will play neither. I don't know, maybe.
That's probably the best way to say it is I'd probably play this over that, but I probably won't play either.
But the double ruby makes it so much harder for Constructed. It really does. Okay. Since maybe you want to play William Rowan as well, right?
Ruby. Oh, what?
You want to play William Rowan in your Constructed deck, maybe.
Yeah, if you're going mono Ruby, you probably don't want to be going in Valor Ardent direction.
Yeah, not that, but you don't want to play William Rowan, which is 2 cost 2 diamond, and then play a 2 cost 2 ruby card. You don't want to play both of them, one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. But for limited, obviously good enough. No question about it. First pickable, yes. Yes, I would say so. Mightbringer, 3 cost, 2/2. This deals double damage, so it attacks for 4. This can't be blocked by troops with less than 1 attack. Assault. Increase that number by 1. That's amazing. That's a limited bomb. That's a great limited bomb. Question.
Yep, I agree. But what about constructed? I'm a little bit more iffy on that.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah,
I'm going to
I
say
would
no.
also say no.
It's close, but I will say no. Somewhat close.
This is probably going to be under 100 plat.
Yeah.
If you want to pick them up.
Yeah. Certainly. Probably could be.
The only thing that makes me think about it is it says double damage, and double damage is
It's good when you have cards like Crushing Blow and other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Can buff the attack. Or like that other guy, right? That 3 cost that increases the attack by 3.
And then it can't be blocked, so like it doesn't work on its own though. That's the tricky thing about it.
It's close for constructed, but I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I'd also say no, just because it doesn't work on its own. You need to do something to it, and then you're putting multiple cards into it, and then it can just get spot removed or wiped, and
It's
then
probably
you're
not
just
good on its
losing a
own.
bunch.
That's the issue. It's probably not good enough on its own. Trolley Brawler. 2 cost, 2/2, must attack. Scrounge 2, this gets +2/+2. Solid and limited. That is really that solid. The must attack really is bad. Like, you don't want to play this without the scrounge, and then to have basically jump attack it into it being dead. And even if you scrounge, then we are talking mid to late game, and then he could have like a 4/5 or something. The opponent. So this is the artwork is great, but do I want to play that in limited? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to touch it for constructed.
No, we don't have to talk about that.
But limited, I have no idea.
I can
Must
see
attack
myself-
is pretty bad.
I can see myself playing that card, but I don't want to. So maybe I pick it up late, and then I will hopefully not play it in my deck, but maybe I have to. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just continue. Trash Mute. Transform target artifact into a Valor and put it into your hand. So this is a pun with Transmute and Trash Mute, I guess.
Yep.
So that's good, right? That's not destroy target artifact. Destroy target artifact, void it, and make it a Valor and put it into your hand. But
That's pretty good and limited.
Yeah,
Like, I actually don't know how many good artifacts there are, but people normally will slot 1 or 2 in just because, like, they need something
it's a
to
great
fill and they don't want to play,
yeah.
like, Surly Brawler, so they'll throw in an artifact guy.
It's a great sideboard card for limited and for constructed, I guess. But in constructed
Well, we
right
already
now,
have the quick action destroy target artifact for 1. It's just, do you want that Valor?
maybe. If I'm the
I
Valor
mean,
deck.
Plus, it voids, and artifact has a lot of bring things from the crypt in it,
Yeah.
especially if you're playing constructed. I mean,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
It kind of
Yeah,
voids, yeah. It transforms into a Valor and you get the Valor. So it
Yeah.
is basically voided.
okay, yeah, that is pretty good.
The question is, how many artifacts will we see in constructed? And I don't know. But that's entirely dependent upon whether this card will be good. And then it will be in sideboards as well. Not main deck, obviously.
Yeah, I'd probably pick this over the other 1 cost destroy artifact just because of it gets it out of the graveyard.
Yeah.
And you also have a
Yeah, they have
Valor,
Valor. Valor is not good.
Valor
not
is never useless.
That's not never useless.
I don't think it is.
Yeah. Okay. Wolf's Clutch. X target troop gets +X attack. Basic. So it doesn't work as a combat trick.
Oh, it's basic?
Yeah, it's basic. That's why it's not that great. You have to do it before you attack, and then they block it to death.
Maybe if you have a lot of good evasion, you pick up 1 or 2.
Yeah, maybe with double damage or Swift Strike or something. Not a card I want to pick though. It's not a card I want to pick, I can tell you. Again, one of those cards I don't want to play in my deck, but maybe I have to. Maybe there are some synergies.
Yeah, it works with evasion, but other than that,
So do we have constructed possibilities there with
No.
evasion?
probably not.
Probably not.
Just because it isn't quick.
Yeah. If it was quick, it would be so much better. It's not quick though. Yeah, let's just
Plus, I
continue.
think we have this card in Wild.
Yeah, I think you do. Not sure.
Crush to the ground.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That's
amazing
quick, right?
limited.
That's quick. Yeah, yeah. Clutch is weaker. Clutch is. Warbrand Ruffian. 4 cost 2/3, rage 2, triple ruby +1/+1. So 3/4 if you have triple ruby, and then he attacks for 5/4. That's decent. If you don't have triple ruby, he attacks for 4/3 for 4 cost. That's also okay-ish. Yeah, Felix is a solid card in limited. Not a high pick, but middle in the pack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems about right.
I like the artwork again, all the details. Nicely drawn. The artwork is so amazing. But okay,
Also,
enough.
if you try to play it in constructed, what are you thinking?
No, you just don't. You just don't. Okay. Let's Sapphire, Wild, and Prismatic. Do you guys want to take a break?
I would take like a 3-minute, 5-minute
Okay.
break.
Then let's take a break. We will be back in 5. And let me this way. By the way, I do have a background picture so that you don't have to. That one? Wasn't that one?
They just
That
released a bunch of dragon wallpapers.
Yeah. I do have another wallpaper from Hex. An old one. This one. Back in 5. There we go. See you in 5 minutes. So we continue. Let me get back up. Not that one, but that one. So Sapphire. Arcane banner is from the champion for nine charges. I will not discuss the champions at this point. Maybe as an extra. Astral Sight, 6 cost.
Arcane Banner kind of goes with Astral Sight because if you're playing with that champion, you can Astral Sight into the banner.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's a good remark. Gain more to gain 3 charges on 6, and then you can play the banner on the same turn. That's actually a good idea. That could work out.
I think it's the only reason Astral Sight exists.
Yeah. So we have Zodiac Divination, which is 5 cost. Draw 3, and those 3 cards get cost -1. And Zodiac Divination seems better than this. But if you play that Arcane Banner champion, that seems like a good combination.
I still think the other one's better than this, though.
Yeah, but it's interesting, right? It's interesting. I didn't even think about that. That might make it to a deck, then, with the Arcane Banner champion.
I think you would do that in Limited more often than Constructed.
Yeah, I guess. I can see myself doing that in Constructed as well. But,
People are saying this could let you bounce a bunch of stuff. Oh, they're talking about if you're playing with the other one that bounces. The
Yeah.
other champion. For 10 charges, it bounces their whole field.
yeah, I guess. Is that good enough?
That, to me, seems stronger than getting an Arcade Banner.
Is it, though? Oh, maybe it is.
Bouncing their whole field?
Yeah, I guess. Depends. They have no board? Well, I want to have the Arcane Banner. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. It seems like it's not good enough, but I might be very wrong on that. For Constructed.
I don't like it that much. Like, even with bouncing their whole... Well, I mean, if this is like draw 3 cards, bounce their whole field, or draw a card every turn after this, then maybe it's okay, but I only really like it with bounce their whole field.
Limited, I guess I played this with the Banner Champ. I'm not
Yeah,
super
'cause-
excited about it though. It seems like, especially in Limited, like in Constructed you can play other cards to give yourselves more time and everything, like bounce their stuff or frostbite their stuff. But in Limited it seems like if you use your turn 6 to do nothing, you might be dead in 2 turns or
Yep.
so. Maybe for Limited as well. I don't know. I like the artwork. The artwork is amazing. Let's
Yeah, it
get
is
that
a nice
right.
picture, but it's still a coyodal, so I
Kind
can't.
of looks like a pig. Pig
Oh,
coyote.
You don't, no.
Now I like it a lot more.
It's not a pig. Come on.
I know, but it kind of looks like one.
Looks like a pig with a coyodal head.
Okay, since I don't know.
I'm
I don't know
sorry
what to
for
think about
ruining
this
it.
card. I know that I don't want to spend more than 2 hours on Sapphire, since I've spent more than 2 hours on Ruby already, or we have spent more than 2 hours on Ruby, which wasn't my plan.
Well, yeah.
But okay. So let's move on. Should we? Build agenda.
Yes.
Draw 2 cards. Basic for 4. Underworld. Legions. 2 random cards in your hand. Get when you play this, create a Dreadling and put it into play. I will say no for constructed because it's basic for 4, draw 2 cards. That's and 2 random cards in your hand get when you play this creative turtling. I don't think that's good enough for constructed ever. It's in constructed you can't
Well, no.
afford to use your turn 4 to do nothing but draw 2 cards. That's just not good enough for constructed.
If it was quick, it would be a straight upgrade of another card that we
Yeah.
already had.
If it was quick, I think this card might be constructed playable, but it's not quick, and so you don't have to argue. And limited, so I did one draft, and I got a couple of Battle Agendas, and kind of was not excited about it. It's really not that great in limited as well. Since, again, it's not quick, and that's so bad.
I was just about to say what Sione said in chat. This is the only card I've seen that lets you possibly play a Dreadling on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, fair enough. Still though, not great. The artwork
Yeah,
is
then you're
good,
talking
but-
about at least turn 5 in just to get a trump blocker.
Yeah.
So,
Draw 2 cards is okay for 3, and it's good when quick, like we had with those 2 cards in the previous sets. But for 4 and then basic, and the only upside is Underworld Allegiance to have 2 random cards in your hand, create 1 Dreadling? I don't think that's good enough. I might end up playing that card because I have to, because I don't have another enough
what
playables.
about a Broodnet?
Yeah, Broodnet. Let's just continue.
Sorry, I'm trying to move you along
Yeah,
because
that's
we
fine, that's
wanted
great.
to finish this in. Okay,
Otherwise, I would talk about that card for another 2 minutes, which is just pointless.
so I'm going to be doing that a little bit more.
It's okay, it's great. So, Broodnet, 2 cost basic, exhaust target troop. It gets at the start of your turn. If it has 3 attack or less, exhaust this. I like it. For limited, it's basically removal for 3 or less, obviously. And it can be
Works on
like
Vampire King.
it can be like also even if they don't have 3 attack or less troops, you can like exhaust their big troop for 1 turn, which can be good enough to change the board situation, the race. So I think this is a great limited card. No, it's not good enough for constructed. Just not. But limited, sure.
Okay.
This could be good enough for constructed if it was quick, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But it's not quick. Then it could even be good enough for constructed. Like,
I think it definitely would be.
yeah, it probably would
Because 3 attack or less hits a couple of threats.
be. Sure.
Not huge threats, but like
but,
Vampire
but,
King
But on
and
basic, it's
stuff like
much
that.
weaker. It just is.
yeah, I agree. Probably not constructed just because of that.
Okay. Cavern Sentry. 3 cost 1/4. When you play an Underworld troop, create a Treadling and put it into play. So this does trigger itself, yeah? Because no, it's not. Doesn't trigger itself because it says when you play. Yeah, not when it enters play. I'm so confused sometimes. Yeah. So when it would read when an Underworld troop enters play, then it would trigger itself, but it says when you play, so it doesn't trigger itself. Because when it is on the board, it is already played. So
Yeah, I can agree with that.
yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm not probably the guy to ask about.
No,
card
this is how it
rulings,
works.
but
This is how it works. I'm sure.
That does make sense.
Amazing art. Let's get that out of the way. Nothing for constructed. Let's get that out of the way. For limited, it's
Maybe.
also kind of underwhelming. The 1/4 body for 3 is not something you want to play.
We've got better Dreadling creation in Blood, anyways.
Yeah, but maybe you don't have better Dreadling creation in Sapphire. It's not a great source of Dreadling creation. If you have Scrounge cards and you have nothing else to get Scrounge going, I guess I played that card. Not excited to play that card though.
Yeah,
But I guess it will end up in many of my decks. That
they tried to play this card and they didn't trigger it as much as they wanted to.
I will probably play this in my limited decks, but not happily.
Yeah, I'd pick it low.
Yeah.
What about Cerulean Highguard?
Urian Highguard is pretty lame. It's 4 cost 2/5, which is okay for limited. we had the Zodiac Shaman, right? Which is 5 cost 2/5, so it's basically like just better. But Zodiac Shaman was never good, and even unlimited. But this
I
one,
like how the humans are putting horns on their helmet.
yeah,
And
the art
now
is
they're
great.
actually, yeah, we're demons now.
The art is all the artworks are so amazing. This is a 4 cost 2/5 is good enough for limited. I think it really is.
Oh, holy cow. If you look at his armor, it's kind of reflective, and I think he's standing in front of a bunch of shin hair. I'm not sure. You have to zoom in onto it to. I don't know what's reflecting off his armor, but it looks like something.
It does look like, what's that card with the dead rabbits everywhere? The sacrificing the rabbits or whatever older set. I can't think of the name of it. It looks like that art almost.
Let's try to figure it out. I can't zoom in further. I don't have a big monitor.
Maybe you will find out on his
Extended art.
extended art.
Yeah. So this card is limited playable. Nothing for constructed.
Yep, that's about it.
That's about it. It's not even high pick in limited. It's solid pick. 4 cost 2/5 is okay. It's strange how 1 cost reduction makes a card that much better, right? Zodiac Shaman was 5 cost 2/5 and was just bad, and 4 cost 2/5 is actually pretty okay for limited. And here is Ardent as well. So there are those interactions. Cerulean Lookout. 2 cost 1/4. When this is in display, look at each action in an opposing champion's hand. Our Ardent as well.
2 cost 1/4. That's.
Yeah, we
I
have
think this
those
is
cards
constructed.
already. Yeah, we have those cards already, but I mean, and they did see some play like the Venom card, the one for Venom, that when you get a spider, it taps, exhausts another troop. That did see some play in constructed as a sideboard card mostly against aggressive decks. This could as well see sideboard play.
Well,
against...
I mean, you get to see what's in their hand.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just actions.
Just
Yeah,
actions.
just actions. We have that Coyotl that's quick and it's a 2/1 for 2 that sees the whole hand.
Yep, that one is not played. But this here is arguably better. I mean, it's better against aggressive decks, right?
Yeah, so
Maybe in a
with
sideboard.
that combined with you get to see what the aggressive has in their for actions in their
To
hand.
play around Crushing Blow or stuff.
Maybe you see it a little bit more than the other guy.
Yeah, yeah, this might see some sideboards. I get that. Not that many, probably, but in limited, it's not a high pick whatsoever. I guess you pick it up. It's a 1/4 for 2, which is okay.
You might sight it in if they're being really aggressive.
Sure. It's okay. It's good enough.
It also lives against that other guy, the 3/1 for 1.
Yeah, it's certainly good enough for limited. Let's say that. Change course. That's a nice card. That's a nice card all around on so many fronts. The art is so amazing. Like the end of the world, we are falling from the cliff. And then change course.
And Trath is flat. Even though we know it's not.
Yeah. That's like, yeah. Is that Discworld, right? Discworld. Terry Pratchett. I never read those books, but they're quite famous. Yeah. I mean, what does the card do? 2 cost, quick, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put one of them into your hand, put the remaining cards into your crypt. This is amazing for control players and for tinkerers, for deck builders in Sapphire Blood and Sapphire Diamond and Sapphire whatever. Probably not
that
in
even helps set up Scrounge, potentially.
Yeah. I would say probably not in Mono Sapphire, because Mono Sapphire you have Peak, and Peak seems just better than Change Course in Mono Sapphire. And not Mono Sapphire, Change Course is better.
You could also protect a card against Hero Fall by throwing it in there.
Yeah.
If you have some way of getting it back out, I mean.
It's a nice card. It will see constructed play, I'm sure.
Can't argue that.
And limited, those cards are also nice, but those cards actually, like Arcane Focus, for example, is better in constructed than for limited. It's not like you want to pick Arcane Focus highly. Same thing here, I guess. Although this works better with Scrounge, so that's important to remember. So this actually might be a semi-high pick in limited. It's quick. That's amazing.
What about Coral Cove? I can't say that. Coral Cove.
Coral Cove
Witch. There we go.
First of all,
It's quick.
Yeah, but more important, does she have a tail or is it 2 legs? It's 2 legs, right?
It's 2 legs.
So she's not really a mermaid. She's a witch, something.
She's all messed up, you know.
I can't see left foot. Is there a foot or is that just something missing?
We can see one of her feet. I can't tell if she has toes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at. There's nothing,
It
right?
looks like toes. They have like little indents on them.
Ah, no, I see
Yeah,
it.
but they could be webbed toes.
That's possible. But those are
Skills,
still
yeah.
toes.
Okay. Now that we have talked about the important stuff, let's talk about the card. So we have 4-cost 2/4 Quick Troop. At this end of play, choose one. Target card in your hand gets cost -2, or target troop gets spell sheets this turn. So this works as an save my troop trick, because it's quick. So he plays Hero Fall, I play this. And if I don't need that, I can always play it end of turn to for tempo reasons, to play a card that usually would cost 7 on turn 5. For example.
Doesn't have toes, it's unplayable.
Okay.
Stole that from chat.
Okay. I think it does have toes, because I think it is playable.
Anyways, I got us off topic.
Yeah, interesting card. Very interesting. It's great for limited. I'm sure about that one. Is it good enough for constructed? And the answer is maybe. So I tried to play it on PTR when I built my decks, but I ended up not including it because the other cards I wanted to play in my deck actually were better. So the question is, if you think about it, you have those the flexibility between spell shield and cost reduction. So
I'd normally go with spell shield.
Yeah, usually, but sometimes, I mean, if you have that cost reduction for a total blowout, must pull you for 6. Sounds amazing.
Psychic Ascension.
Oh, it's target card? I thought it was target troop.
No, it's target card.
Oh yeah, that makes it a bit better.
Or I could also just make my counter match cost 1, and then I have, for the next turn, I can play like a 4 or 5 drop and have just 1 open, and they will never guess I have counter magic for 1. So there are a lot of potential possibilities. And so much that I will say this will see constructed play. It has to see constructed play. It's just too flexible, too good. The question is how much.
With the cost reduction, this could be the thing that combo decks need in order to actually exist.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Like a combo deck that relies on troops so that I can get spell shield when I have my cycle going on.
Well, I mean for the cost reduction.
Yeah, for both. For both.
Oh, okay.
It's a very interesting card, and it will see play. I like it quite much. I don't think it's overtuned by any means. I just like it. Yeah, let's move on though. Crackling Tide. 2-cost, quick action. Put target card into its controller's hand, gain a charge. So this is usually weaker than Time Ripple, which does the same, but increases the cost by 1 of the card. It's
I like this a little bit more because you can also use it to save your own troop.
Yeah, but you can do that with Time Ripple as well, but then the troop gets increased.
Yeah, then all the other ones nerf your card a little bit. But this one, it just gives you a charge, so
Yeah,
you always
yeah.
have a benefit when
That's
you play
true. That's true.
it.
The
And
other one
you
is
still have the flexibility.
the other bounce is that troop gets minus attack, which is probably the weakest of the three. So I think, like I had this in the when Varanus did his set review. It depends on the deck. Sometimes I feel like Crackling Tide will be better. Like the gain a charge can be very important actually, and it is better to save your own troops, as you said. So I feel like this will see play. I mean, I'm sure it will see play. The question is, how much will it see less or more play than Time Ripple? And I'm not sure there. Surely depends on the deck you play, on the champ you play. Like if you play that champion that lets you create an Arcane banner, then you want to play Crackling Tides, right?
Well, I personally might include it over Time Ripple, just because my playstyle is I'd like to have. Because with Time Ripple, I really, really don't want to play it on my own troops.
Yeah.
And with this one, I really don't mind. Like,
You don't
it
mind.
doesn't matter to me. Like,
Yeah, I get that.
even if it didn't have gain a charge, I probably might play it over the other ones anyways, just because of how I like to play Sapphire.
I wouldn't say that much, but yeah, I get it. Great for limited, obviously, no question. I mean, it's just a bounce. Those are always great. Okay, let's just move on, I guess. Daring Freebooter. 2 cost, 2/2, Ardent Allegiance. When this enters play, stun target opposing troop. Stun means it gets exhausted and it doesn't ready during the opponent's next ready step. I think this card is good. Obviously amazing for limited. No question. No question there, I guess. That's obvious. And I think it might be even good enough for constructed. I tried this on PTR with my human deck, and I played this as a one-off to get my Ardent champion going. And this is great, obviously, in a troop-based mirror deck. Like if they both play aggro or mid-range, this is the card you want, right? This card might even come from the sideboard then. I think that's... it's just 2/2. The body is a bit underwhelming. If it would have 3/2, it would have been probably too strong, honestly.
Yeah, they would have had it to make it at least uncommon.
Yeah, probably rare, even if it was 3/2. I feel like if it was 3/2 for 2 and had that Ardent Allegiance ability, it would see constructed play for sure. This way, I think it might actually. In certain matchups against certain decks from the sideboard, maybe. Like it's such a tempo swing. It's such a tempo swing. Like they played their Hero of Legend. You play Freebooter or something, or whatever. You can attack, otherwise you could maybe not have attacked. And they miss their next attack step and their next block step. They miss 2 block steps, right? Yeah. That's how stun works. They miss 2 block steps.
Stun is basically a shortened version of the it can't ready.
Yeah, and you exhaust, so they miss 2 block steps. That's pretty huge. Yeah. Limited, no question. Limited is a very high pick. You have to have Ardents, obviously. That's important to remember.
I can see people playing this in constructed too.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, as I said, I did it as a one-off to get my Ardent champion going. And I guess I can see it like having 3 more on my sideboard. I will say
that's
that
a pretty good interplay effect.
Yeah.
So
it's very decent. Just that the body
even though it's not overstated like everything else.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Everything else is overstated.
Is good enough.
Overstated. This just lacks 1 additional power. Then it would be so amazing. But okay. Then it would be considerably too amazing. So I guess I'm fine with that. The depth.
Hey, look, a one drop socket.
Yeah, the depth crawler. I can't say depth. So, what sockets do we have? We have in Sapphire, we have the very important one-shot pay 2, get 2 dreadlings. And I see that as the most important socket for 1 cost, 1/1. Or maybe the Valor if you Ruby Sapphire. Because those kinds of gems work on all cards. And so you want them to work on your cheap cards that do nothing as basically nothing. So the 2 dreadlings is pretty good, right? It's okay.
Yeah, I like that one. That's probably what you'd end up doing most of the time.
I don't think this is good enough for constructed though, but limited, yeah. Constructed, you need to have better options than this one. I feel like.
Yeah.
But limited, to get your scrounge going, I think that's decent enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the one that you'd get just to put in like dreadling sockets.
Yeah, always dreadlings.
And then you can chump block.
Always dreadlings, yeah. And then you have scrounge. Just for that reason, basically. Okay. Diligent Counselor. 4 cost 3/4 spell shield. When 3 or more opposing troops attack, draw a card. That and rare. This could be uncommon, by the way. You play that in limited for sure. You first pick that in limited for sure, I would even say, because yeah, it misses. They can't really attack like they want to.
Oh, I thought it had flight for a second.
Yeah,
no, that's spell shield.
First time I saw the card, I also thought it would have flight, but then it would be much better.
It's just he looks like all the other flying wizards.
Yeah, he looks like a flying wizard, but he's not flying. Just has spell shield. So for constructed, I feel like that's not good enough. It's just nah, it's not. Sadly, not. I wish it would be good enough.
Junk rare.
Yeah.
I'd pick an uncommon over him most of the time.
No, I think in limited is actually pretty good. I think in limited is pretty good, yeah. Like in limited, you have more dreadlings, you know.
I mean, unless you see a really good uncommon, because some of those uncommons are really good.
Yeah, that's true.
You might pick them over.
Yeah, okay,
one of those over this.
But it's not a bad card for limited whatsoever.
No, it's not. It's just there's probably better stuff.
Yeah, maybe sometimes.
I mean, if it's a strong.
Yeah. Okay.
Thing.
Okay. This one is interesting. Dinglewiss, 4 cost 0/2 basic. Transform target troop in your hand into a dingler. Put that troop into play. It gets at the start of turn. Revert this. Yeah, that's good. Are you even down to wait a turn and use Ovo? How about that?
Oh no, that's pretty good. This guy is like, whenever I think they printed him just because they like printing strong stuff and then cheating stuff into play is always
It's basically an Elvish Piper from Magic the Gathering, kind of. I just say that to the viewers who might know that. So what troops can we use here?
Argus.
Yeah, sure. Argus seems like okay. I thought Mastermoss, but Mastermoss is like I can't replay him because triple wild.
No, I mean
Urunas?
Yeah, Urunas. Like you don't need the thing with this is you don't need to meet their threshold requirements.
Sure. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
But what about constructed?
Some things.
Because these are all things that would only happen.
Yeah. Talking about constructed, I realized that.
And he's kind of slow.
He's too slow, yeah. You play it on turn 4, and then you have to wait a turn. And then you activate
And then you
him,
have to wait another turn.
Then you have to wait another turn? Not good enough. That's just not good enough, sadly. I wish it was. But it's not. Limited's also very weird, right? Because limited, by the time you reach turn 4, turn 5, you can play most of your stuff anyways, right?
Yeah. So
It's a
he
strange
seems
card.
really cool at first, but like if you think about him, what does he really do?
Being
Because
a
like
Dingler
you're
mage,
if
that's
yeah.
what he does. Ah, the Dinglers.
And it's really easy to remove whatever
Yeah.
gets put out there.
With 2 toughness.
And
Not
the
him.
Dingler,
I mean, the dingler that he puts, even if he stays alive, to
Oh,
put a
both.
dingler.
Both, yeah.
If you have direct damage, you'd almost leave that out there so you can take their guys
Yeah,
out
I
that they're
get
trying
that.
to play for free.
To get them, like, to get more card advantage, yeah. It feels like
I mean, you could all like the way you'd get past that is if you play with Ovo. Then it's a
Yeah.
turn 5, play any card from your hand for free, basically.
yeah, but you don't get the constant play abilities. That's also like always a sad thing.
Yeah, so that's yeah, I have no idea.
I think it's not good enough for constructed. It's just too complicated, too slow. And for limited, it's also not good. But that being said, I don't mind that card. I don't mind it at all. I like it that it exists because it's
I think
first
it's
of
a
all,
really cool design.
yeah, it's a cool design and it is a Dingler mage. And look at that
And it's
picture.
not broken.
And it's it's neat. It's clever. It's complicated. It might be fun. It's a Dingler mage. Come on. And that art, it's just nice, but nothing for constructed and nothing. It's a limited trap card. I feel like. Yeah. Okay.
This could end up being a 30 plat rare.
Yeah. It probably will be.
Oh man, that makes me kind of sad. But you know, at the same time, this is Dingler.
Yeah.
That kind of fits.
That's Technomancer. 1 cost 1/1. When you play an artifact, create a Dreadling and put it into play. While you have 5 or more artifacts in your crypt, this says +5/+5. This was, by the way, my first pick in my first draft on PTR. And it didn't work out.
How'd that go for you?
I lost round 1. But I don't even remember why I lost. It might be just that I just was shot screwed or whatever. But I mean, it seems really decent in limited. Like I built that deck. The draft went fine. Like I wasn't sad about where I ended up in my draft. So I think that it's certainly a card especially if you first pick it, you build your deck around it. So I think this is clearly good enough for limited. Is it good enough for constructed? That's the real question. Like if you play like the Ruby Sapphire aggressive robot deck, maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
with Dreadling support.
Yeah, Dreadlings are robots. So
I played a crazy artifact deck with the artifact hero that puts worker bots in, and he used this, and it was pretty much just blue and artifact, though, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
I can't remember every single combo, but the one we went over the other day where it has the assault and then it plays itself
Yeah,
if its
yeah.
cost is under 1
Yeah.
or 1 or under.
Yeah, I can see that working out. So this might be, this will be constructed play. The question is, how much constructed play we'll see like after 2 months. I'm not
And
sure.
also, how much will it cost?
Not too much.
I want to say
Not too much.
over
200.
100.
Yeah, probably over 100, but probably under 200. It might be a tier 1 constructed deck, and then we are off the charts, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it has. Like, I don't know how fast you can get those artifacts in your crypt, but then all of a sudden it's a 6/6 for 1.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. I like
And
it.
dreadlings are artifacts, so
Dreadlings are artifacts.
Yeah.
This seems good enough to try out for constructed. I will say that much. It's even like it's a decent late game top deck, right? Even mid game, like late game.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have it set up.
Yeah, as long as you have the 5 artifacts in your crypt, then you have a 6/6 for 1 on turn 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. That's all good. Although with the with the aggro dwarf robot deck, you want to not go into late game. But that's fine. You don't need to go into late game.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about a boring card?
That's Clouds. Target troop gets +1/+3 this turn. Quick action for 1. It's a decent combo trick in limited.
Yeah, good for limited.
Not good
Probably
enough for constructed.
Yeah.
Let's just move on. Nice art. Again, like the background is again photorealistic. I don't know. Clouds look amazing, right?
Yeah. I mean, as
It looks amazing.
an amateur artist, I can tell you that is not easy to do.
Yeah.
That is probably one of the hardest things to do.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
they threw it on a boring card.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But still, it will see limited play. Which
Naked
again makes,
girls always see limited play.
which again makes me, it makes me sad that there is not much support for extended art in limited. Like, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Whisper.
Eldritch Whisper, Chaos Touch, 5 cost 4/4. When it's on display, draw a card. If you don't control another Eldritch Whisper or Eldritch Shriek, choose and discard a card. So I feel like so we have a cycle on our hands here, and the cycle gets much better with the next set, obviously. So right now we have only the first half of that cycle and only one half of the cycle. Those cards are much weaker for limited. That being said, this card is good enough and limited on its own. Like 5 cost 4/4 and I filter a card. That's okay. That's good enough. I think that's good enough.
Yeah, yep. I hope Eldritch Shriek is cheaper than 5.
Yeah.
If it's more than 5, then that's kind of sad.
Again, amazing art. If I always repeat myself. Nothing
What
for
happened to his
constructed.
eyes? Because like they should have been popped out if like the way those tentacles are moving.
His eyes are
But
gone.
it looks like they're
They're just gone.
huh.
They
Who
exploded
knows?
right before the picture was taken.
Yeah, who knows? Nothing for constructed. Maybe if the Eldritch Shriek is amazing or something, then it might be constructed, but who knows? Who knows?
It depends on what the Shriek does with the Whisper.
Yeah, let's just move on. Because this card is more interesting. Empress of Ice.
Yep.
3 cost 2/4 flight. When you gain Sapphire, exhaust target opposing card. 5 Sapphire opposing cards can't ready during their controller's ready step. I played with this card on PTR and constructed, and I was rather underwhelmed. I was not impressed.
Really?
Not really, yeah. Because I played a more
I-
control style deck, and actually this card is not good in control. You think it would be good in control, but it's not. It's probably more better in aggro or mid range. Because I mean, if you get to the 5 Sapphires, okay, but it's not like they can't play stuff. Just that the troops don't ready. But there are so much removal effects.
And a lot of the troops in constructed do stuff when they enter play anyways. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
It's just 2/4. It's not really hitting that hard. It's 3 cost 2 and then I take attack for 2. That's not really that strong. The exhaust is probably not so good because she flies, so she probably can attack anyways, right? She doesn't need to
Yeah.
exhaust the opposing troops. So we are talking mostly about the 5 Sapphire effect, which is amazing. But again, there are so many removal effects that, okay, if the opposing player never finds a removal for the 2/4, then it's great. But you have to get 5 Sapphires first, which all the wild decks means you could be dead by that point, sadly. And yeah, I don't know.
The interesting thing about this cycle is that we haven't seen the blood or diamond version of these cards
That's
yet.
true, yeah. Maybe
And
those
I
are
really
the
want to
next
know what
set?
those ones do.
Maybe
Because
those
like,
aren't the
the
next
ruby
set.
one's good, and
Yeah.
the wild one's pretty good.
The wild one is amazing. The wild one is the best one by far. Of course, because it's wild.
Yeah.
So this one, it's obviously amazing and limited. We don't need to talk about that. I think in constructed, people might overestimate it. Maybe in the right deck, it's great. Like in a tempo-based mid-range deck with flyers and stuff, it might be actually great. But it's I don't know. Just don't know.
Just underwhelming.
I think my experience was underwhelming with it. Like I ended up cutting it from my deck. That's how bad I felt with it.
Yeah, my thoughts were, oh, this is just okay, and then I saw it had flight, and I'm like, okay, that's a little bit better, but that didn't really change much.
So my
it seems
suggestion
like.
for this card is sell immediately, because I think this card will fall down in price quite a bit.
Yeah, I think people, like, considering what you said, people will be excited to play with this.
Yeah, people will be
and-
more excited than it is really good, I think. And at the start, this will be probably, like, at the very start, it will be 1.5k. Yeah, probably. At the very start, at day one. And then it will drop down, and it might end up at 500 platinum,
I
400
would
platinum.
say 400, maybe
Yeah,
350.
Yeah. Probably not much less because it looks too good. It looks too good. By the way, the art is also amazing, obviously. Say looks too good. Yeah. Okay. And I mean, limited. Of course, you picked that card. What's the question? Of course, you picked that card and you built a deck around it.
Yeah, so you can sell it.
Yeah, that's yeah. But even you also want to play
and
that
it's
card.
also got evasion and it's cheap.
Yeah, and the exhaust target opposing card is much better and limited. Like then you can
Yeah.
attack more. So
Just like with Frostbite.
Frostbite. This is my favorite card, Sapphire card of the set, actually. And I'm talking limited and constructed. I really do. This card I included in the same deck, and this card actually surprised me how good it was.
Really?
Did. Yeah.
I mean, I would think that the triple threshold is a little bit
I played Mono Sapphire.
frustrating, but it also is quick, and stun is really good,
I played
especially when you can do that as a quick.
so I played it in Mono Sapphire, and I played it with the sham that stuns target exhausted troop.
Holy cow.
It's, up to it, it also works against Dreamweaver, Ancient. I like it. It gives you so much tempo. It really does. Like then with the Champ that stuns target exhaust troop, they miss 2 attacks with that one troop. You can wait until their turn until
yeah.
they want to attack.
You're preventing 2 attacks and 2 blocks.
Yeah.
Just entangling webs without having to tap a guy and it's
Basically,
one
and
cost
for one.
instead of 2.
Yeah. It could, yeah. You have to have 3 Sapphire, but if you play mono, that's not the issue. Yeah. I really like the card. Limited as well, but limited is harder to play because you probably don't want to play mono Sapphire and limited, but still good enough. It's easily good enough. And again, this card really surprised me how good it was in my constructed deck. It really did.
Yeah, the art is really nice too.
The art is amazing. I don't know what's going on there with those guys. Seems like they are melting away or something. Or is it rain or what is it?
No, it looks to me like they got hit with an ice blast
Yeah.
from the opposite direction where the icicles are coming off.
Yeah. It seems like you're right. Yeah. And they are frozen. Yeah. Those 2 guys are getting frostbite. That's what's going on. I get it now. Okay, so I love this card. I love this card. I love the whole cycle, and I love especially this card.
Speaking of a cycle we don't like,
Cliff of Sky, target troop gets flight, basic for 0. Let's just not talk about those cards, right? I mean, we have talked enough about those cards.
yeah, they're not worth the card.
I mean,
this one is permanent, so I think this is probably the most playable one out of all of them. But
I guess
still,
we said the speed one was the most playable, but
well, I mean, this one is a permanent thing, and
it's
flight. like especially in limited, this is probably gonna be played more than the Glyph of Speed.
Yeah, and it probably is being played more than it should be played. I don't know.
Yep, I agree with that.
Let's
But
just
this one
let's just
probably
move
the most
on.
useful.
Let's just move on. Guppy
Guppy
gloves.
gloves.
Target troop gets -X attack, X quick action. I like it. Like it for limited for sure. And I think I came close to playing this in constructed actually. Simple.
It's like the Vol card we saw at the end of Ruby, except this one seems
There's one
better.
reason why I came close to playing that card in constructed. There's one reason and one reason alone. Might you guess that reason?
It's quick.
No. It has to do
It's
with
fish puns.
It has to do with the troop that I can target with.
Oh,
targeted.
Dreamweaver.
Yeah, exactly.
Ancient.
Exactly. It's permanent as well. So basically it removes the Dreamweaver, more or less. And it is for 3, it's not really a removal, but then you can block easily as well. And getting a 1 cost is not as bad as getting a 4 cost. Let me tell you that much. It's also good against Master Moss.
Oh yeah.
So I think this might be good enough for constructed in certain decks. I'm not sure it is, but I'm saying it might be. I didn't actually include it in my deck, but I came close.
Well, I mean, between this and Frostbite's a little bit better.
Yeah.
A lot of bit better.
Yeah. Limited, it's great. Limited, it's quick and it's permanent. Limited, no question. That's a good pick.
And it's also easier to play than Frostbite, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Gyronaut, 3 cost, double Sapphire, 3/3, flight. This can't ready during a ready step. Sacrifice an artifact ready this. This works out with Dreadlings and with other artifacts you don't care about. So with the deck I drafted, with the Technomancer, I did pick up the Gyronauts as well. I ended up with 3 Gyronauts.
That seems like too many.
Yeah, probably too many.
So don't touch this in constructed. What are you thinking?
No, don't touch this in constructed. Yeah, don't touch it. Limited. I think you will get those late.
3 evasion, good enough.
I think you will get those late. I got mine late. They basically cycled this table.
I think we cut somebody off. Nope. I heard somebody try to say something, but then we both started talking at the same time. Whatever. Hail
Wasn't me.
I don't know. If someone is here who wants to say something, say something. I have no issue.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. It's okay.
I'd pick
Not
the
great.
next card over Gyronaut almost any time.
Yeah, I mean, Gyronaut really passed the table. Like, it's built the table. It's not amazing. It's not great. It's not even good. But
it's better than you think it is, but
Yeah.
it's also as bad as you think it is.
You really need those artifacts. You really do. And I don't know. It's just not that amazing to have a 3/3.
It triggers
fly for 3.
underworld stuff. I mean,
If it was like 4/3 for 3, then okay.
yeah, it's a 3/3 flyer. Good value, but it doesn't ready.
Yeah. That's
the problem.
The drawback is
Sacrifice a Dreadling.
yeah, okay, but you have to create those first. I mean, the way I see it, the drawback is too big for its stats. If it was 4/3, then I would say it's good. I mean, good, really good. But since it's only 3/3, I don't think so.
I guess all I'm saying is I think it has a place in those decks where
Yeah, it
you
does
need
have a place.
artifacts in your
I
crypt.
played them.
Yeah.
I wasn't too sad about them, but
There might also be a trick that you could do with the Blood Outpost, where you make some Dreadlings, you exhaust the Dreadlings for the outpost, then you sacrifice the Dreadling,
yeah.
and then you have this guy ready, and then you exhaust him, so each Dreadling counts as 2 for that.
Or maybe
That's
Or
that
maybe,
might be a neat
yeah,
trick with it.
or maybe
but
for construct with all the plans, right? Where you have to exhaust 5 and then you get the bot shop or whatever. Or the 5/5, like with the
yeah, so
construction
I mean,
plans.
something that can ready itself.
It's
There's
always
some things you
interesting,
can
yeah.
do with that, but
I don't think so, though. I don't think so.
I still in limited would pick Hailhawk over this almost every time.
Okay, let's talk about Hailhawk then. Hailhawk is 3 cost, 2 flight. Very boring. Nothing for constructed. Again, amazing artwork. Like,
Easier to splash.
where did they get those artists? And why are those artists not listed on the card? That, I mean, someone.
I think once we get double back, they'll be credited.
Yeah, but they should be credited right now. The artworks is probably one of the best aspects of the game, honestly. Especially with extended arts. But the extended arts, no one sees them because in limited you don't extend your cards, which is a shame. But yeah, I did make this suggestion like a couple times now. Okay.
I thought they put it on the forums for the last set.
Yeah, make a petition. Be King Gabriel.
Yeah, I did make 2 separate forum posts that's like the last 1.5 years. I got little response and so this is good, yeah? This is good. Do
Yeah,
pick it
I
up
like
like
it a little
Gyronaut? I
bit
think I
better
do.
than Gyronaut,
Yeah.
but Gyronaut is more interesting, but this is
Gyronaut
more
is
consistent.
better when the rest of your deck works around it, yeah? But if you don't have artifacts, that's simple enough, then this one is okay.
Yeah, and this one only has 1 threshold.
Yeah. Okay, let's just continue though. Alt. Thank you for the follow, whoever that is. Halt. Quick action, interrupt, target, quick card. For 1.
Oh no, they did it.
Dispel from Magic the Gathering. The turtle is running at the wall, against the wall. So the picture, the artwork is funny. Like it.
Yeah, and it has equipment that references Wild E Coyote.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So
No,
this-
that you say
this
it, that's this reference. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Ali Coyote, yeah.
This is gonna see constructed play.
Yeah.
I don't know if
So-
it's gonna see limited play.
Yeah, I agree. Limited, it's more like the sideboard from the sideboard. If you have like quick actions, if you see a couple of quick actions your opponent plays, then maybe, but even then it's not that great. For constructed, it obviously is great. Like I like this card because it makes counter wars much more interesting. And again, I feel like counter wars generally tend to reward the better player, the more skilled player, more so than mid-range mirrors. Like, I think control mirrors are the most skill intensive, and mid-range mirrors are probably the least skill intensive. Maybe aggro is equally bad, but I feel like control mirrors are actually skill intensive. I like those cards. So
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Here we have Halt.
Maybe
And-
that's why I like mid range.
So you play that as well, or could play it in Sapphire Wild with all those outrageous undercasted troops like Dreamweaver Ancient to protect it against Hero Fall and other stuff, which makes it really strong.
Can always halt a halt.
You can always hold a halt or halt counter magic.
You could riposte a halt and then play a halt.
Yeah. So I like the card. I have to say. It was about time to get control players more into action, I feel like. To have better counter wars. Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy they printed it.
I'm excited about this card as well. The Indigo Trickster. 2 cost, 1/3, Suckable Miner. When this deals damage to an opposing champion, transform a random non-resource card on that champion's hand into a random card of the same shards. So I actually did a deck on PTR constructed with that. and I socketed with wild to get it flight when it attacks, so I have evasion.
You mean diamond?
A diamond, yeah. But it ended up in my head at the end. I thought that it was not good enough, since it is. I mean, if you hit, it's not like they discard. It's just they transform into something random, which can be really good, can be also not so good. It's
I think it has more potential in constructed than limited.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because in limited, you're probably gonna give them a stronger card.
Yeah, limited, you don't want to do that. Limited is just since limited the cards are fairly weak in general, at least compared to constructed. In constructed, you usually will get something much weaker, but in limited, it's like it could be even better. There's a good chance it will be better. The random card that it gets transformed into. So it will be maybe for constructed, maybe with the evasion, maybe with the diamond gem. But I don't know if it's good enough. The effect.
It's a 2-cost socket. That's good, and it's also ardent, so it fits into 2 archetypes. Because I think, or tribals or whatever you like to call them, because I think socketing is becoming an archetype.
So I would just say. This could be constructed playable with a diamond gem and evasion. Since I have tested it and I was not convinced, I'm just not convinced, but I might be wrong.
So probably a cheap rare.
Cheap rare, yeah. Under 100 platinum for sure. I would say. Let's move on. Jet Cadet. Jet Cadet has 2-1
cool
flight. Underworld, and this can't block troops without flight. We have the same card basically in Magic the Gathering, and it is a limited. It was a limited staple there, and this is a limited staple here. It's just a tempo card, right?
Yep.
It's not quite good enough for though.
No,
better cards
definitely not.
constructed. But yeah, it's nice. And the artwork again, like I say, on every second card, I feel like is amazing. I don't know.
I can't tell if he's over clouds or over ground that's moving fast.
No, he's on the side. Like on the left side, I think that's the Earth, right?
Yeah,
Ground.
yeah, it has to be.
So he's basically flying on the side. Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of clouds behind him, so if he was over clouds, then he must be
No.
way too high.
Flying sideways. Okay. Lost in Time. Quick action, 2 cost. Put target troop randomly into the top 3 cards of its controller's deck, then that troop's controller draws a card. Pseudo removal. Delayed removal.
This one makes me sad because it used to be a lot more interesting, at least with what the art was attached to.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
I forget, but it was a socketed action, and you void a troop, and then you put it into play at the end of your turn with the socket attached to it, or with the gem power attached to it. It was when they were spoiling set 4. They had a card with this art, and then they got rid of it. And now it's this.
Yeah. Okay. What do I think about this card? I think it's okay for limited. Not really. I mean, it has to be good enough for limited. It's basically bounce, but better than bounce, right?
Yeah.
Better than bounce. Yeah, I guess it's better than bounce. I think they do get to draw a card, but basically they have to redraw that card, so it's not like they get card advantage over 3 cards. No, they don't get card advantage, basically, no. So it's better than bounce, since, yeah, it's better than bounce. So this actually might also be constructed playable, right?
Yeah, I mean, it deals with Dreamweaver.
Yeah, that's important. It's a 2 cost that deals with Dreamweaver.
And you're not playing it next turn.
Yeah,
I hope.
Maybe they are.
Actually, there's a
66% chance. They draw a card
yeah.
immediately, and
They
then
draw
they
a
draw
card and
another
then they
card on
draw
their turn.
another. Yeah. So that.
You can use it on your own card too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can do that to your guy.
Would you, yeah, I guess you would do that if you need to fish for something special, right? If you need to take extinction or something.
Or to save your card, either.
Yeah, sure. That's interesting.
But then you have to compare it to Crackling Tide.
I think the draw,
Is it better than Cracking Tide?
if you don't have Crypt play, it's better than Crackling Tide, I think.
Yeah, because it replaces itself. Yeah, it's
You're not
It's hard to
crypting cards
tell.
you might need.
I don't know. Let's put this in the maybe camp.
I liked it so much better when it was minor socket action.
Yeah. Okay.
Well.
Let's just go on. Mechanized aerialist. Going on that artwork. Again, amazing artwork. That background again and everything. 3/4 flight, assault. When a troop you control attacks, cost reduction. Okay. So it's usually a 5 or 4 cost, you would imagine. It's good. It's good. It's good for limited.
And that's about it.
That's about it. Nothing for constructed. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, but for limited, it's okay. It's okay. It's good. Solid
He
middle
can't
pick.
land though, because I don't think he installed the right lever according to the flavor text.
Yes, I see. Okay. No lever for down. Okay. So he has to stay in the air, I guess. 3/4 unlimited is good enough to block, I think, basically every flyer. We have seen 3/2, we have seen 2/2, we have seen 3/3. So it dominates everything in the air, I feel like, or almost everything.
There's a couple of rares that have 4 attack
sure,
and
rares. Yeah, let's not talk about rares. But this is good. That's good.
flying. Yeah. Even if you have to play it for 6.
Yeah. And maybe you don't have to. Maybe you have to can play it for 2 on turn 5 and then play another 3 cost. There's all kinds of stuff. But it's okay. Even for 6. Next card, Mind Call. Basic. Choose up to 2 target cards in your hands. Those cards get cost -1. This has to be some kind of combo potential. I'm just not sure which kind of combo potential.
You see it, you're probably going to see it in Constructed.
Yeah, I would agree to that. It's not like you need that in limited. That's not good enough for a card in limited. But constructed, I don't mind to have this card. I think I saw it in one PTR in one deck, but I'm not. I don't recall which deck that was.
But the other problem with it is it's a really bad top deck.
There has to be some combo deck with it, right? This card screams combo, right?
Yeah, it does.
Just not sure.
Maybe it's for using with a card we're going to see soon, Psychic Ascension.
Yeah. Maybe with some future set, some future cards. Maybe there's some combo already that I'm not. I mean, it's hard to think about all different scenarios and combinations you can
Just
have.
Mind Call into Mind Call into Mind Call into Mind Call into
Storm.
really expensive troop.
Build up Storm. And we don't have Storm and Hex right now. Who knows?
I like it a lot. I think Ascension is going to be a very... I've played against it. It's pretty rough. Just a strong fog
think?
with the Psychic Ascension they pick for.
We will talk about it, okay? But not now. Let's move on. Mirror. Basic. Create a copy of up to two target cards and put them into play. So, like, if they have 1 Master Moss, I get 2 Master Moss. That's basically what it is. No.
If you have 1 Dreamweaver, you now have 3 Dreamweaver.
No, if he has only 1 Master Moss, I can't get 2 Master Moss. If he has a Master Moss and, let's say, a Croc, then I get a Master Moss and a Grog, right? Copy up to target, yeah. That's what it is.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But you can play it on your own board. Like if you have 2 troops, you can double your troops. So I will say limited, it's a bomb, clearly. Yeah. You will
Yes.
probably be better on the board after that. I think
And
constructed
for
is not good enough.
constructed?
No, I don't think so. It's basic, so you use your turn. I
Yeah,
don't
if
think
it was
so.
quick, you could see this in
Yeah,
constructed.
if it was quick, it would be quite insane. Then it would work as a combat trick. Quick, it would be if this card was quick, we would talk about this card probably to be changed. Yeah, I will say that. But it's not, so it's fine. It's okay. That's okay. Don't know what's going on with that card in the artwork. Like what's happening there? Is there some kind of backstory?
King
Some kind of
Gabriel's
lore?
going crazy, or he's looking at a painting. But it's too dark for the painting to be that bright, so
do we
I
know who
would
that
like to
guy
say
is?
that he is being crazy.
Do we
Called
know?
Mirror Mirror.
Yeah. Do we know who
Yeah.
that guy is?
That's King Gabriel.
Is it?
He's crazy.
I have no idea. Is this? No, is this like the Vampire King and Vampire Prince before they were vampires?
Or is it a younger him and his wife?
That kind of looks like Queen Grace.
Hmm.
And that kind of looks like King Gabriel.
I don't
And
care.
King Gabriel is declaring war on the underworld.
I don't care for lore, but
That's probably the art is probably for a lore reason like that.
yeah, sure.
That's why I bring it up.
Yeah, I don't care for lore, but I still think it's interesting to think about it. Like now that I talk about it.
King
The
Gabriel's
only problem
crazy.
is I have no idea about the lore, but I like those cross references without being explicit about it. Like there's no lore text here, but there's some reference there, right? There is a reference. I just don't get the reference because I have no idea about lore. But there's a reference. There has to be a reference. Okay. Let's move on. Nagan Lapidary. Nagan Lapidary. 3 cost 2/2 Secretable Major. When this deals damage to an opposing champion, you may avoid this. If you do, gain control of target opposing troop. It gets all targeted powers of this.
This is gonna be crazy once Immortal comes out.
With the direct damage gem. Yeah, it's good. I mean, you have to give it some kind of evasion. So actually, you would maybe in Diamond with the flight gem, then you don't have a major, but okay. Like if it has flight and they have only ground troops, that's good. Like a mind control effect, it's always good. It's permanent. Like they can't change it again. Once it hits, once you deal damage, you can gain control.
And then you steal their whatever it is called, the guy we're making fun of, Dreamweaver.
Maybe with Boris, right? Maybe with Boris as a champion to get it flight. Give it flight. And then maybe the Sapphire gem, the major gem, to get an action.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways you can get damage in.
I think this card has constructed implications.
And limited.
Limited as well, yeah. Limited for sure.
Just put the flying one in and
Yeah.
then take their best troop.
Cares about Secretable Major if you have invasions then. Huh. And it has to be some constructed possibilities with powers and everything.
I mean, stealing a troop is
It's amazing.
strong enough to try.
Yeah, it's amazing. Stealing a troop is amazing. That's removal plus playing your own troop, basically. It's 2 cards for 1. Yeah, gain control, mind control is basically playing 2 cards for 1 on its own. Okay, so there has to be some kind of deck. Still I would say this is not much more than 100 to 200. Yeah. Paradigm shift. Shift. Yeah. Put target troop into its controller's hand. Gets on this display, each opposing champion puts a troop from their hand into play. So a bounce on basic, but when they replay that troop, you get to play your own troop for free. I don't know. I feel like saying no because it's basic. I would maybe say yes if it was quick. I think the art is amazing again. I don't know who that guy is, lore-wise. I don't know if that is some figure important in this story. But
Yeah, I don't recognize him.
I think
And there's also two of them.
I don't think it's really good enough. It's basically you play on 3, and then they can decide whether or not they want to replay that troop. They can just wait. They play another troop. They just wait. They don't play that troop immediately. They just play it when they have to. And so they wait, and by that point, you might play your troops just your own turn. I guess it works well with counter magics, right? So basically, you can bounce this stuff, but then again, it's basic, so you can't keep up counter magic the turn you play Paradigm Shift. Paradigm. I can't say that in English. Paradigm, right? Paradigm.
Yes,
Yep,
that is
you got
right.
it.
That's right. Yeah. 4th time the charm. Then I get it. Paradigm Shift. I don't know. Limited? I don't know either. For the same reasons, basically.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't know.
It's an interesting card. It's one of those cards where I say, great design, and it's rare that I don't quite fathom how good or bad it is.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna lean on no because it's essentially just a bounce card
Yeah.
that doesn't have quick,
Yeah.
and it's more expensive
Yeah.
than all our other bounce
But it has a
cards.
potential upside, and the upside is potentially good. But nah. Yeah, let's move on. I like it though. For what it's worth. Polymorphic Army. 1x. Quick action. Transform each troop you control into a random troop with cost X. That's interesting. So the card already tells you what they want you to do. Battle hoppers shall be transformed into something else. Yeah, and they will. I think this will see constructed play. I don't know if it will be really good.
How do you get all the troops out though? What are they? Are they dreadlings? Are they battle hoppers?
Battle
Like,
hoppers.
Both. Either.
Mostly battle
because
hoppers.
the tricky thing with that is most of the best ways to generate battle hoppers and dreadlings are tied to troops. So when you use this, you're turning your whole board into something random.
The trick is that it is quick. That's the
Oh.
trick. So
Yeah,
what you
that
do?
is-
What you do is explain what you do. You invest your first 4, 5, or 6 turns to get a board state, which consists mostly of battle hoppers. Then you play this end of your opponent's turn after they just played a troop or something for 5 or 6 or 7, and then you just attack for lethal. I feel like you will attack for lethal, right? That's how I feel like. So I think this is amazing.
Yeah, I always overlook things being quick.
Yeah, it's important.
But the other thing about that is you're probably going to have to go with a battle hopper strategy with that
Yeah.
because dreadlings die on your turn.
Yeah, sure. If this was not quick, if this was basic, I would say the card is not good at all. But since it is quick, I will try this out in Constructed. I will try it out. I'm not saying it will be great, but I'm saying it might be great.
Yeah, just like run 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, sure. it's yeah, maybe you play even more because you build your deck around this variant action. I don't know.
The problem with using it with battle hoppers is shin hairs are in different shards, and this needs two Sapphire.
Yeah, but okay, you have good fixing in this set, and yeah, you don't have wild Sapphire, right? You don't have that shard that well. Yeah, that's kind of sad.
It's mostly just what shard it's in. If it was wild, then yeah, probably be.
Yeah, okay.
It would probably be too powerful.
Yeah, maybe.
So right now, the only really synergy I can see with this is using it kind of as a basic on your turn, or attacking in with a bunch of dreadlings, and then using this.
I mean, you can
once
also
they
use it as
declare
a
their
combat trick,
blocks.
right? You can also use it as a combat trick, like
Yeah.
with your little dudes, and then they are massive dudes.
Oh, that's an interesting point.
They don't block your battle hoppers, because why would
Yeah,
they?
but someone
then you
from
have
chat
lethal.
said this can counter polymorph Dingler.
As well, yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's a good point. This card is good. Let me tell you, it's also amazing and limited. Obviously, it works on so many levels. Yeah, I like the card. I don't think it will be tier 1, but it might be tier 1. Who knows? I will try it out. Let's move on though.
Yeah.
Psychic Ascension. So there we have the interesting card. You transform into a Paragon of Thought for 15. 15. How can I play 15? You don't have to play 15. When you play an action, if this is in your deck or hand, this gets cost -1. So you have to play a lot of actions, obviously, and then you can play it for maybe 7 or 8. So what is a Paragon of Thought?
I actually don't know if it's listed here.
I don't think it is.
I know what it is.
Well,
if you need to.
Yeah, tell us.
It's you spend 1 charge, you get a action in your hand.
A random action, right? That you can
Correct.
Play. Yeah.
Any action you play creates creatures equal to, I believe, the cost of an action.
Okay.
Now that I would have to double check, but essentially, you're creating creatures by playing actions at all times.
Yeah, and it's just 1 charge activation. Yeah, just 1 charge. I feel like
Once it happens, once you get it in play, you're very difficult to beat. Is the main.
Are you though? I mean, the question is, can I use it the turn I play? The turn I play, I'm still open, right? Basically.
It needs 1 charge. So if you didn't use your charge power that turn, you can use that power.
I guess.
And the other thing about it is the random action that you create you'll be able to play it because it'll meet your threshold requirements.
Yeah. But it will be random as well. I'm not convinced, but I can see that being powerful. I have to play against it, and then I will say it's broken.
Well, any action that you play, not only including the ones that it creates, will make a troop.
And put it into play or put it into hand? That
puts it into play.
That's good.
I've played against it a few times. It's crazy.
Yeah, okay. So maybe I change my mind once I play against it. It looks good enough. And
the tricky thing is decreasing its cost, but it seems like with Mind Call, there's a lot of ways to do that.
Mm-hmm. The only problem I have, I guess even multiples are okay, since you just transform again and then you get a troop, right?
Yep.
Nothing.
And most of the decks I played against that used it were pretty much just fog. They had no other creatures. So and tons of peak. You get to this, boom.
It's interesting. I can tell you 1 card that you don't want to play though. Little foreshadowing.
Reveler.
Exactly. Let me just. I mean,
that might be a problem.
That card might be a problem if you have that deck. Stupid cards. Okay, I think you're right. I guess it might be a deck. It might be a tier 1 deck even. Sure. I still have to play against it before I say anything. Especially on like the platinum value, I have no idea. 500 to 1000, I would say, if this really is good. Otherwise, less, obviously. Yeah.
That seems about right.
I mean, do I play this in limited? I don't think I do, right? In limited, you usually don't have that many actions.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it in limited.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we? Retreat. 1 cost. Quick. Put target card you control into your hand. That's another save my troop card. But it's not spell shield, it's bounce. It works with all cards, so also with constants and stuff.
Works with interplay.
Works with interplay,
effects.
yeah. So actually this might see constructed, yeah. Because all the comes into play stuff.
I'd still rather have it cost 1 more and able to use it on opponent troops too.
Yeah.
Just have the options and
maybe
have a more flexible card.
Maybe in a constant deck? Like all those chants? Should be amazing with chants,
cool.
right?
Crackling Tide also puts target card. It doesn't say troop.
Yeah. But this one costs less at least.
Yeah, I can see this being used in a combo deck.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say maybe. And limited, let's say...
Maybe the word of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, to protect myself against removals unlimited, I guess it's okay.
Oh then. Yeah, in limited, I'd pick it up.
Yeah. But I don't want to play more than 1, I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay. Ripple of Janaingo. I am a big HP Lovecraft fan, but I don't remember Janaingo. But this is obviously.
Well, I don't think they're putting in like straight in Cthulhu and
but this
stuff
is
like
obviously that. A Cthulhu reference, like the card itself, the art.
Well, it also is Chaos Touch, which the whole thing is
also it's all a Lovecraft reference, yeah. Okay, what does it do? 6 cost 5/6. When this enters play, put each. Wasn't that 6/6 by at some time? Hey, never mind. 6 cost 5/6. When this enters play, put each opposing non-chaos touch troop that costs 1 or less into its controller's hand. An assault, increase that number by 1. If you would play and control, you would play like a tempo-based Sapphire deck, and then this as a finisher basically to bounce the whole board.
And then it eats them.
Could be good enough, right?
I think it's amazing. Personally, it's opposing troops only. Assault with the 6 cost, it's going to be cheap. It's going to go up a bit.
Yeah. This card will see constructed play. People will at least try it out.
I like it.
There's so much to try out in constructed. That's the good part. The bad part is that there are certain cards that will make constructed meta pretty
difficult to try things out in.
Yeah, exactly that. Which is sad, but okay. I like it. It's amazing and limited. Obviously, it's amazing and limited. Like, do I even need to say that it's amazing and limited? And it could be good.
Maybe you can say it one more time.
Yeah. Okay, but let's hurry up a bit. Shock Duster. Quick troop 2 cost 1/2. When this is displayed, target troop gets -1 attack, +2 defense. So it works as a combo trick to save my troop, or to just prevent 1 damage, maybe.
I don't like the way that Coyotlo's looking at me.
And it's permanent, and it's ardent. And it is an amazing art. Even if you don't.
No, it's not. It's looking at me. I don't like that.
Yeah, okay. I like the colors.
It's creeping me out.
But
yeah, the colors are really good. But It's Quail, I can't like it.
I feel like this is good enough for limited for sure, right?
That's a quick troop, yeah.
You can play it on yourself to make it a 0-4. Okay. It's quick then. A quick 0-4 is okay. But it's not a quick 0-4, it's a quick 1-2 that makes another troop -1/+2. And it's permanent. So it's amazing. It's actually quite amazing. Yeah. I
Not
like
very
it.
good for constructed though.
Not good enough for constructed. No. But limited, it's no, maybe amazing is too strong a word, but it's solid. Let's move on. Such a live.
Yes, I don't want to look at that thing no more.
Such a live. That's another next prodigen. 7 cost 4/7 troops you control of flight, and 1 shot for 1 target troop gets flight this turn, which is, I mean, this out of other prodigens, I think this is the worst one, which still is an amazing card. Still a limited bomb. I don't think we will see that in constructed though. Like if you are the flyer deck, no. You don't want to play it with too much flying troops anyways, because then you lose your value. You play it without flying troops. Play it with ground troops. To get the value. But even then I feel like it's not good enough. I feel like it's not good enough. Simple as that.
For limited or?
And constructed. And limited is
Yeah, no.
obviously a bomb. Like,
Oh,
do I
yeah.
even need to say that?
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, huh?
No,
But yeah, for
no.
constructed, 7 cost, nah. And then it's a 1 shot.
It's limited, it's obviously a super mega bomb. You first pick and then you will win the draft, more or less. Not quite, but you could. You could. Okay,
Yeah, but constructed, you want to do more for that much.
yeah, I guess. Treacherous Pass. The next outpost. I will say this has the best art out of all outposts. But so
That's
we have
fair enough.
that's the effect is that opposing troops have -1 attack.
This is probably the weakest one.
Yeah, I don't like the effect at all. I don't like it. No. So I am play.
In
No.
limited, you might be able to shut down dreadlings, but dreadlings,
Yeah,
once
but
again, their main
okay.
threat is they
They die.
activate scrounge and
Yeah.
they activate things.
I mean, it might
It's-
be
it-
good enough
you-
for a limited deck here and there sometimes. Not good enough for constructed though, that's clear. But limited maybe up from time to time.
Maybe if you're crazy and you want to try it out.
Yeah. If you want to see the art more. Yeah. Upgrade Technician. 4 cost 2/4. Selectable Miner. When this is enters play, create 2 dreadlings and put them into play. So this is good for limited, right? Since this helps your
Yep.
scrounge. And you can also like circuit the Miner Gem that lets you create 2 more dreadlings.
Yo, bro, I heard you like dreadlings.
Yeah.
Put some dreadlings on your dreadlings so you can dread while you dread.
He's building another dreadling right there on the picture. Other gems, I don't even know about other gems. The other Sapphire gem is, I think, if you play in action, it gets +1/+1 this turn.
Yeah.
It really sounds weak. It is weak, right? That gem
Yeah.
is weak.
Especially in limited, because I don't see you using this for constructed.
No, this is not constructed, I think.
Yeah.
So
You could give him Skyguard and Steadfast.
Yeah.
Give him Swift Strike with like all this stuff. Oh, there's one that might be useful. +2 defense.
Yeah. 2/6 for 4 and 2 dreadlings. It's okay. It's okay.
Or Valor.
Or Valor. Valor seems
Maybe.
always to be at least decent-ish. Because Valor is basically a +1/+1 on its own. Or on another troop. So Valor is always like at least decent. Then you have to play Ruby.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't have
But
Ruby.
I mean, giving him +2 defense, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
It's
worst
not
case,
terrible.
worst case you create 2 more dreadlings, which is okay. I like the Sapphire Mana Gem.
but those are the only two I really like in them are
Yeah.
defense and dreadlings.
Okay. Whale Lurker. 4 cost 2/2. Unblockable. Triple Sapphire +1/+1.
I like them. I like
Yeah.
them a lot.
Yeah, I like him for limited though. Even though it's difficult to get triple Sapphire unlimited. Constructed, we have Eldritch Dreamer, and this is basically
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
much weaker Eldritch Dreamer. That is what it is.
But they give you Eldritch Dreamer that you can play with unlimited, so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
good. I
kind
like
of,
that they
yeah.
did that.
Kind of. Again, I like the art. A venom that hangs from the ceiling, and yeah,
He probably whacks you with his stick.
stuff. Yeah,
Looks like a giant fly swatter.
yeah, kind of. Okay. Wild Strain Cultivator. 6 cost 5/5 defensive. Basic. Create a Dreadling and put it into play. So those cards, I can tell you, are among.
Wait, that doesn't tap.
No, it doesn't tap. But I can tell you that those cards go very late in the pack. Like the one draft I did, this card was very late all the time. You don't want to play more than one, I guess. And I would say that you can play one. But on the other hand, it's not amazing because defensive is not really that great. And the effect is okay. But for that stage in the game, you'd want to have something better, I feel like. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
let's not talk
it'd
about
be nice for
constructed, of course.
triggering things, but that's about the only thing you'd want to do with dreadlings.
I don't know. I don't
You can
want
make
to, but
unlimited dreadlings.
I maybe
on his
have to
turn,
play
though,
it, so
for
that's
3.
fine. Waylay. Quick action. Interrupt target card with cost 1 or less. And assault. Increase that number by 1. Unlimited, I maybe play like 1 or 2, but on the other hand, I don't want to, because I don't want to play too many interrupt target card effects in limited already as it is. And this one is a
Agreed.
bad interrupt, since it costs 2, and then it's only good if you have attacked with a bunch of troops, so I don't want to play this in limited, I feel like. I really don't.
If it didn't have the double Sapphire, then maybe it'd be... Yeah.
So for
maybe for limited.
constructed,
I have no idea.
no.
I want to say no, but it's 2 cost.
Yeah, but you have to attack, and in your constructed Sapphire deck with counters, you don't want to attack that often. You can't attack that often. So I'm gonna say no. I'm just gonna say no. And I'm gonna
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue as well. 5 cost Windborn Overseer, 3/5 Flight, Underworld. When Underworld troops enters play under your control, play the top card of each opposing champion's deck for each Underworld troop you control. So this is enters play, so this does trigger itself. It's a mill card. We don't have many mill cards. So you mill your opponent.
You pick it up in limited.
Yeah, but only for its stats, not for its effect.
Yeah, it's only for its stats.
And
But constructed, I don't know if this is what Mill needs to become a thing.
No. Mill has better things, I believe. Although we will lose the Mill gem, right? That is quite a big thing.
Oh yeah, the Mill gem.
But that's still not good enough for constructed, I feel like, at this point.
Well, if you play multiple of these,
I was gonna say, but
they stack.
that's so much setup. There's so much setup. And that's usually too much setup. Too much setup. That's too complicated.
I agree.
Okay. And in limited you play it mostly for its stats, because you don't want to actually mill your opponent. Maybe if you actually can mill him out. But is that realistic with this kind of effect?
Chat's saying it's
like.
not working right now, so...
Yeah, then it's even worse. Cards that are not working are even worse.
I would hope it works by the time it's live.
Yeah. So, last Sapphire card, Amazing Art, Windborn Savant. 6 cost 3/5 flight Underworld Allegiance. When this is on display, put target opposing troop into its controller's hand. So it's a bounce. On top of being a 3/5 flight. That's great. For limited, that's great. Nothing for constructed though. Yeah, that's about it.
Do you pick this over the Windborn Overseer in limited?
Yeah, I do.
I probably would too.
Windborn
I mean,
Overseer,
it's
by
one
the way,
more, but it
is a
does
30 blood
something
rare,
that's more
so you're not
useful.
losing. Yep. Okay. So much for Sapphire. So, question, do you want to take another break?
I'm good, but do you want to take a break in order to prepare for yourself for the rant? That is
Oh.
wild.
Oh no. It's all fine. Let's just going. Let's just keep going. Let me just check. About Waylay, isn't it better to put 4 of them into your deck? If you get one in your opening hand, it's better than Verdict. Yeah, it also can be weaker than Verdict. Ranta 619. But okay, I will not concentrate on
Verdict
on
doesn't
chat.
require any setup.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. So, the most exciting chart of them all, because it's the most silly chart of them all.
That's one way to put it.
Wild. That's not the banner. Okay, whatever. The Acolyte of Shoko. We start out fair. And by fair I mean it is fair. At the start of your turn, gain 1 resource, 1 temporary resource, and it's a 2 cost 0/3 and basic for 3. Create a Dreadling and put it into play. I think that's a fair card. I think it's certainly nice for limited, no question, because just because of the ramp and because of the stats, and then you have Dreadling creation on top. And you can create more than 1 Dreadling with this effect, which is noteworthy.
Same thing with that other guy, but he had defensive.
Yeah. This one is better.
Yeah, this one's attached to ramp, which
Yeah. And it's a 2 cost 0/3, so that's okay. This is good enough for constructed. The artwork is good enough. I can tell that much. The artwork is amazing again.
Makes Shoku look a lot scarier than he does in his champ picture.
Yeah. That's freaking me out a bit. I mean, it's amazing. It's really amazing.
Maybe we should move on so we don't have to deal with that evil Shoku.
Do I play that in constructed? Maybe. I will say no at this point, but maybe.
Yeah. This is probably going to be a cheaper rare.
Yeah.
I don't see it going over 100.
Certainly. Yeah, I will even say it's probably 30. But okay. So we start out fair. Next one, Embershire War Rider. When this is on display, create a Valor and put it into your hand. And this attacks Valor's troops you control get crushed this turn.
Huge
Again,
limited bomb.
Yeah.
Right?
The artwork is amazing. The hippo. I mean, look at that.
We need
so
more.
amazing.
We need more hippo cards.
Yeah.
I mean, we only have like what 2 or 3, and they're so. Yeah.
It's a high pick unlimited, I would say. Can make it 5/6 crush on its own for 5. Can always use it on another Valor troop, and all those Valor troops interact with each other basically. Nothing for constructed here. Be clear, I would say.
Nope.
Let's move on.
Not considering the other stuff we find in Wild.
Yeah, there's some cards that are slightly better than that in Wild. Let's move on. Autumn Spiritualist. 6 cost 5/5 circuit reminder. When this is on display, target Valorous troop you control gets all circuited powers of this. So what mana sockets do we have? And while we have +1 in Crush, which is okay, to give on another troop as well.
Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Yeah, I mostly like that one. Since most other gems don't really work. I guess the
But
diamond
it's
gem
really
works
easy to
with flight.
splash because it's only one threshold for
Yeah.
this. And you can put anything in there.
I guess
You could do speed, but that's kind of weird.
Yeah, speed on another troop you don't need, right? But
Oh, what about this can't be blocked by troops with attack less than this?
yeah, that's also
That's
great.
pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Or
But-
flight.
flight is great. Yeah, sure. So this is a good card in limited for sure.
Or swift strike.
Sure. Yeah. Swift
Lots
strike I
of
do
good
like as well.
options with this guy.
To get 2 Swift strike troops that then can dominate all blocks.
But I still would call this guy fair.
Yeah, sure. That card is super fair. It's good and limited, but nothing for constructed.
Yeah, pretty strong and limited.
Okay. Clobardon. So one cost 4/3, but one cost with triple wild. This card
Feel
is
about this one.
this card is annoying me. It's annoying. It's just annoying. It's okay. Honestly, it's okay. It's annoying. I played it against it on PTR, and there are some broken stuff you can do tempo wise, but hey.
I think it's fine with the triple threshold, but
Yeah,
I can see how it would be annoying, especially with the tempo thing.
Yeah. Play like pump spells, and you play like just play tempo stuff.
You could potentially play 2 of them turn 2.
Can
That's
Can-
really annoying.
you can play 3 on turn 2 with Falling Brave turn 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That would be amazing. And your opponent feels sad. But okay, this card is okay.
But then
Lim-
you're playing Yotel and you just use your charge power and heat wave.
Yeah.
But
Actually, this card is probably better than constructed than limited. Cause
Yeah,
limited it's
yeah.
much harder to get triple wild. And by that point the 4/3 is probably not so relevant anymore. Okay. Cottontail Bruiser, that's just a vanilla 3-cost for 1, which yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I play 1 in my limited deck if I have to. It's not the worst. I mean, it always trades good, but you can't
and
really
maybe
attack.
there might be some way to give it evasion.
Yeah, you can't block Dreadlings, that's sad. But you can always. You have to be careful with that, but it's okay. We have this same in Armies of Myth with the Knoll, right? With the 3-cost for 1 Ruby card, I feel like. I think.
Yeah, there's an old that does that.
That's kind of okay sometimes. Nothing special, nothing I'm happy about.
Nothing to write home about.
Okay. Crackling Clash. 2-cost, basic. Target troop you control battles target opposing troop. Gain a charge.
It's not
So-
quick.
It's not quick. Survival of the fittest is quick. And survival of the fittest already sees not much play. So I doubt this card will see much play. Since
The gain of charge isn't relevant enough.
no, not when it's quick, and not when it's basic. That makes it much weaker. Okay. But in limited, it's good though. Yeah, limited. You like
Yeah,
those
you
cards.
pick it up.
Yeah.
If you're in wild.
Double Trouble, 5-cost, triple wild. Up to 2 target troops gets +4/+4 this turn, quick. I actually didn't see that card before. I somehow missed that card when I. First time I see that one. The art is funny, I guess. An elephant and there are 2 mice. Get it?
How big are those things?
Pretty big. This is great for limited, although it is triple wild, but it is 5-cost. But I feel like
It's
this
quick.
comes.
That makes it worth it.
Yeah, sure. I feel like this makes it worth it indeed. basically you almost win. Like if you do that, like you will probably deal 8 to 10 damage. Like no, they don't get crushed. Okay, they don't get crushed. But you can
Yeah,
play
but
it
if you can attack with
unplugged.
2 guys with evasion,
Yeah, or unplugged troops if you have more attackers than he has blockers.
yeah, but if you,
It has to be great in limited.
yeah,
Just has to
but
be.
I don't see anybody using this in constructed.
Yeah, me neither. Since you have too much spot removal to make this card bad. It's too expensive for a pump in constructed. Constructed
Yep.
pump spells can cost 1, maximum 2. Okay, Dread Harvest, constant, 2 cost. On this end of play, put a random wild shot from your deck into your hand. So I have a pseudo ramp. Not really ramp, but pseudo ramp. And when you gain wild, create a dreadling and put it into play. That's pretty decent. Decent enough
Yeah.
for limited, for sure. Decent enough for constructed.
Probably not.
Maybe in your Oberon's Eulogy deck with dreadlings, maybe.
Oh, yeah, maybe with that. But that if you're mono wild
Hey, it don't have to be mono wild.
or
Maybe-
splash, just splash Ruby.
Yeah. I feel like this might be good enough for constructed, since I mean the dreadlings is the effect of getting a wild shot out of your deck into your hand is okay. It's honestly okay. And the dreadling
Oh yeah,
creation
for
is,
the first part, and then the other part's just a bonus.
yeah, more or less. Or the other way around. Together I feel like it's worth a card. Yeah.
Somebody saying Wellspring.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would trigger off of each thing off of Wellspring,
I think
or
it
if
does.
just
I think
Okay.
it does.
that's cool.
Okay. Shall we talk about the next card?
How long you want to talk about the next card?
Do I want to talk about the next card?
We could probably skip it.
It's not important enough, right? Will not have much impact, I
So-
guess.
With this card, I just want to say that I was a little curious. I'm like, why is everybody, especially Metro, complaining about this thing so much? And I looked at it and I thought it had 2 defense, but it actually has 3, and that makes a big difference.
So, what do we have here? We have a forecast, Coyotl, Ardent, 4-3 speed crush. When this deals damage to an opposing champion, create a random wild troop with cost equal to the damage dealt and put it into play. This is everything I like on a card. It's undercosted, overtuned, has speed, and has the word random on it. That's amazing. Doesn't like the word random. So why is that card problematic? So let's just say limited, you pick it and you are happy, because this will be the most expensive card in the set if it sees play the way if it's printed the way it is printed right now. It will be 2k platinum. It will be just the most expensive card in
It
this
might even
set.
get to 3.
Yeah. Who knows? Why not? I can see that. So why is that card problematic? Because you can play it on turn 3 in wild. Cressida you can
Easily.
basically every time play it on turn 3. And the average 4-cost wild troops are, believe it or not, all pretty good. And they don't even have to be exclusively wild. They can be wild ruby or wild something. And those are all pretty good. And then the thing is, how often can you really answer that the turn it comes into play? Like, how realistically can you block that card and block it so that this card dies?
Yeah, I originally thought that it had 2 defense, and if it did, it would be way easier to deal with because you just hold
Exactly.
on to a burn.
And you can then trade with a 2/2 or something. Like, I mean,
Yeah, and
if
then he just gets a 2 cost.
yeah,
Random.
if you are, and you can block, and then he is gone, then he is dead, and you don't have to worry about him next turn. So if the guy is on the play, you don't have that much time. Let's say he plays it on turn 3. Like, he plays Cressida, he plays Holding Brave or Claw of Failure. There are more than enough ways to play this on turn 3. We have 2 turns. You have 2 resources. So, yeah, you have maybe played a 1 cost, then you have maybe played a 2 cost. So, probably won't be able to block it so that it dies. So you have to have something that handles it. Actually, there's not that much that can handle it. Like, Bounce can do it, but
then they
Bounce,
just get it again.
Then they play it just again. Repel is good, I guess. Repel is very
But then
good.
you're missing out on your turn to play if they don't play this.
Yeah, exactly.
Exarch.
That's the problem. Like, you keep Repel open, or you play your second Blood and keep Hero Fall open. What's the opponent doing? He's not playing Dreamweaver Ancient. He's playing something else. Totem Trap works. Totem Trap is 1 cost, so that's good. Again, they just play something else. They just play their Master Moss or their whatever. The Reveler or what have you, I don't know. Doesn't even matter. So what happens if the guy attacks once and you have to take 4? Then he has already gained so much value out of it. Then you still have to handle the Dreamweaver. You still have to handle him somehow. You still have to either block him next turn and trade, or you have to play another kill spell on it. But then they still have the 4 cost, the random 4 cost Wild Troop, which random you can get like the Winelash Troop that is like the plant that is 9/9 crush. It's a joke that happened to me
Wait,
once.
they can get that off of
Yeah,
this?
sure they can get that. Of course they can get
Huh.
that. It happened to me on PTR. You can get other stupid stuff, Master Moss, whatever. Reveler, another Dreamweaver. Or just
Well, the thing is, like, if this gets like Jags on it, then it becomes even more problematic.
yeah. Or you just play with Boris or Feather Drifting to give it evasion. Or you just play Sapphire in general to play Halt or Verdicts to protect it. Simple enough. Like, you only have to hit once. You only have to hit once, and you have massive value. Then they have to play Extinction. I feel like. If you hit once, get a 4 cost, I feel like you have to play Extinction, because if you try to play a Hero Fall, then they will attack with the 4 cost, right? And most 4 costs are pretty decent. Really, they are. Especially in Wild. Since Wild 4 costs are usually have better stats than other shards. So.
Well, even the 3 costs and the 2 costs, just in general.
Yeah. So you can bounce, you can play Repel, you can play Totem Trap.
Thing is that it's got Crush, so even if it does get blocked, it's like some damage is probably gonna go through.
Sure.
I think Crush isn't the problem with it.
No, the biggest
No,
problem.
it's the whole package. It's the speed, the Crush, and the stats.
Yeah.
I think if you took out speed, it would be okay.
It would be okay, yeah. It would be okay.
It
Then
would
you have more
still be
time.
really powerful,
It would
but
still,
it's,
yeah, sure. But it would be okay.
It'd be okay.
Because you have time, you have more time. This would make so big a difference if it lost speed. I wouldn't even complain one bit about the card if it had no speed. Let me tell you. But it does have speed.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, and they are on the play, and they play it on turn 3. There are only so little things you can do. And if you can't do them, if you don't have them, then you're just losing. Then you have to play Extinction or you're just dead. It's not like you can try and keep up with playing blockers or playing single targeted removal spells. You won't keep up this way. Like, you just can't keep up. That's the problem. So you have to play Extinction. And sometimes you don't have Extinction. Sometimes you're not even in blood. And what does it do to the mid-range mirrors? Like, we both play a deck with Dreamweaver Ancient. But I play it first. Aha. So what you're doing now? Play your own Dreamweaver? I just got my 4-drop. I will block your Dreamweaver. That seems so skillless. It's just like who plays it first, that guy is winning.
If it doesn't change, what do you think the chances of a ban are?
Depends.
They're not gonna ban it. If they don't change it, they're certainly not gonna ban it.
Yeah, you would think that there are enough people talking about it already now, and they said that they are looking into everything, and so I would feel like if they really thought that this card would be problematic, which I say they should feel like it is problematic, then they would change it now instead of banning it. Since it seems so much easier to change it. Right?
I mean, they didn't do anything about Hierophant, and that was like around the same level.
Yeah. So Hierophant actually probably is a little worse, but that's not saying that much, honestly.
Oh yeah.
And it's not by much. It's not much worse. One way or another. Yeah. I don't know. The best answer to that is Crocodile, which is
this is definitely a meta-defining card. I mean, you're either going to be playing or you're going to be, building decks that can handle this.
Yeah, the problem I have
on turn 3.
The problem I have, it's great against control, and control is supposed to be good against mid-range. And the other problem I have, the mid-range mirrors become so stupid. Like, they are already very stupid right now with all the Hierophant decks. But they might become even more stupid because sometimes you can handle another Hierophant with Infinitrix and your own Hierophant, or with Death Touch. Sometimes you can do that, sometimes with Croc. But I feel like this can be even more disastrous. You get just 1/4 4-cost random Wild Troop. Since the random Wild Troop is much better than a Rhino, right?
Yeah.
And it's the random on top of it. Like that annoys me. It will create so much salt, especially for people like me who always get salty.
What if it made a Rhino instead of a random wild?
And then we're talking. Then it's maybe okay. Then it's okay. Like I said, it's okay. But the random Wild Troop, that's.
I would still say it's silly, as long as it has speed.
Yeah.
That's the only really big issue I have with it, because that doesn't seem like a thing that Wild should have a lot of, especially on their stuff that's already really good.
Yeah, what should I say?
It's kind of like, like when they developed it, it didn't have speed, and it said, this card would be a lot better if this had speed, so let's put that on there.
We're not hitting this effect often enough.
The other problem I have, did Wild really need a push? Like out of all shards?
Yeah, no.
Do you think that Wild was the one that needed to be pushed? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Diamond needs a push. Ruby maybe. Maybe.
Nah, Ruby's got some
not really,
good
but
stuff.
Diamond needs a push. Wild does not need a push.
It's kind of funny that Wild or Diamond needs a push when it's got a lot of the best, like, 2-cost removal in the game.
Yeah.
And then it's getting more of that.
I don't like it. It's overtuned. It's unnecessarily overtuned. It's too much overtuned. Makes the mirror matches
You know
silly.
what though? I mean, saying that this is the replacement for Hierophant. I mean, can you imagine like a Wild Diamond deck with this and Infinitrixes?
Yeah, I don't think it's a replacement for Hierophant. I think you use this with Hierophant.
Of course, it's not like
Oh
Hierophant
yeah, of
is
course
gone.
you do.
Let me,
But like, you know,
guys, let me
I
tell you,
mean,
Hierophant is okay now, in the sense that he is not now after the changes, after the gem changes, there should be no more discussion about any bans when it comes to Hierophant. But the way I see it, the power level of Hierophant goes down from being just completely silly to being amazing. It's still amazing. Hierophant is still amazing after the gem changes. Just not silly anymore. And now this card is silly. Yeah. I don't know. I hope they change it. I'm not convinced they change it, but I feel like if anything gets changed, this should get changed. This is my number one card that should be changed.
Yeah, I agree with you.
and you know, I wouldn't be sad if they changed it, but
I wouldn't either, because all they need to do is take off of speed.
yeah.
And,
Yeah,
And well,
Yeah.
there's that glyph
exactly.
card.
That's enough.
You can still do that thing. You just need to waste a card to give it speed with the glyph of
The glyph,
ferocity.
yeah. Okay, then.
Then people might actually
No.
want to play that.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna play that
No,
just
no.
to give this speed.
But okay, without speed, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Again, I don't like what it does to the mirror mid-range decks. I play this. I attack. I was on the play. I am turn 3 playing Dreamweaver Ancient, and now what do? Play Croc turn 2 turns later. Good luck with that.
No, you cry.
But
That's what you do.
But then you are dead. Play your own Dreamweaver. I have a 4 cost that can block it. I don't know. Let's move on. There's not much to be said then. Other than
We've already talked
said.
about him a lot.
Yeah. Terror Squeaker. Almost as good as Dreamweaver. 3 cost. 3/2.
Yeah,
Crush. +1/+1 if you have triple wild. That's 4/3/3 if you have triple wild with Crush. That's okay. It's okay for limited. 3/2 for 3 it's okay. Not much to say. Nothing for constructed, obviously. I mean, you have cards like this, so who cares about cards like that? You have cards like this.
It seems like a straight upgrade of a card that we saw in set 1. The Feral Ogre.
Yeah, the Fear
wait,
Ogre
no,
was
that's a
2
2
cost,
cost.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 cost. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Okay. But let's continue with wild troops that shouldn't exist. Gargalith. So Gargalith actually is also on my list of cards that should be changed, but it is, I think, the second to last card on that list, so it actually can stay as it is, as long as the top 2 or top 3 cards get addressed.
Hey guys, we got rid of the Spell Shield, Jim. Aren't
Yeah.
you happy?
Yeah. Wild has no more spell sheet everywhere. You just print a 1 cost, 1 shot, target troop gets spell shield for wild. But that alone is not good, right? So we make it on a troop that is 7/11 and gets all your troop spell shield for 8. And wild, we all know wild will be able to get to 8 eventually, especially with Cressida and Clophilia and stuff.
somebody was saying that this is like the only 8 cost wild troop.
It might be the only 8
No,
cost.
there's no way.
It might be.
Is it?
I don't know.
So because they were saying in chat that like if Jags hits Dreamweaver Ancient, this is what's coming out.
Oh, that is bad news.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's also pretty sad for Jack's Dream Ancient into Gargalith. Oh god. Please don't. Please don't. Then you literally have only Extinction as your out. Then it's over.
Yeah, and you can do that on turn 3 because you just turn 1 What's it?
Yeah, if you're on the play,
turn 1, the ramp Coyote, turn 2, a Ruby and Jags, turn 3,
turn 3, Dreamweaver,
Dreamweaver.
then they have
into
their turn 3. Then they have to have Hero Fall or something. Like, then Extinction comes too late. Extinction comes too late. Flat out too late.
And Gargolith will also have double damage.
Sure.
They're saying, yeah, Mammoth, Scroll Titan, and Siegesaurus are all 8 costs, so.
Okay, that's fine. It's only a 33% chance of happening.
Yeah, okay. That's okay. That's okay.
No, it's not okay.
No, it's not okay. But it's okay. So this card is only problematic because we have those other cards that are problematic. But I don't. So the way I would change this card is make the 1 cost 2 instead of 1, and then it would be okay.
Yeah, that would make sense. But then you're destroying the flavor of the Prodigans.
Yeah, but let me tell you. Only because
want to know how this would be okay for me?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to say something. Only because it is a cycle doesn't mean it has to be all symmetric. Only because all other cards have 1 shot for 1 doesn't mean every card has to have 1 shot for 1 resource.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Want to know what I would do to make this card okay for me? Change Spell Shield to Crush.
Yeah, or that.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Give it Crush. I don't care. Who cares about Crush? Not me. Can make it 11-7 even, and then Crush. Then Crush is actually good. But I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore at that point. So, but I have to say that again. So, in Magic the Gathering, you have all kinds of cycles in sets. It's fine, it's nice flavor. But it doesn't mean they have to be completely symmetric. And obviously,
yeah, I know. I'm just.
X
That's
Entertainment
why
knows
they
it as
made
well,
it 1.
since they all have different costs and they all have different stats. The only thing they have the same is that it's 1 shot for 1. Which on this card is problematic, because 1 for Spell Shield is really, really problematic. Especially you can do it on this card, obviously, right?
And then
There's your
eventually
Dreamweaver.
it's gonna get. You're gonna be able to play it.
Yeah, eventually you are. It's not like it's just a 1 shot. If you play it, your opponent has to handle it, and he basically has to play Extinction, right? Or win on the air, or win by just having the better numbers, more troops. But you're not blocking a 7-11 that fast. I don't know.
Man, what are we gonna do like when Extinction rotates out?
Be even more sad. I don't know. Hope that they
play
reprint
Mono
it.
Wild. That's what you do.
They need
With
to
a splash of
They
Ruby.
need. I think they need to reprint Extinction when before it rotates out. The way I see it. Okay, since it's so important for the meta, not only for Blood but for the meta in general. Okay, but okay, let's. Again, I would like to see the card changed, but as long as the other cards get changed, I don't care. I still will be annoyed. I will be annoyed about this card, let me tell you. I will be annoyed quite a few times. Because you play Hero Fall, you think you have your out, right? You think you have your out, you think you survive, and then they play stupid cards on top of stupid cards.
And you can't even. Can you even counter that?
You can play another response card. You can play another Hero Fall. That works.
No, I mean.
You can't interrupt it. No.
Yeah, because
It's not a card you play.
one-shot.
No, it's not a card you play. You can't interrupt it.
So, like, even if they tried to do that later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's silly. What shall I say? It's completely silly. It should be Crush, right? Like the other ones have abilities no one cares about, like Flight. They shouldn't say no
Yeah.
one cares about, but this. Did they really need to make it Spell Shield? Like everybody is so happy that Spell Shield as a gem rotates out. and then they do this. Like, do you even realize that everyone hates Spell Shield? Do you really need to do that?
Even
Couldn't
the
that be
people who play
Crush?
with it.
Would anyone in the entire world complain if they would not read Spell Sheet, but they would read Crush? Would anyone think, oh man, now Wild really is weak. No one will play Wild anymore because it's Crush. Would anyone think that? I don't think so. So, okay. Gift of the Manti. Target troop gets +2/+2 and spell shield this turn. Oh, speaking of spell shield. But this is actually like a more fair card. No? Compare those two. This is costs 2 and gets spell shield, but it pumps on top, so it's a better combat trick, I guess. But
It's gonna go into some reserves, I think.
yeah, maybe. But it's much weaker
Yeah.
than Gargolith, right? It is. It just is. Since it's not a 7-11 on top.
This makes me even more confused as to why Gargolith is Spell Shield.
Yeah. I get it. I don't get it, yeah. This is a nice limited card for sure. Because combat trick that saves your troop to your opposing kill spells is really nice. Really nice. So high pick and limited, I would even say. Constructed maybe as for sideboards or specific decks that actually also want the combat trick pump. I can see that, maybe. Yeah, I can see it. But if I can only play one or the other, I play Gargolith over it.
Oh yeah. Well, I meant to say that people are gonna play this in the reserves until they get their Gargoliths.
Yeah, yeah. Gargolith will also be, I don't know, 400, 500 platinum, maybe even more.
That seems about right.
Let's just hope they replace it with Crush, and we are speaking about a 30 butt rare. Yeah. That would change the values so drastically if it would be Crush. then it would not be a Chase rare at all. Okay, next Cliff of Primordium, +1/+1 basic. Which is not worth the card. But not even a Valor. Like, a Valor actually makes your troops valorous. This does not do that.
Yeah, but it's free though.
Yeah, it's free though.
You can play it on your Dreamweaver Ancient. You can play 4 of them on it.
Yeah.
And then you get the Gargolith.
Seems like that would make a lot of sense. Or maybe not
Yeah,
so.
so if you're running Dreamweaver Ancient, you need to run 4 Glyphs of Primordium. You have to.
Yeah, actually, now that you... I mean, let's be real here. People might play this just for fun, to see how good it is, or if it is good to play a Dreamweaver and then play
I
for
want
0
I want the
+1/+1.
people who are running Dreamweaver Ancient to make worse decks. That's why I'm saying that.
Yeah, but it's not that
But-
terrible, right? Like, if people play Totem Trap left and right because they want to combat Dreamweaver, you play that Cliff. And then you make a 5-cost, right? A 5-cost is better than a 4-cost. Yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
many
that's pretty scary.
5-costs are actually weak than 4-costs. So
Yeah, so you should do this. It'll make... Yeah, that's what you need to do to make
That-
Dreamweaver Ancient
so
better,
let's-
or no worse. You just give them more attack.
So let's be honest, this won't happen. People won't play Cliff of Primordium and Constructed. But it's still funny to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Grove Warden. Arborean. So we had Arborean Root Father, now we have Grove Warden. 7 cost, 6/7, Crush Steadfast. This is an NSP gain control of all opposing artifacts and constants. Transform all those into seed pods. That's a nice card. That's a very nice card. Against specific decks, obviously.
Yep.
The only
Well,
thing is though the cost.
The cost, yeah. The cost makes it.
You know, like specific decks that you want to fight, you don't want to wait till you have 7
No,
resources.
not
to
against
cast it.
Robert's aggressive deck, no. Certainly not that. Also not against the constant Ruby deck. Maybe the constant Chant deck. Yeah. Maybe the Chant deck that Night Reaper played or plays.
And then you're also getting a bunch of seed pods, which they're slow, but they can.
Seed pods are
There's
amazing.
a lot of good plants.
Seed pods are amazing. So you have to wait 3 turns and you get a random plant out of your seed pod. That's good.
I mean, when seed pods first came around, they were a lot better because there were less bad plants, but they're printing more and more less good plants.
The art is interesting, so he crushes like a robot helmet or something, or robot head.
That looks like a warbot
Yeah,
almost.
maybe. By the way, Dreamweaver Ancient is fine on the art aspect. The artwork is amazing on the Dreamweaver Ancient, let me tell you. The artwork is amazing. But I didn't talk about the artwork because the card is silly. In every other respect. Okay. Yeah, I don't think... I don't know. So you have to play ramp, then it can be a sideboard card against specific decks, but it's really slow. I don't think it would be worth much.
You want to play this against slow decks that play a lot of constants and artifacts. If there's a deck out there like that, sure, this is great again.
I mean, the again, the Side Reaper Chant deck is that deck that is really slow and plays a lot of constants.
Alright, but how many people are going to play that besides Light Reaper?
Not many. But I mean, it's still a card that is noteworthy to think about it when you build your decks. Like that, you have to think about that other people might play that card, right? Because if you build a slow deck that relies on artifacts and constants, this card pretty much wrecks you on its own. So that's important to know. Yeah. Okay, I guess. Do I play it limited? I guess I do, just because of its stats. 6-7 crush steadfast. Seems good enough for 7. If I get a random artifact, that's nice. That's good. It's good enough for limited for sure. Constructed, maybe sideboards. Not worth much. 100 platinum, maybe. Who knows?
Probably in between 30 and 150.
Yeah, probably. The Horned Giraffe. So, 4 cost, 2/4 Skyguard. Not Arden, it's just a beast. Just a giraffe. Skyguard with 2/4 is okay in limited. We have a lot of 3 attack flyers. So, yeah. It's okay.
Other than that, it's kind of boring.
Yeah, it's really boring indeed. Yeah, we don't have to talk too much about this one. Nothing for constructed.
I mean, the colors are
reasons.
interesting on the art, but like that's the most interesting thing about it.
Costs as much.
But yeah, if you get this troop from a from a Dreamweaver Ancient, you're gonna be pretty pissed.
Yeah. Also shows you
the other guy's gonna be happy.
The difference in power level is the same set, right? Okay, I get the one is legendary and the other one is common, but look at those 2 cards. Look at them. The text and everything. Those cards shouldn't be in the same game, I feel like. It shouldn't be. I mean, they both cost 4, right? Okay, let's not think about it too much. Caliban's Cultivation. 2 cost basic. Target troop gets when you gain wild. Transforms this into a random troop with cost +1. There we have the word random. But I like random cards when they are bad. That sounds strange. But I do like random cards when they are bad. And this is one example. This is fun though.
So, like, nobody's gonna be playing with them then.
Yeah, I mean, it can be good in limited, I guess. Like, maybe okay in limited, actually. If you get like 2 or 3 activations.
Good.
Yeah.
In constructed, you just
Could be
play
good
it
in
on
constructed
your
as well, with Wellspring, maybe.
Yeah, with Wellspring, and you just throw it on your what's it called?
Or
that
something. No.
Battle Hopper, your Coyotl that makes
that will
resources
take
that
quite
you
some
don't need
time.
no more.
Let's be honest, it's not good enough for constructed. Just not. Like, you need to.
Yeah, probably not.
If you do it on a battle hopper, then you have to get 5 or 6 triggers to actually get your card back, kind of.
No, you only need 3 triggers, because then it turns into a Dreamweaver.
Ah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you play it, to get more Dreamweavers.
Yeah. So again, I like random cards when they have a fun aspect. I don't like random cards when they are meta-defining cards. I don't want to see the word random on a Reese that is meta-defining, or a Dreamweaver engine that is meta-defining. Reese, on the other hand, Reese is at least a fair card on its own. It's slow. It's okay. I don't like that it has the word random. I never liked that. At least it's not so oppressive. But okay, let's continue. Living Factory is the next. No, it's not an outpost. I thought there was an outpost. It's not an outpost. Target
There's
troop
an outpost
gets,
here, it's just not this.
Yeah, target troop gets at the start of your turn, create a Dreadling and put it into play. Seems okay for limited, I guess. It's also like you have potential to create card disadvantage if they play the removal on these ones or on their turn. The artwork is nice. I don't think this is the kind of Dreadling creation you want in Constructed.
Nope. But this is pretty good in limited.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Like, you can't really use your troop, right? So you don't want to block with it and you don't want to attack with it anymore. Maybe on the Lackey, that the one cost 0 one that draws you a card when it dies.
Or that botanist thing that
Yeah.
already makes a
The
Dreadling.
botanist makes a lot of sense, I guess. But then you lose all your Dreadling creation if they just remove that one. I guess it's okay. It's not great. Like, I feel like in order to give your card value back, you need to create like really like 3 turns or 4 turns of Dreadlings. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, unless you're using them for stuff.
Let's talk about another silly card because everyone likes silly cards. Might Singer of Ages. 2 cost, 1 wild, ardent, elf cleric. Not unique, because why would it be unique, right? Just wouldn't be good enough then. 2/2 crush. When you gain wild, if the top card of your deck is a troop, draw a card, otherwise put the top card of your deck into your deck. 5 wild. At the start of a turn, this gets +5/+5. So what is this card? A better question, what is this card not? Answer
It gives
nothing, it's
card
everything.
draw.
It's everything. It is 2 costs, so it's a nice bear, a nice 2/2 on 2. It also is a late game bomb, because once you have 5 wild, it gets 7/7, then 12/12, and then what do you do as the opponent? You just die, because it has crush. Of course it has crush. Why? I guess
Why
it
would
would
it
be.
not have crush?
Would anyone play that
If
card
it didn't have,
would
if it didn't
anyone
have crush,
remove
if
the
it
crush
didn't have
from the
crush,
card?
it would have spell shield.
Yeah, no, remove the crush from the card. Would anyone play that card? And because of all of that is not good enough, you have card advantage creation on top. Like, if you play a wild deck, most of your cards actually will be troops. So, yeah, great. I have a 50/50 to draw a card every time I get a wild.
And a lot of times you'll be playing more than one threshold a turn.
Yeah, so then I can maybe
Because
get 2
Wild does
cards a
have the
turn.
Wild does have the most threshold generation.
It's
And it's also crazy that if you're mana starved or whatever, that it's not going to get rid of a resource or
Yeah,
something
sure.
because you didn't play a threshold.
So there's no situation in which this card will not get its value. Like, this will always give you value, right? it's like even if they play Extinction, like Extinction is like one of the ways where Control can catch up on cards. Like they trade, you lose 3 troops and they lose only 1 Extinction. But this card actually replaced itself already by that point by drawing a troop. If you don't have
And
Extinction,
maybe you even
then...
get another Might Singer from the
Yeah.
draw, and then you draw 2 cards.
So, how many things could you change and this card would still be C play? You could make it unique. Could make it lose crush. You could make it so that it can only grow once, make it a one-shot, the ability. And the card would still see play. That's everything you could do. You could probably even make it like a 1/2 and still would see play. You can do so many you can do so many things and the card would still see play. That's a sure sign that something is not right. Okay, where do
You
I...
could even
0/2 no crush. Would you play it?
O2 and no crush?
I
The
would
answer is
play it
yes.
as long as it draws me cards, because
answer is yes,
Wild
yeah.
doesn't have too much card draw.
And then it still would be a 5/7 once you get 5 fish.
Yeah, sure. I would still play that card.
That's absurd that you could take all that away.
Yeah, you can take half the card away. You can take half the card away, essentially. You can make it weaker on every occasion, and you would still
This
play
looks
it.
like it's like they took 2 different cards and put them together.
Yeah, that's all good. Exactly. they had 2 ideas for a 2-cost wild troop, and then they thought, let's just make...
Yeah, and it had
2 cards
and then
in
they
one.
also had a constant that was whenever you gain,
Yeah, maybe.
like
maybe.
for the first block.
Then they thought, oh no, let's just print that on the other 2-cost troop that is already overpowered.
And the funny thing is, both of those cards would see play.
Yeah, you can exactly, you can make the card into 2 cards and both would see play in constructed. That's how crazy it is. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is, I think this is my number 2. Although I could argue with number 2 and number 3 on the cards that I want to see changed. Number 1 has to be Dreamweaver Ancient. But this probably is quite close, and it's... The only thing that it is not number 1 is because you have a little more time. You do have a little more time to find your kill or your extinction. That's about it. That's all it is. If you don't find those cards, you will just lose. Let's be realistic. Like if...
Well, it doesn't put the cards into play. If it put the cards into play, this would be player 1.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Maybe that's what it did, and then they're like, nah, maybe we should pull it back just a
maybe-
little bit.
And
then
They
they also
already
took
nerfed
off-
it, so they feel good that they already nerfed it.
Yeah, and they took off Spell Shield too, and they're like, Gargolith already does that.
Maybe it did have spell sheet, and then they thought, oh no, let's replace spell sheet with crush. Oh no.
Yeah,
you shouldn't make too much fun of Hex Entertainment.
Why do we need to?
You shouldn't make too much fun of Hex Entertainment. I do that too often already, so they are giving me a hard time sometimes. And they do.
But if it's a card's not tuned at all, then it needs to be called out. I don't think that's obsessive hate or anything.
Yeah, I mean,
but-
it's like
but,
you
you
said
know-
before. Like, it's like you said multiple hours ago. This set is mostly fine. It's just these 2 cards, maybe 3.
But those 2 and 3 cards will define the meta. That's the problem.
And they're all in wild.
It doesn't help me when it's only 2 or 3 cards and everyone plays those 2 or 3 cards, right? Then it doesn't help me. I will see those cards all the time.
Will this one be more expensive or less expensive than Dreamweaver?
Less expensive, but I feel like.
Okay, good. I can probably get them.
Not by much though.
Yeah, at least this one gives you like a little bit more time. Dreamweaver is just
Yeah,
like
that's
blam.
That's the biggest difference. Like Dreamweaver, if it hits once, you're already much behind, yeah? But this one, at least, it doesn't have speed. You have some time. maybe they won't get the card on the next turn. Yeah, then it's fine. So it's
Nice to burn.
it's mostly the. But what annoys me again is the randomness aspect of it. Like the effect is random. Like if they get a card, if they get a troop, then you feel as your opponent, you feel like so sad. And even if you get the kill or something, then you're already behind on cards. Like they only get to get one card out of it from the top, and the value is insane. Then if they get 2 cards, then it's like, what's going on? That's silly. And then if you don't have extinction or kill or anything, then you will just lose the game. Because Wild can have 4 thresholds for Wild on turn 4. It's not that big of a deal for Wild.
And what is it going to be drawing? Dreamweaver, Ancient, more Might Singers.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario is a Coyote that gives you more thresholds. Like the cards, the troops are going to be, and Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the other one.
So it's going to be helping you get the
Yeah.
I'm done.
And it'll get you Gargulus.
Gargoyle? What Gargoyle?
Yeah, the spell shield that guy.
Ah, Gargolith, yeah. I understood Gargoyle.
That's your whole deck pretty much right there.
Yeah, sure. That's the deck.
And Revelers, maybe. Because, like, it's not
Maybe.
that hard to splash Ruby.
Yeah, I will talk about Reveler and why I think Reveler is also a problematic card for slightly different reasons. But those 2 cards are just overtuned, and it's not like they are a little overtuned. Like that happens. Like in the forum I said, like you sometimes overshoot the basket. Happens. It's no big deal if you overshoot the basket. Everyone does it. But you shouldn't overshoot the basket by a whole basketball court length. That's how I feel like. I don't know. It's a bit silly, honestly.
You overshoot the basket so much you get a touchdown. How does that even work?
Yeah. Oh. I feel like this card will be slightly less than Dreamweaver Ancient, but it will probably be also around 2k Platinum. Yeah, the artwork is amazing, I have to say. The one good aspect of the card is the artwork, obviously. Like that bear in the background looks amazing. Everything looks amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Why? Just why? I don't... Yeah, let's continue.
Munsagi Sniper.
Sniper.
Yeah, and this deals... when 2 cost 1/3 and scrounge 2, and this on display deal 3 damage to target troop with flight. That's nice for limited, I'm pretty sure. I want to
It's
have
not
1 or 2.
broken.
Yeah, it's not broken. It's a 2 cost. It's not quite the same as Meitzinger. Compare those 2. Which one is better? Can you see it? Which one is better? Is it that one or that one? Okay. So it's okay. I mean, I will want to have 1 or 2 in my limited deck. Since there are quite a few flyers, actually. There are more than you would think at first, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, there's more than I thought there were.
Nothing for constructed, yeah. I think we can agree. Even if you play against a flyer, maybe.
Yeah, if you're playing constructed, this is gonna be a different card.
Yeah. There are better 2-drops in constructed, yeah. Slightly better 2-drops.
In wild.
In your opinion, when do you think Scrounge 2 becomes viable as to be expected in limited? What turn is that going to be?
Yeah, it's a good question.
It depends how much Dreadling support you have, but
Yeah, but
without
even
it,
then-
I would say 4 or 5.
Yeah, even with Dreadling creation, it's like you need to play those cards first that create Dreadlings. Like the Botanist, you need to play that card, then you need to create 1 Dreadling. So I would say turn 3 is theoretically the earliest, but on average it's more like turn 4 or even turn 5, where you have 2 troops in your crypt. Like, if you can make the trades, yeah, sometimes it will also influence how people play in limited. Like, if you play against a scrounge deck, you don't want to make the trade, right? You just want to raise the other guy, counter raise him. Like, more often than not, at least me personally, I take the trades if I can in limited. I want to keep the board small. But with scrounge, there's more incentive to not take the trade. Which is interesting. It's an interesting ability to play around or to play with in limited.
Changes a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Arcane Druid. 5 cost, 3/3. When this enters play, create 3 whalers and put them into your hand. The first time, so I didn't see that card on the spoiler, but we did the simulation draft with Code Flipron on his stream, and there I saw that card the first time, and I had to like sharpen my eyes and needed to look at that was really 3 whalers. And 3 is amazing. How amazing is that in limited? I mean, it's amazing.
Get +3s to hand it out as you see fit.
Yeah, as you see fit, you can make it on this one troop to create a 6/6. Or you can just make all your troops better, a little bit better, and you make them
Maybe
valorous.
have some guy who's got good evasion.
Yeah, you have all those valorous support, right? All those other troops that do something when you have other valorous troops, or gives all your valorous troops flight when you attack, something like that.
I don't think you play him in constructed though.
No. Since he is too slow in constructed. Constructed, we were there already, yeah.
In limited with the Swift Strike common one that you'll probably see plenty of.
Yeah. Limited is amazing. He's amazing in limited. Constructed, it's just too slow. I'm not sure what's going on in that picture. Is he transforming into something? What's his arm doing?
I don't know, he's an elf, they're weird.
And what's his legs? He looks like a satyr.
It's turning into like a wood satyr with
Yeah,
like a
satyr,
vine
yeah.
arm.
Yeah. Okay, let's just... What's this in front of his head? His forehead?
That's a Valor. Only it's a green Valor.
I get it. Okay. Pack Hunters. 1 cost, basic. Choose a troop in your deck. Create 4 copies of it and put them into your deck. They get +1/+1. So first of all, the art is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite artworks in the entire set, because it's so creepy and it's so other.
Land Shark.
It's so other than anything else we have in the set from the artwork. Like, what are those creatures? I don't even... I have not seen something like that before, I feel like. It's really creepy and strange, and I like the background, I like the art. It's amazing.
You remember in Beetlejuice where they pull their faces out?
Yeah, I
It's
do
like
actually.
that mixed with critters.
Yeah.
All I see is like a land shark.
Yeah.
Like a really hairy land shark.
So, do we actually want to play that card?
What's better? 4 Dreamweaver Ancients or 8 Dreamweaver Ancients?
Yeah.
Maybe even 12.
So, I can see myself playing that card in limited maybe when I have like a bomb, and I have only 40 cards in limited, so actually that increases my odds of drawing my bomb quite a bit. So I can see myself playing that card in limited. Do I play that in constructed? The answer I feel like is no, because we have Hero Fall, and
it works well with Might Singer of Ages. But then again, yeah, you're right. It does not work well with Hero Fall.
It's an anti-combo with Hero Fall, yeah.
I would bring it in a mirror match with another wild deck that's not running blood.
The problem is it's It's a card disadvantage, right? It's a card that does nothing, first of all. It can get you an advantage over like several turns. But it's not like that it can even create card advantage directly, it's just like that it can create quality advantage of your draws. That's about it. Your draws are made a bit better. Which in limited is good enough, since you have bombs and you have only 40 cards. In constructed, I don't think it's good enough. But people will play it. I mean, this card will be around 100 platinum, I feel like. Because it's a special unique effect that people like for some reason. People, for some reason, like those kinds of effects. Never understood why Mimiobot was good. I guess there's some arena deck with Mimiobot. Oh. Yeah.
I guess to my question is, with Hero Fall, we've talked about people playing maybe less than 4 of cards. And then putting this, you could put this in your reserves to counter that, to change that in those situations when you're not playing against blood.
Yeah, but is that really worth a card? I don't think so. It's just not worth a card.
Yeah,
I feel like.
that there is no immediate impact, and that's a really important thing to consider.
It increases your card quality of your draws.
I was mostly
That's
thinking
all.
of it combos well with Might Singer. So people might try to do that because then they have more chance to draw cards.
I get that, but then you have also.
But yeah, that's still...
But you have also 4 pack hunters, which are not troops, right?
Yeah.
So it counters it out. Pesky Pippets. 3 cost. 3/3. Suctable Minor. Ground 6. At the end of your turn, create a random scroll and put it into play. What do we have for scrolls? We have a Mammoth scroll, which is 7/7. And I think
Most of the scrolls are pretty strong right now.
Most of the scrolls are strong. We have a scroll that fights a troop. That's also good.
Scrounge 6 though, that's real high.
That's real high, yeah. But it's at the end of your turn, so you get the effect on your turn already. So
what do you socket it with?
It's a good question. It's not like you need Crush. It's not like you need Skyguard Steadfast.
Swift Strike?
I
don't know.
Light maybe if you play Diamond. I don't know. I don't know which. The socket makes the card not that much better. It's all about the scroll effect. And Scrounge 6 is indeed a pretty tough ask.
I think it's a waste versus other scrounge cards, assuming that there are.
Yeah.
Because you're essentially eliminating your other scrounges.
I will play it in limited though, because worst case it is 3 cost 3/3 with a minor gem, so that's okay. I will play it in limited, I'm sure about that.
And then sometimes it's a bomb.
Sometimes it's a super bomb that wins you the game, yeah. That's great. Constructed, I will say probably no, because it's Scrounge 6 requires much setup. By this time,
maybe in Kalugi you can do that.
Yeah, Kalugi is a champion, right?
Yeah, because he like discards a bunch of your cards and then puts one in your hand.
Yeah, okay.
Kagaluchi.
Yeah, I'm saying it really wrong.
Yeah, you said it really wrong. But okay. Yeah, maybe. It's like you're talking late game, and then you can handle cards, right? You can play spot removal or play extinctions. If we had still spell shield, this would be much better. Obviously. Because then they need to play extinction, right? If you have spell shield on that, then you will win the game eventually. If the other guy does
if
not
you
play
can
extinction.
scrounge it. But I'm not sad that spell shield is gone.
Me neither.
I mean, kind of.
Oh, not really.
I'm looking at Gargolith.
Yeah. I'm sad about Gargolith. Combination with the other troops, but I'm not sad that Spell Shield's gem is going. Poison Arrow. Quick action. Target troop gets lethal this turn. Scourge 1. Draw a card. That's good. That's good for limited. Not for constructed though, I feel like, since you don't want to have that kind of effect anyways. So it's not even.
It's a cantrip if you blow somebody up from your graveyard.
Yeah. It's
quick.
It's good for.
I like it.
It's certainly good enough for limited. A middle to maybe even high pick. Yeah. The art is good as well. Let's just go on. Puck's Daydream. Yep. Constant. When the troop you control deals damage to a champion, gain 1 resource. 1 permanent resource.
I almost think the troop every time I look at it.
Yeah. I think this is not good enough actually. Like, in which decks do you want to have that? Since, I mean,
it's too slow.
Yeah, you're not ramping on turn 2, so you're not. It's not Chlorphilia. Can ramp on turn 2 if you play the 1 cost troop that deals damage, I guess. But that doesn't work out often enough. So I feel like this is not the way you want to go. Maybe there's some combo potential, but I doubt it. And for limited, it's also very strange. I don't think you want to play that in limited.
It seems like a trap to me.
Yeah, which is fine. Trap cards they fulfill a purpose. There need to be trap cards for limited and for constructed. Otherwise, it would be too obvious, too easy. That being said, you can make it too obvious, too easy by printing cards like Demon Behind Mind Singer. Not like difficult to see that you should play those cards if you are wild. That's the opposite of creating trap cards. Okay.
Like Midnight Fever.
Yeah. And Midnight Fever is not even a trap card. Midnight Fever is just a silly card. Midnight Fever was not even that it was a trap, because everyone saw that it was pointless. This one, some people might not see that it is bad. And even if it is bad, it's at least an interesting ability effect that you don't have before, and that potentially can do something very silly. So I like it. I don't mind it design-wise at all. But let's go on.
Seems good.
Wood Wrangler. 4 cost, 4/2 suckable minor, so you get it +1 crush, I guess. 5/2 crush. Seems good enough for a 4 cost.
Yeah.
You
could do a couple other things with it.
Yeah. Nothing for constructed, but I move on. Since I think I want to finish this, yeah. Yeah, I guess we can finish it up today.
Yeah, I mean, if we finish Wild, the Prismatic's a small set of cards to go through.
Yeah. Alright, Rust and Ruin. Destroy target artifact or constant. Undervalue allegiance, create 2 Dreadlings.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah. Nature Rains was quick though. This one is not quick. So still okay. It's a sideboard card for limited, and a sideboard card I guess for constructed as well in your Dreadling deck. Yeah. I mean, if I
don't really see anything that convinces me there's going to be a Dreadling deck in constructed.
Yeah, Eulogy.
At least. Oh yeah, Eulogy. Duh.
Yeah, that's can be enough.
And you sideboard this in to kill their Eulogy.
Yeah. I don't know though. Maybe Eulogy is not enough, but maybe.
If it's not quick, so they'll probably play their Eulogy and then they get benefit from that.
Let's move on, because there's not much to say, I guess. It's a sideboard card. It's a sideboard card. That's all. Rust Tonk Lesher. 3 cost 2/3. When the is played, choose 1. Destroy target artifact, or this gets Skyguard. That's definitely got limited card. Since it trades with many flyers.
Or you
tries
could
are-
blow up a
yeah.
big threat.
Yeah, sure.
You
Not-
don't use this in constructed.
No, you
There's
don't use
better
it.
3-drops.
There's much better 3-drops. For sure. There are even better 2-drops. Oh, so silly.
Yep.
Satyr's Roost part. When you play a Valor, draw a card. Once it's on display, it gets +1/+1 for each Valor's troop you control. So this is another reason to play Valor unconstructed. And it might be a very good reason. This card is constructed material for sure. It pushes the deck, it makes the deck kind of. With Heart of Amber and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, +1 and draw a card is really good.
Yeah. And then, I mean, this might be a
And 3 damage.
yeah.
Yeah.
This might be a 3/4, 4/5 when it comes into play already. And you might draw a card immediately if you have a Valor in your hand. So it replaces itself the turn. Basically, you play it if you have a Valor. Really good. It's really good. So limited, obviously, very great. You build your deck around it. If you can first pick it. And constructed, it's all about the question, how much do we see that deck? How good will it be? And I don't know. It might be tier 1. It honestly might be tier 1. But the only...
I think everything's going to be tier 2 compared to some of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Compared to Ancient, Midnight Singer,
Yeah.
Reveler.
But you could combine those silly cards. But you probably don't want to combine them. Because if you play like the Roost Bard and the Heart of Ember, you kind of want to play more Valor cards. You still might to play Dreamweaver Ancient, honestly, because Dreamweaver Ancient is so overtuned.
It's also Ardent.
Of course it's Ardent. Of course it's Ardent.
Same thing with Might Singer.
Yeah.
Savage Stomper.
Yeah.
This is a much less interesting Scrounge 6.
I'm still so annoyed about those cards. Okay. When this in display, create a Tyrannosaurus 6 and put it into play for Scrounge 6, and the 6 cost 4/6 Crush. Tyrannosaurus 6 is 6/4 Crush. So if you can do that, you get a 4/6 Crush and a 6/4 Crush. And I guess the Tyrannosaurus 6 is the thing that is behind the other thing?
Yeah.
Behind the Stumper?
Except it doesn't have the like armor
Yeah.
from the original card.
Yeah. I like the artwork again. I like the card as well. I think it's a fine limited card just because 6 cost 4/6 Crush is okay. And Scrounge is kind of a bonus, and if you can get it to go, can get it to work, then this is really strong.
But compared to Pipit, that Scrounge effect seems kind of lame.
Yeah, sure, but it's still great for limited.
Yeah, like just for the stat line of itself.
I mean,
Don't
obviously,
play it constructed.
the Pipit is better in limited, klar, of course, but Stumper is okay. Okay.
Yeah, and this one's uncommon, so you can probably get it more often.
Yeah, sure. That's for sure. Nothing for constructed. Scout the wilds. one
It's
cost-
a worse Oakhenge,
Basic.
right?
Look at the top 1 card of your deck. Put a troop or resource. Put a troop or resource. Oakhenge can only get you a troop. This can get you a troop or a resource.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I always forget that this one can
That's
get you
actually
resource.
okay. It's actually okay. Since if you have to play it for 1, you will probably get your card. As a, yeah,
You
might
could
be.
actually guarantee. Oh wait, no. You'd probably have more Scout the Wilds.
Yeah.
That you might. So you can build your deck in
If you
such a
don't
way
have-
that
If you don't have too many actions, you can play it for 1. And it only gets better if you wait a bit. Certainly okay for limited. I mean, it's basic, which is a bit sad. It's, I mean, Oakhenge Ceremony for constructed is just better, I feel like, though. Even though this might get you a resource, but still, Oakhenge, you don't need to attack.
there's no condition tied to it.
Okay. Siege-Saurus, 8 cost, 7/5. In Assault, it gets cheaper. So it will be a 6 cost 7/5 or 5 cost 7/5, maybe even 4 cost. It always depends, obviously, on how long you wait and when you draw that card. It's okay. It's
okay for limited.
It's okay for limited, nothing for constructed. Like here you have
Sly Lookout or anything else to say?
Yeah, here just wanted to say this. Here you have another reference to a lot of the rings, right? Like the
Oh yeah, the elephants.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
the archers on the elephants.
Yeah. It's okay. It's nice. Sly Lookout. 2 cost 1/1 spell shield. So you have those special decks that pump, play Soul of Battle. But other than that, this card really one really needs it, I feel like. So basically it's better than Spell Sprite, though, right? So that's now Spell Sprite did have flight. That's not really the better.
Yeah, but that really didn't make much of a difference.
Yeah, it did. And
Unless
that-
you wanted evasion.
But in that specific deck, it made a lot of difference. Actually.
Oh yeah.
So Dawn Pix isn't limited, and Dawnblade in constructed. I mean, maybe you find a deck where you want to have that in constructed, but I don't think so at all. Like this card, this is actually the card I don't get for why would you print that card? It doesn't fulfill a purpose.
It's
in my
because
eyes.
you needed a bad tube drop in wild. It's to
but-
balance it.
But who wants to play
To
that
balance
card?
things
not-
out.
It's even too bad to be a limited trap, right? I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is a Midnight Fever actually, although this is much more boring. I don't quite get why this is a card in the set. Which design purpose does it fulfill? But okay. Smash Magus. 4 cost 3/3, scrounge 2, +3/+3. Solid. Yeah. Solid, very solid. So
Solid.
6/6 if you scrounge, which you more often than not should be able to do. So that's very nice for limited, nothing for constructed again.
Yeah, but in limited it can be kind of scary.
Since you have better 4 cost double wild threshold cards. Right? A little bit better.
I don't know about any of those. I haven't heard about those.
Yeah. Okay. Spring Blossom. Quick action. Revert target troop you control and gain 3 health for 1. Do I want to revert my own troops?
Well,
Maybe
if
with
they've
Fear
got a
after.
neat one shot.
Really though. Maybe if they have a one shot. Is that worth the card? I mean, obviously they want to make it worth the card because they give you health on top. They do realize it's not worth a card on its own, so they make gain 3 on top. But I think it's still
Then
not,
again, that's also health.
yeah, it's still not worth the card, I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably not.
Let's just move on. Since I want to, like, how many prismatic cards do we have? I guess not that many, but many of them are interesting, so.
Yeah, that might take a while.
Yeah, that's okay. I can do
We
another.
could take a break or
Yeah, break doesn't help me that much, and we can do a little break. Let's just wrap up Wild for now, and then we can. Spring Dancer. 2 cost 2/2, and this is play, create a Valor and put it into your hand. That's good. Nothing for constructed, I think, since you have better Valor creators for 2 in constructed.
yeah,
But-
like there's that ruby.
Yeah,
If you wanted to go with the roost bard and the person who does damage, you're already in those
but
colors. So
but for limited, it's a nice pickup for sure.
yeah, I mean 2/2. I mean, it's a bear.
Yeah.
Like really can't complain about that, and then it gives you a valor.
Bring Litter Diceable. 4 cost 3/4. If one of your cards or effects would create one or more cards with cost 1, create that many +1 instead. That works with Battle Hoppers, but it also works with Dreadlings.
It also works with Valor.
Also works with Valor. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's a weird thing about it.
Very interesting. Ah, I didn't even think about that. That's amazing. That's amazing for limited. That's really strong. Is it
Yep,
good enough?
it helps you out with basically any of the big strategies for limited.
Is it good enough for constructed? Probably not, right? Since it's
Yeah,
forecast.
probably not. I mean,
Nah.
if you look at the cost and the stats, probably not.
You have Ritualist of the Spring Litter that works with Battle Hoppers. This works with more stuff, but not really worth it in constructed. In limited it is. With Valor, that's great. Dinkorn, 1/1 D4. That's solid in limited. I mean, trades with everything that does not fly, basically. Works as a scrounge if you want to trade. That's good. It's nothing too special. It's not a high pick necessarily, but a middle pick.
Yep.
Nothing for constructed. So.
Nope. Not unless you wanted to do something fun with a PvE deck. That's the Shroomkin archetype.
Maybe.
That's about the only thing I think this is useful for.
Strength of the Ardent. 4 cost quick. Target troop gets +3/+3. This turn, Ardent Allegiance, create a Valor. So we have a combo trick that
Maybe
creates a Valor.
limited.
I would say I will play it in my limited deck. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's not permanent, so
Yeah, but still. It's a common trick that creates you a Valor, makes a troop valorous. I think that's good enough. Nothing for constructed.
yeah.
Maybe this one? Swamp Water Recluse. 3 cost 1/1, Socket 1 Major, Scrounge X, +1/+1 for each troop worded this way. So which Suctable Major do we have that work with high power troops? Not that
There's
many,
double
right?
damage. Double damage, Swift Strike.
I don't see it right
Crush and +1 attack.
now. Crush.
But I don't think this guy's going to be used in constructed
Yeah.
because there's Hierophant.
Yeah. I mean, this card you don't want to play it on turn 3 anyways. But
There's also speed. That might be nice. There's also the Flight Gym.
yeah, or they can't be blocked by troops with less attack, I guess.
Yeah.
Like that, like
But as for major
5/5
gems,
or
there's
something.
not too much. There's the when it attacks, troops you control get +1 and lethal for Underworld. That might be one
think
you
you want
use
to
every
have-
once in a while.
You want to have something else like evasion. I don't know.
That or double damage.
I mean, it's certainly okay for limited. I will play it in limited. Won't play it in constructed, I feel like.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Just because Hierophant exists.
Interesting artwork, by the way. Again, he's standing on some kind of skull.
I just like how he's one of the fat bunnies.
Yeah,
I haven't really seen that in the shin hair yet. And to see him as like kind of a chubby bunny, that's kind of funny.
Thorn Pup. Oh, isn't he cute? Isn't he cute? He's a plant, and he's a beast. A dog.
And it's only gonna get cuter with the Rose Kitten.
Yeah. Ah, certainly. Then we get kittens. Oh. So 3 cost 2/2 once per turn. 2 all Thorn Pups and Rose Kittens you control get +2/+2 this turn.
Wait, that's once per turn, not a one shot?
Oh, that's once per turn.
Oh, it's this turn. Okay, I thought that was permanent.
No.
I'm like, if that's permanent, how is this a common?
This is playable in limited.
Yeah,
Even if you have just one, it's not super terrible because it is. If you keep two open, it blocks as a 4/4. Not great though. It's really not that
it's a
great.
combat trick.
I mean, multiples it's okay, but I feel like the other cards in the cycle work better in multiples.
Rose Kitten isn't printed yet.
No, yes,
That's for
exactly,
chat.
yeah.
It's going to be out in the next set.
Yeah.
But if you have two of these out, then you could use that effect on each one of them. And then you have 2 6/6s.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's certainly good. But do I want to, and when I do my limited draft, do I really want to chase those cards so that I have 2, 3, or 4 on my deck? Not sure.
It's easy enough to splash.
I feel like it's more like something you pick up when you see them and there's nothing else you want to play, and then you at the end you decide, do I have enough of them? Like, do I have 3 or 4? Then okay.
Well, I mean, even on its own, you said it's good enough.
It's barely good enough. It's like on its own, it's filler level. I have nothing else.
Okay, fair enough.
And again, with this cycle, I feel like if they are doing something amazing with the Rose Kittens, then maybe in Constructed, but probably no. Titanospore. 6 cost 7/1. This is as play creates 7 Dreadlings and put them into your hand. Sacrifice another Shroomkin. Dreadlings are Shroomkins. This gets invincible this turn. I think that's not too bad. For Constructed even. Like, it really
You
helps.
might end up having to discard a lot of those Dreadlings. Maybe. I don't know.
It puts them into your hand. Yeah, I forgot about that. Thought it was put them into play. That would probably be too good. Yeah, put them into play would be too good. Never mind.
And
Put
it
them into
also
your
kind
hand
of
makes it a lot worse.
defeats the purpose of it because you sacrifice the Shroomkin and it gets invincible.
Yeah, kind of does defeat the purpose, I guess. Oh, it makes it a lot weaker though. I would say no for Constructed then. And limited, yeah, sure.
If it
Seems
had
good
speed
enough.
and crush, it might be viable for.
Yeah, Crush would be amazing, I guess. Seems good enough for limited though. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
And again, very amazing art.
Well, also, by the time you play it, your hand's going to be pretty low, anyways.
Yeah, probably.
And in limited, you probably don't want any resources.
Okay.
Well, by the time you have 6.
Unleash the Beast. I think they have already done that. Unleash the Beast. Create a random troop with cost 1 and put it into play for 3. And then assault, that number gets increased by 1. It's random, so I don't like random, but it's on a card that is not really good, I feel like, so it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I can agree with that.
It's okay. I mean, it could potentially be strong, even constructed. Like,
Well, also, if the troop cost is so high that it doesn't exist,
then it
you make
creates
that
set
which does not exist.
Which is good. Which is actually really good. So if you get that to a high number,
But that's like 12 attacks.
yeah, but still, I mean, you get 11. By 11, I think you get an 8/8 crush, right? The siege engine Gemini. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, definitely for limited. I don't know if this is going to be used in constructed.
Definitely for limited, yeah. I feel like that's pretty obvious. Constructed,
Probably not.
maybe with Dreadlings and Battle Hoppers, maybe? It's just, I don't want to say outright no. I feel like probably no, but I'm still saying maybe at this point.
Imagine what happens if you top deck it.
It depends on if I have Threatening Creation each turn. If I have Battle Hoppers, or if I have Board State already, it's okay. It's okay as the top deck if I have Board State. I feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
Probably
Okay, I'll agree with that. It's okay, but it's not amazing
Yeah,
like
it's-
some other
I'm-
things you can do.
Again, I'm not saying it will see playing constructed. I'm just saying I'm not sure enough it won't see. Say it.
Yeah,
But even
I
if
could see someone putting this in their
Trying it
constructed
out,
deck
yeah.
and it not being terrible.
or not being good as well, and then they find out it's good enough.
Yeah, it's just a really bad top deck. But if it starts in your hands,
Yeah, you
that's
need
pretty
to build
good.
a deck around it. You have Threatening Creation, you have Battle Hoppers, maybe. Yeah. So, I don't know. Even then, it's random. Who knows?
And is this how you're wanting to win the game?
Uh,
If you're making a bunch of dreadlings?
maybe. Seems like the stats to spot removal as well, so probably not. Even if it's played, it's not worth much. Like, say.
I think that's stretching it, but alright.
Yeah, even if it's played, which it probably won't be.
Yeah, if
and,
it's played, it'll be 100.
and
Yeah.
if it won't be, it will be 30 blood. Yes, that. Verdant Mill. So you have another outpost, and if you have here 5 conquest counters, when you play resource, then you create a wild child, and a wild child is a 2/2 for 2. Same thing with the other outposts. Not really good enough. The Sapphire one is the best, I feel like.
The Sapphire one with the -1
But
call
the-
troops?
The Dreadlings. The Sapphire is with
Yeah,
the 2
the Dreadling
Dreadlings
one.
each turn.
I think this is. I think this one for like all of the outposts, they seem like they're more useful and limited. And this one, since the wild childs don't die every turn they're played, I think this one is a little bit better than the blood mill
But again, I don't
for
get
limited.
it. I don't get a wild child every turn. I have to play resource. Then I get one. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If it would create
Yeah,
a
I
wild
think
child
I-
every
alright.
turn, then this card would be highly playable and limited. Don't get me wrong. It might be playable and limited. Might be good enough.
Yeah, it's about on the same level as the blood one because
blood
then
one,
it
yeah.
turns all your resources into.
Yeah, I have to correct myself. The
2/2s.
Sapphire one is with the minus attack. That's actually pretty bad. The blood one is with
Yeah.
creating 2 Dreadlings each turn. It's amazing.
That one's a little bit better than this, but this one is more generally useful. Whereas if you're trying to make a bunch of dreadlings with
it's
your
at least
draft,
okay, and some outposts are not good at all. Nothing for constructed.
yeah, I think that depending on the situation, they're on the same level, which still, yeah.
Okay. Wakizashi Wabani. 3 cost 2/3. Shroom King control have +1 attack. Which works with Dreadlings and other Shroomkin. It's okay. I feel like
If
this
you're going for the dreadling kill them by attacking
Yeah.
strategy in limited,
limited.
actually, if you're trying to do a dreadling kill with attacks in constructed, this could also
I
go
don't
in
think
that.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Maybe you are aggressive, but I feel like if you want to play the Dreadling deck in constructed, you are playing like more the slow style control deck with blood and playing extinctions.
Okay. So maybe I was wrong about the constructed thing.
Yeah,
But
it's
in
it's
limited,
okay in limited, certainly. And the art is amazing again.
oh yeah, in constructed you use dormant one, not this guy.
Yeah, Dominant one is also another 3 cost. Yeah, that's certainly not too bad. Right. So I guess I will take 5 minutes break and then we do Prismatic and wrap it up.
Yeah.
Though cards are also complicated, but okay. I guess we can.
Yeah, this one, there's probably more discussion over every card because each one
on
is
average,
interesting.
yeah. But I,
Whereas in like Wild, about half of them were interesting.
yeah, but I can still wrap it up here and there. But okay, let's take 5 minutes break and then we do the rest.
No problem.
Yep. Alright, let's finish this up then. Starlight. Starlight is part of another card. So let's skip this. Ardent Officer. 3 cost 2/2 Ardent. When this attacks, Ardent troops you control get +2/+1 this turn. This card is strong for what it does.
I agree.
Being aggressive and Ardent. It's amazing and limited, obviously. And
Do you think you could get away with it in constructed?
Yeah, I'm sure about it. Quite sure about it. Attacks for 3/2. Actually, 4/3. It attacks for 4/3 on its own, and it buffs your whole board if you have all Ardent, which you should have. So that's good enough, I feel like. Actually, that's one card I feel not too sad about playing. The Speed Cliff in Constructed. Speed on that one seems really strong.
Yeah.
If you have a 1 cost Ardent, a 2 cost Ardent, and then you play Ardent Officer, and then you give it speed, that's like, I don't know how much damage, but a lot. That alone, if it pumps 3 troops, is +6 damage, basically. That's something. But still, I feel like the Cliff will not see play. But this card, I mean, it has to be too good to not see any play. It's just that it really depends on how you build your deck. But yeah.
Definitely limited, and wouldn't be surprised to see it in an Ardent,
Yeah, people
like
will
Crusader.
people will try to build that deck, and it might be very good. Who knows? Let's go on. Black card Paladin, 5 cost, 5/5. Diamond and Blood. Damage dealt to you is reduced by 1. Damage dealt to opposing champion is increased by 1. So the Spiderlings deal no damage to you anymore, and your Spiderlings deal 2 damage. Basically, example. So it's 5/5 for 5, which is okay. Is this effect good enough for Constructed? The answer is...
If it was you and your troops, then yes, but
Yeah, I get that, yeah. But it's not... I think it's not quite enough, sadly.
yeah. I am kind of excited to use it for PvE because the warrior champion, it'll affect the battle on that, and I use that to attack champions more than remove troops.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's just kind of sad that it's a cleric, not a warrior.
It's great in limited, I guess. I'm not sure if you are Diamond Blood in limited in your limited decks. Maybe you are, but most times you are not.
It's a 5/5 for 5.
Yeah,
That's
it's good.
good.
But the question is, do you play those shards? The only question. Oh, if you do, it's great, obviously. Same for the next card in limited. I feel like this card, if you, Boy Starlight, as I read it, 5 cost 3/3. When Boy Starlight attacks, draw a card. When Starlight you control attacks, draw a card. Starlight is 1/1, and it has +1/+1 for each card in your hand. You get 2 troops, and whenever one of those attacks, as long as Boy Starlight is alive, both cards draw a card. This is a reference to David Bowie, obviously. Which should be
it also has an
obvious.
equipment called Crown of the Goblin King, just in case it wasn't obvious enough.
It's already obvious enough. So
There's going to be a deck made around this card, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be good enough to fight against all those wild decks.
So
but
I tried to build that deck on PTR already with Tri-Shard Human and Lord Alexander to give everything speed. It's almost good enough, I feel like. Maybe. I mean, this card screams to be good enough in Constructed because you have so much card advantage if you just can attack once. I don't know.
Yep.
Limited, it's a super bump, obviously, but you need to be in those shards in limited as well. But it's worth the splash for such a card, obviously. Yeah, I will just say this is maybe for us level and that it is not immediately played, but then someone figures it out. I don't know. Maybe no one will figure it out, but it just when I read the card, I think it has to be too good to not see play and constructed, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine a couple people really desperately wanting this to make this work, just because the draw effect is really, really good.
It's unique, which makes it a little bit harder to build a deck around it. Okay.
They're both unique.
Yeah. Okay, Cloud Runner. One cost 2/2 flight, but it has 2 different thresholds, so you can't play it on turn 1. Unless you play like a card that gives you a threshold on turn 1, or like the. Don't play that anyways. So you have to play it on turn 2 the fastest, but then you can play 2. I think this is actually decent, even in constructed. Tempo wise.
Yeah, it seems that way, but I don't know if I'd play it myself too much.
In limited, the problem is that you don't want to be in Diamond Sapphire, I guess. This combination seems like it's not something you are naturally in. But in constructed, I think this might work out in a flyer deck.
I really like the design though.
Yeah, I do as well. I like all those designs where they are undercosted, but they have different thresholds. So you can't play them on turn 1.
I mean, this would be like a perfect card to play if you were playing like a counter deck, because you only cost
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Has
never
evasion.
thought about that. Yeah.
Has evasion, so you can always attack pretty much.
It's just that that kind of deck. I don't know if that kind of deck has a place in this new meta.
That's a good question.
But
yeah. Let's move on. I don't want to take up too much time. So get here already. But I can finish out this up. I just will make it a bit faster, but that's fine. Discombobulate. 3 cost quick action, interrupt target card for Sapphire Ruby. Which is good on its own, but then there's more. And then it gets not so good anymore, I guess. Each champion creates a random card that they meet the threshold requirements to play and puts this into their hand. So actually this card would be arguably better without the extra line of each champion creates stuff. Since it would basically be another counter magic. Kind of.
I don't know. I'd rather just play counter magic or
Sure.
like some one of the other new counters.
Don't get me wrong,
than
counter
this.
magic seems much better than this.
Yeah, this basically just you can't play that, but it also doesn't affect card advantage or card count at all.
I mean, again, this is a good kind of random because no one actually will play that in a tier 1 meta deck. But people will play it for fun.
Oh, it's your kind of random then, huh?
Yeah, it's my kind of random. The random there, it's for fun, and why not? Maybe one time in limited. But you shouldn't play this in limited, I feel like. You really
I
shouldn't.
wouldn't even play this unlimited.
Yeah. But I don't mind that card. I don't mind it. Let's move on though. Dread Demise, 4 cost, Wild Blood. Basic, create 3 Dreadlings and put them into play. Scrounge 2, Shroomkin you control get +1 attack. Which is permanent, but your Shroomkins are Dreadlings that usually die at end of turn, so yeah.
It's basically just 6 attack.
Which is not bad. 6 attack for 4? That's not too bad. Really isn't.
And then there's dreadlings in your graveyard, so that could be a
Yeah, basically you if you scrounge for 2, you have at the end you have 3 troops, so you can scrounge for even one more.
Or even sacrifice.
Yeah. It's
Or you
good.
could not
It-
scrounge and like try to set up for a scrounge 6.
Especially if you have like additional Dreadling creation already on the start of your turn, then you get additional value from the +1 attack. I think it's playable for sure, unlimited. Not
Do you touch it in constructed? I don't think you do.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if the. I mean, if there's like a deck that wants to, sacrifice and scrounge stuff, I guess.
But I feel like the Dreadling deck in constructed doesn't want to win by overpowering and having plus attack on the Dreadlings. I don't know.
I mean, but what else are you gonna? I mean, if you don't at least hit for some damage
You
with the
play,
Dreadlings,
you play,
they're
Uli-
kind of a
you
waste.
play Eulogy and the other artifact, the 2-cost Call of Yazukan.
Yeah,
Then you play for extinction, for hero fall. Maybe some kills on top.
And maybe you throw out a dormant one.
Yeah, maybe a dormant 1 or 2 or 4. And then you don't want to play that card, I guess.
But maybe in limited.
Yeah, limited I think
Exalted
is good.
Knight?
Exalted Knight. There we
Is
are.
this Angry Joe's vanity card? I cannot tell.
Are you joking? You know who that
You don't
is,
know who
right?
that is?
I know it's a vanity card just because it's obviously a vanity card.
It's
Who
our
is that?
Exalted. We only have 3 of those.
Cirrus.
Our
Oh,
second Exalted.
I don't really follow streamers that much.
Yeah, he's not around anymore anyways. Which is a bit sad that we are all reminded about him every time we will see that card. But that's fine, I guess. This card might be even constructed playable, I think. Speed Steadfast, 4/3, 4/4, and then opposing non-ardent troops enter play exhausted. It's a huge
disarming-
tempo swing.
Yeah.
Like they play troops, they can't block with those troops. It's borderline good enough for constructed. Is
Yeah,
it
I can
really
see
good
that.
enough? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, definitely if you're going to be playing a Ardent Crusader build, because then you
Yeah.
might want like 2 ofs or 3 ofs. You know,
Now
I can see him
remember,
getting
this
at least one of
affects
those.
like neutral troops too.
Oh yeah,
So vampires.
Certainly not bad, and it's very powerful and limited. That's for sure. But okay, talking about cards that are powerful and limited. Forever's Bloom, 3-cost Diamond Wild, constant. At the start of turn, add a strength counter to this. Then up to 1 target troop you control gets +1/+1 for each strength counter on it. That's amazing and limited, obviously. Like, if you survive like 3, 4, or 5 turns, seems like you're impossible to lose. It gets much easier each turn.
yep. What about constructed in
No.
the cost?
Constructed
I mean,
is
for, like,
constructed is just too slow. And you have too much extinctions and spot removals for constructed to play a 3-card cast that does nothing and just works over time. You can't afford to
Alright,
wait.
so 30 flat.
Yeah. This. The art is amazing again. Again, amazing art. But it's gonna be 30 blood since it's just too slow and constructed. You can't just play a 3-cost that does nothing and then you have to wait 3, 4, 5 turns to really get ahead. If you have then a board still, it's not like this is producing troops. So if they play hero fall and spot removal to the targets you target, and then or they play extinction even, it's not good enough for constructed. Limited, it's a bomb though. obviously. You will pull
Yep,
ahead if you
That
just
makes sense.
have a few turns. Hand of the Black Crucible. 6 cost Ruby Blood. 7/5. When this attacks, draw a card. Then discard a card at random. When your champion discards a card, this deals damage to each opposing champion equal to the discarded card's cost. A little anecdote. So we did like a simulation draft. I told already with Coach Flipperon, and this card basically I think wheeled the complete table. No one wanted that card, which is interesting. I feel like it's too good to wheel the table, but people really don't like to discard a card at random. It seems like they really don't. And 6 costs 7/5 on its own. It's okay, but it's not really great. So yeah, want to get the attack out of it, and then it's discard a random card, which people really don't like.
Yeah, I'd probably pass it around the table too.
Which I
'Cause
think
it's
it
probably
shouldn't
only gonna
be
be
again,
30.
but yeah, I can understand why people don't take it. It's not good enough for constructed, sadly. It really isn't.
Yeah,
Just
it's not a
too
money
slow.
card, and random discard, even though it does damage, is
Yeah, you have to play it on
annoying.
6 and then you have to like wait a turn. That's not good enough. Okay. Holding Plains Alpha. 2 cost, 2/2. Diamond Wild. When this enters play, create a Valor and put it into your hand, and this attacks Valor's troops you control get +1/+1 this turn. This is the kind of Valor creator troop that is definitely constructed playable.
Yep.
Not much to say about it. I mean, this is a great 2-drop that creates Valor. Probably the best in constructed.
Yeah, you might even be able to stack it with the Ardent Officer. Maybe if you're crazy and want to go 3 color.
Sure.
It's just gonna be a pain in the ass and limited to as a common.
Yeah. It's a high pick in limited. Obviously a very high pick. Not much to say about it though, right? It's amazing. It's an amazing card. I like the artwork as well. The colors are amazing. It's this
It
kind of
reminds
comic
me of that
style.
other Coyote card that was done in this same art style. I think it was in AA though.
Yeah, the Brown Fox Scout AA, I think, has the same kind. Has it? I might be mistaken.
Yeah. It's interesting what they do with the lines. Like a lot of the line art for this is like colored
Yeah.
to be something of a highlight. So that's a really cool, interesting technique that they did.
I like it. I like the card. I like the design. It's good. Okay. Laskar's Blood Sworn. 2 cost. Ruby Blood. 3/3. Crush. Sacrifice another troop. This gets Rage. 1. Yeah, that's good.
It's good.
That's really good. The art is amazing once
And it's
more.
permanent too.
You can sacrifice more than 1 troop since it stacks up, right? So yeah, if you sack 2 troops, it gets Rage 2.
And it's in blood, so you can probably get Dreadlings to do that.
It might be good enough for Yurtle as well. It's certainly constructed
For 2
material here,
costs,
right?
yeah. Wow.
It has Squash. This has to be constructed material for some kind of
Oh,
Ruby
yeah.
Blood aggro deck.
For aggro deck, yeah.
Just has to be. If this deck will be good, you have to wait and see, but it might be.
It's an
Play
orc,
that.
so you can play the orc allegiance
Witch
shards.
Raider or something, yeah.
Yeah, and you also can
And
play
there's
that
Ardent,
elemental. So you go 3/1 followed by a 3/3.
Yeah. And then they block and you don't want to give it rage after they've already blocked, because then you lost out on the rage. But the sacrifice is actually more like a bonus, since 3/3 crush for 2 is actually really good. Okay. And obviously amazing in limited as well. No question about it. Probably even better in limited. since you can
Yeah.
have the more traveling creations unlimited. I feel like if your other deck in constructed, you probably don't have that many cards that create dreadlings. Since
It's
you-
weird though that it's not a basic thing because I can't see like doing this.
I mean,
It's a quick.
if you attack with dreadlings and they die because they are just blocked, then you can as well
I guess,
sacrifice
yeah.
before.
See, but you only get the rage. I mean, it only takes effect like when you say you're gonna attack though.
Yeah, but you can play it and then you attack with your dreadlings and then you sacrifice. So you can't attack the turn you played the Bloodsworn, but you can
Yeah,
sacrifice.
I think the sacrifice another troop effect is going to be used more often in limited.
Yeah,
Or it could be used
I
like
agree.
if you try to spot remove my other troop, I'll just
Yeah.
sacrifice it.
Yep. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that.
But amazing card, obviously.
Yeah,
Not
it
too
is.
powerful, but yeah, that's good. Really good.
And the artwork's great.
Monk of the Sacred Stones. Also good artwork. Another Manti. 6 cost 4/5. When this is on display, put up to 3 target cards with cost 1 or less from your crypt into your hand. So what are 1 cost? Dreadlings are 1 cost. Valor are 1 cost. Those are the most things you will get back, I guess. Seems like
Yep.
it's pretty strong and limited. If you have a Valor deck and you splash like Ruby, for splash like Sapphire, I mean, for this. Just to get back your Valors. Something else if you have other 1 cost cards.
Yeah, then he becomes kind of like that other guy who's like, just make 3 Valors.
Yeah. The other guy is actually a little bit better, but the other guy is pretty insanely strong and limited.
Yeah.
I would play that in limited though. Usually I would. Not good
Who
enough for
knows, you might even
constructed.
get some 1-drop troops back.
Yeah. Or like the 1 cost 4/3, the Clobberdon.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing is though, if you don't have the targets, the stats are kind of meh for the cost.
They
I
are meh.
think.
But you don't need 3 targets, you need up to 3 targets, so there's it.
I know, but if you don't get anything though, it's kind of.
Yeah, if you don't get anything, it's not worth it, obviously.
He can get you your glyphs back if you're wanting to
Yeah,
pick up
but you don't want to play
glyphs.
Cliffs. We established that. It's more like Valors and Dreadlings and maybe some other stuff. Hopefully some other stuff.
I think
It's
Valor is
okay.
probably the best thing you can get
Valor
back
is the
with
best
him.
thing, yeah, I agree. Let's continue though. Not good enough for constructed. This one might be good though. So we have Milanth, the Lifebender. We have a dragon. A legendary dragon. And it is Diamond, Wild. So it fits in the bank stack. When this is in display, each other troop you control gets Lifebound and it's 6/6 flight. Lifebound means that at the start of your turn, every Lifebound troop you control brings back all other Lifebound control troops from your crypt. So as long as
Yeah,
one,
if you can. Yeah, as long as one lives.
as long as one lives, all others will come back. So they need to play Extinction or have spot removal for everything. Essentially.
And then you can probably just banks one of the Lifebound back, and then oopsie.
And that's just from the crypt, right?
Yeah.
So like if they were voided, they would come
it's
back.
gone, sure. So, would I play this in banks? This is a question I have to ask myself. The answer is maybe a one-off. Not better than that. It's just maybe a one-off. I have to be frank here. It
Why
seems
not
better
two?
than it is,
Because
probably.
you can banks one of the Lifebound back if you have a board.
Yeah, I get that. It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't want to play more than one, I think. It kind of works with banks. They play Extinction, then you reanimate a Lifebound troop, and then you get all other Lifebound troops back.
Yeah, I mean, preferably you wouldn't want to play this after you played all your other troops out, so, you don't want to have too many.
Yeah. We have other ways to play around Extinction just to play more cautiously. It's okay. I feel like one-off in my bank stack. Limited, it's obviously great.
Oh yeah, that's like a bomb with a capital B.
Yeah, limited. I mean, you can always jump basically.
I mean, even just the fly 6
Just the
flying
six
for
slide for
6.
6 is amazing in limited, but the ability is insane because they don't have extinction. They just don't. You can always jump and get them back. You can attack with everything but 1 or 2 and get everything back. It's amazing in limited, no question. And the artwork again is amazing. Okay.
I'm kind of sad that they didn't include that in the Dragon Wallpaper pack.
Yeah. Okay. Paw of Yazukan. 4 cost 4/4. You have Wild Blood. Scrunch 3. When this is played, destroy target opposing card. Card, which means not only troop but everything basically. Constants, artifacts. This is strong. This is constructed strong in Kakulicho.
Yeah, but see, Kagulichu will have to evolve though. I mean, because into like a deck where Scrounge is enabled, because right now it's like kind of like returning stuff from the graveyard, but here you're gonna be voiding stuff from the graveyard, so.
You don't necessarily play Freak of Nature anymore, but you play still Cottontail Recruiters. You have your Kagulichu itself. So I think you will be able to get Scrounge.
And it would also help if you played some kind of like constant troops generator, like Dreadlings. So you can get
maybe a little bit
extra stuff into your crypt.
What's the name? The 5 cost 4/3 that creates 2 Shroomkins.
Oh yeah,
Shroom
that'd
King?
be great. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, something. Yes, you need cards like that. Where you get multiple troops out of one card.
Yeah, 3 troops in 1 card.
The Emancipator.
Yeah. This card is good. No question about it.
Oh yeah.
Amazing and limited, and it is constructed playable for sure.
Oh yeah, it's constructed worthy for sure.
And it will be 300 platinum, maybe 400 platinum.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Maybe a little bit more even, if that deck is tier 1, but who knows. Yeah, that's nice. There's also like an extended art, alternate art for that one, which probably will be either VIP or collector's tier. I feel like.
I forgot how that one looked.
Yeah. Okay. Puke Troll. He pukes. It's a bit disgusting, honestly. If I look at that card.
He's really strong though.
Yeah. So you have 3 cost 3/3 quick troop. It's a troll. It's 1 shot. If the center plays this turn, pay X. Target troop gets +X and crush this turn. You can play it on yourself, so you can ambush, play this for 3, have 3 open, block for 6. You can obviously do it on your attack step to give a random other troop +X and crush, which is good. It's really good. I mean, certainly very, very good in limited. And
limited, yeah. I don't know if it's got a.
I think it might be good enough
though.
for constructed in the right deck. Not the pure mid-range deck,
not
but even more.
Not the typical, Ruby Wild, Jags, ancient deck though. I don't think it has a place in that
probably
deck.
not there, right? Because that card only consists of stupidly broken cards. But maybe in a more aggressive deck? Maybe with this other draw, the gas draw? I don't know. Maybe. I will say maybe. It certainly is not bad. Limited, it's great. Limited is amazing. First pickable.
Yeah.
Easy first pickable. Very easy first pickable. Okay. Rizix. Venom Warrior. Unique. The Rizix is important for the story as well, right? I have no idea.
He shows up in AZ1, and then
Yeah.
he's asking you for a blood of a primal. Go kill Killipede.
Okay.
And then he shows up here and then dies
Okay.
in a card that we've already seen.
So the Rizix is 3-cost Sapphire Blood, 4/4 unblockable. But plays this only if there are 3 or more cards in the same crypt.
I'm kind of surprised that's not Scrounge. But then again,
Yeah.
like Scrounge for unblockable.
I mean, it's not too hard to have 3 or more cards in the same crypt. Maybe not by turn 3, but by turn 4 or 5 it should be not that difficult anymore. I mean, it's better when you can do it on turn 3, right? But that's not too easy, I feel like, to get that. Then you have to self-mill or something.
It's just cards. It's not.
Yeah, but still. Yeah, only you can only like play turn 1 something and turn 2 something. Maybe if you play 2 things on turn 2, then you have 3 cards.
There's a couple of cards. Like there's that Blood Flyer from last set.
Yeah, that
Most
mills.
people discard 3.
But then you do need to play self-mill. And do you want to play mill just to play Rizix like a turn or 2 earlier? I don't think so.
Yeah, that might be a waste.
But nonetheless, it is a strong card. It's amazing and limited. And it will see constructed play. I know that because it already did see constructed play on the PTR. And people were quite fond of it.
From chat,
Yeah, I mean,
play...
if you play with Chronic Madness, you can get this out easily.
Yeah. But why do you want to play Chronic Madness if you want to win with damage?
Yeah,
If you play
that's
Chronic
true.
Madness, you want to win with mill, not with damage. It's like one or the other.
That's true.
But it is a very
But
good troop.
it enables this card to be played on turn 3.
Yeah, but that's not the reason why you
consistently
should play a card if it does nothing else.
From
It's not like
chat,
you can't play Rizix at all. You just have to wait 1 or 2 turns more.
maybe you play it against Kagaluchi, whatever his name is.
Kagulichu.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it by turn 4, it's probably not that hard to have 3 cards script. It's good. It's good. Not much to say. I don't think it will be more than 200, 300, but yeah. People were actually really thought that this card was amazing or strong on PTR, from what I've heard. I don't say it isn't, but I'm just not so super convinced that it is that amazing.
Compared to some of the other things we've seen.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if like we hadn't seen like all the other cards, this would be amazing. But yeah.
It's unique though, which means they do know that they can print unique on cards that seem a bit strong. They don't want to do it on wild cards.
Yeah, and it's unique, so yeah, it's not gonna get out of hand.
But why is that card unique on Might Singer and Dreamweaver are not? I don't.
You know.
Okay.
Because Rizix is from the campaign.
I mean, yeah, Rizix is a character in the
lore.
campaign, so he has to be unique, I guess. But form follows function. Don't just make him unique and the other guys not, so that it works out with your story. If you have to change or adapt your story, then do that. Don't then change your design or your cards.
Well, there's other problems than just the other ones not being unique, but we can move on.
Yeah,
if you
let's move
want.
on because I have
To something else.
I have to.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure we're gonna be talking about this next one.
Yeah. So this is number 3 or 2 on my list. I mean, it was number 2, but now that I've talked so much about Meitzinger, I feel like this is number 3.
Oh, you mean Ancient, right?
Ancient is number 1. Ancient is number 1, and then Meitzinger number 2, and Reveler number 3. And then Hero Fall number 4, I guess. And then you have Gargalith number 5, and Riposte number 6. On the cards I would like to see changed. And actually, only the first 3 cards I really, really want to see changed. The other cards I would be happy to see changed, but I would be fine even if they don't get changed.
You know, it's funny because like remember like when they had that leak, what was it, Hex Primal or something? Like, you know, you could see all the cards like ahead of time.
Yeah.
And like we saw a Hero Fall.
Yeah.
Right. And you know, before we saw everything else, we saw Hero Fall. I was like, what? What are they doing printing that card? Oh my god, that's so powerful. But now that I've seen the rest of the cards, I'm like, I'm kind of glad Hero Fall's around.
Yeah, I said in the forum, I don't want them to change Hero Fall and not change the other cards. That would make no sense. Like, let's assume they change Hero Fall, but don't address any other cards. That would
Because, you know, before they spoiled like all the other cards, I was like, what the hell are they doing printing this Hero Fall? Oh my god, it's just too powerful. And then like I saw the other cards, I'm like, oh no, it's about right.
Yeah, it's actually not right, but the other cards are actually even worse. That's how I see it. Okay, let's talk about it. So we have Rollicking Reveler, 4 cost, Wild Ruby, Ardent Elf Rogue, 5/4 Crush. When an opposing champion plays an action or constant, this deals 5 damage to that champion.
Ouch.
So the way I see it, and Shield in the forum wrote it, this card actually will not have that much impact on the meta, since every deck or most decks will be wild-based mid-range. So you don't need that.
It'll have an effect on the decks that are, you know, not gonna be
Exactly.
wild-based, that are trying to fight the wild-based mid-range because they're gonna be trying to do it with actions.
Nico, I'm so glad of you.
No, I'm not Nico.
You are Wanda, right?
Yeah.
I did that mistake like a couple of times now. I always confuse you two from the voice. I'm sorry.
But yeah, it seems like Ruby Wild. I mean, wow. Did they get some nice gifts this set?
So
That's
like,
one way to put it.
It's like they just gave them like a whole deck. It's like,
yeah.
Here's the cards that you want to put in this deck. Here, have fun.
So the problem is, if everyone plays mid-range, this card actually isn't that important. If no one plays many actions or constants in the deck, it's just a 4 cost 5/4 Crush, which is actually just the stats alone, it is almost constructed material. Even without the line of 5 damage for each action, it's borderline good enough for constructed. I'm not saying it is, but it is pretty close. 4 cost 5/4 Crush, it's not bad. But with the extra ability of dealing 5 per each action that the opposing champion plays, or constant, it becomes really ridiculous. Again, not against the decks that only play troops, but against the decks that actually are supposed to be good against mid-range, meaning the control decks. Like if I play a control deck with Sapphire Plot or something, and I play cards like Peak or Arcane Focus or Oracle Song or Counter Magic, and I couldn't counter the Reveler, I have to Hero Fall the Dreamweaver Ancient because I'm
you know
just
what?
dead.
This isn't really a combo with Riposte, is it?
It's not really. I mean, you can't play the.
It's
Yeah,
opposing champion, not
it's opposing
champion.
Yeah. Varanda. It's opposing champion. You can play still, yeah.
No, but like if somebody tries to repause something that you're doing, or wait a minute, I'm trying to think. Or you try to repause like an action
Yeah.
and you do it and you
Yeah.
have this out, they're not going to take damage because
they
it never
are.
resolves, right?
They are. It doesn't need to resolve. They play the action.
Oh, when you play it. Oh,
Yeah, come on,
so
Varanda.
it's still
Otherwise, it
top
would be
out.
not strong, right?
Oh
would play
my
that card
gosh, yeah,
otherwise?
oh my god, that's just. So that's like adding insult to injury.
Yeah. Indeed.
Not only do I keep my Reveler, I now have your action, and you take damage.
Yeah, let's just assume I play this in a 3-color deck. Or I just have. Let's make it more simple. I'm not playing Sapphire to have Halt and stuff. I just played with Gargalith. So I play Reveler. They play Hero Fall on my Reveler. I have 1 resource open. I play Gargalith. You take 5. You still have to play an answer. It's disgusting. So you will take 10. And you trade 1 for 1. So it always trades 1 for 1 and it deals 5. If they play Hero Fall and you have nothing, then I trade 1 for 1, but you lose also 5 health. Which is pretty ridiculous. Prophecy Burn just cries. I mean, they have best case they have Ragefire for 4 and only lose 5 health. Worst case they don't have Ragefire and they have to play Arcane Focus into Arcane Focus and beat that. Something like that. It's disgusting. And the fact that it has Crush on top means you can't even like trade efficiently since it's just 4 cost, right? So even in Cressida, I can reliably play it on turn 3. If I'm on the play even, it's getting more ridiculous. Because I will take crush damage no matter what. It's unlikely I can trade even the first time I can block. So I have to probably much rather play constant or action, a spot removal. If they then have Gargalith, I'm just dead basically. It is what it is. Since I probably can't afford to take damage on 1 attack and then take 10 more. It's not like they don't play other troops, right? It's not like the Wild Ruby player stops playing stuff.
No, I mean, they followed up with Dreamweaver because you saved your turn 2 to hold out Repel, and then you just played the Reveler.
So you just played Hero Fall, a Gargalith, then you played Extinction, and then now I played Dreamweaver, and now you're dead. That's how it works. You took 10 damage because of my Reveler, and now I attack with Dreamweaver, and now you're dead. That's because I attacked with Reveler as well.
GG, no re.
So it's 15 damage, 19 damage with 1 attack with Reveler, 10 damage because of Reveler effect, and 4 damage with Dreamweaver. That's on 4 turns. No, it doesn't work on 4 turns. It would need to be on 5 turns because I need to have Gargalith as well.
That's Crush.
Yeah, sure, it is Crush. Who would play the card without Crush, right?
I can only imagine what this card was like when it had speed.
Yeah, maybe it had speed before. Who knows? Maybe it's speed and crush, and then they decided, okay, maybe a bit powerful. Let's even with the speed. It's so again, the card is not problematic for what it will do in the meta that actually will see play if everything will be the way we predict and nothing gets changed. And I mean, there might be that we don't see. It's just early speculation. I will say that. But it seems that those wild-based troop decks are a bit too powerful and hard to combat, actually. And if this happens, this card, will not be that much played at the end, actually, because everyone plays wild-based
Yeah,
mid-range.
that's the thing though. Like if the wild based decks become too popular, you're probably gonna just put this in the sideboard
Yeah.
because you know.
You do. But, I mean, it prohibits other decks, other control decks to actually crush those wild-based mid-range decks. Since it makes it so much harder. Reveler, Riposte, Dreamweaver. Makes it so
Gargolith.
hard. Gargolith, it makes it so hard for the control deck to win over this wild-based mid-range deck. That's the problem. That's the only problem, and a big problem. So the way to address it is to make it, I would argue, lose Crush and reduce the deal 5 damage to deal 3 damage. Then it would be okay.
Oh, it would definitely be a sideboard card.
Yeah. Still would be okay, like against Prophecy Burn and Control in general. Or maybe keep Crush and make it 3. Or maybe lose Crush and make it 4. Something like that. Something like that.
Or maybe just use the future hero fall card that just deletes it from the server.
Deletes from the server, not from the card from the server directly. Delete all copies from the server. That would. So everyone has to open packs again and find this card again.
Truly digital experience.
Totally digital, yeah.
Fun experience. See, there's Nico.
Hello, Nico.
I said something earlier.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, he
quiet.
kept thinking that I was you.
Yeah, I always confuse you too. By
Because
the
you know we
voice.
both sound alike.
It happened not the first time, not the last time. I don't know why. Yeah. So
Now I'm gonna make a prediction that you don't have any problems with the next card.
probably not. Yeah, I like the next card. So this
Yeah.
I
card,
like it a lot too.
this card,
It's like a fair card, and it's just weird. Like all the, like non-Ruby wild cards
yeah, it's
seem
just
fair.
let's just wrap this up. So this card, pick it up because it will be worth around. I mean, at the end, if no one plays it, it will not be worth that much. 200, maybe 300 platinum. But it should be worth even more, in my opinion. Should be worth 400, 500 platinum. But it might not end up that way because no one plays it, because no one has to play it, because everyone and no one plays Control. Everyone plays the mid-range, and then there's a sideboard card suddenly. Okay. Whatever. Do what you want, Text Entertainment. You can only like make our suggestions. This card I do like. Amazing art. Silver Talon Adjudicator. Adjudicator. Forecast 3/2 flight. You have Diamond and Sapphire as thresholds. When it's in display, if an opposing champion has more health than you, gain 5 health. When it's in display, and if an opposing champion has more cards in hand than you, draw 2 cards. This is an amazing card for Control. Or at least for like catch-up decks that like invest a lot of cards like Frostbite or so to prolong the game, and then play Adjudicator to actually come back into the game. Maybe not pure Control that wants to have card advantage anyway, since you will have more cards than your opponent most of the time. But in more like stabilize the boards by playing Bounce and stuff. Bounce works great with that, obviously. Like you have a card less, and they have a card more after you played the Bounce. That's great with that card. And the health gain obviously stabilizes you on that situation. Like if you had to take some damage, and now you actually can overpower him by playing the more powerful stuff, more powerful cards. This card would be much better if it had quick, obviously. It would be great. It would be even more, so much greater if it had quick. But it's okay that it doesn't have quick. Not every troop has to be mindlessly
It's
mind-numbingly
hard for
overpowered.
something to be worse when you give it quick, though.
Hmm?
It's hard for any troop to be worse if you give it
that's
quick.
for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But it's
Like,
especially
basically any troop that you give quick is going to be amazing, or even better.
Yeah, but especially in control decks when you want to play counter magics and stuff, then you really want to have quick stuff. I like it though. I like it. I really do. I think this is easily constructed playable.
Oh
and
yeah.
Also amazing for limited, obviously. Yeah, I really do like it quite a bit. And why is it a bird and not an owl? Since it obviously is an owl, right?
Yeah, but if you make another keyword for it, that's kind
Yeah,
of weird.
I guess.
Owls are birds.
Owls are birds, yeah, I get that. Okay. Let's move on. Tavish, Construct Guild Boss. 5 cost. Ruby Sapphire. Another legendary. By the way, Silver Talon, I don't think it would be worth that much. 200 platinum, maybe more. That really becomes popular, that kind of deck. 300. Who knows? Tavish, Construct Guild Boss. 5 cost, 3/4 speed. 4th. Exhaust one or more robots and or underworld troops you control. And exhaust this. Then search a deck for an artifact with cost less than the number of cards exhausted this way and put it into play. This is basically an artifact finder, like a kind of tutor effect, but repeatable, and you need to have
Tutor,
other... Yeah.
and also cheat into play.
And cheat into play, obviously, yeah. But you have to have a board. This alone does not do anything. You have to have like 3 or 4 other robots.
Well, he does have speed and he can exhaust himself, right?
Yeah.
Would he count
But-
for one, or
No.
does he not?
You have to exhaust him, and then you have to exhaust one or more robots. So he is already exhausted. There's a comma between. Right? So that's... if you have only Tavish, you can't search something for one. That's not how you need at least one other robot or underworld. And then, obviously, if you search for other underworld troops or robots, you can always make it +1 for the next turn. I like it. I like the artwork with the hologram.
He's also one of the first, he's probably the most powerful search for anything in this category that we've seen so far.
Yeah. I don't think we have seen that much so far in that category, though. I do think that this card is strong, but I don't think it will be too strong. I don't see that being overpowered, actually, since you need to have a board.
There's probably a combo with him and Replicator's Gambit.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good point.
Oh yeah, that's a real good point, actually.
Except that he's unique. Oh wait, Gambit makes replicas, right? Or
You just Gambit a War Machinist.
yeah,
and you
something.
Win.
You just Gambit
Yeah.
something you can search for. That's the idea.
Well, it has to be an artifact that you
Yeah.
search for.
Obviously, artifact or underworld.
Mm,
It has to be an
Mimeobot
artifact.
plus War Machinist plus Replicator. There you go.
oh, I thought you meant replicate him.
That makes little sense, since he's unique. I guess it would work. Yeah, that would even work since replicas are not unique anymore, I guess. But
Replicating him would be kind of a waste, because unless you had a lot of other robots, or if you wanted just to search for a bunch of one costs, because as many copies of him as you would have, you'd only be able to look for one thing.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what kind of robots or underworld.
When I
troops.
first saw him, I thought Ingenious Engineer and Sliver of the Mortal Spear.
oh, Hmm.
I'm gonna have to
That
look
win
at.
con
Does
is a
Ingenious
little bit
Engineer work it?
slow.
Does Ingenious Engineer work at all with this kind of ability? Like, you don't have another time frame, right? So you have just one time spot, or time or spot at all to exhaust. Then they do ready again because of the engineer, but then you can't exhaust them again, right? So yeah,
Yeah, it'd be a little slow.
just doesn't work.
One eye open.
I open.
Yeah, one eye open could combo with him,
You can.
and then you're
Okay,
in 3 colors.
when I open means you can. I know the engineer also works with him itself, so you can search for 2 artifacts, right? Yeah. I guess. Yeah. It's okay. It's a fine card. It's nothing overpowered. That's good. I like
It's
it.
a crappy demonic tutor, which is fine because demonic tutor is OP.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there are potential constructed decks, and that's good. Potential, but not necessarily obvious and overpowered constructed decks, I feel like.
I
And
feel like
Yeah,
there's
it's not
some
like they're
cost.
not handing you like the whole deck like out of
You
the
make
box
J
like
pop
that.
more consistent too.
True. But the way you have it is a 5 cost and you need to have a board. And that's a big ask.
I think you really only like his main use would be for cheating something or like for finding the replicator. And if there's a
Yeah,
combo that's
but
good
that's even
enough with
slower
that,
because you need a setup, right? With the that.
And they also got to stay alive while they try to go through the combo.
yeah, and Dreamweaver makes that difficult. Oh well.
Yeah, Dreamweaver makes a lot of stuff difficult. But okay. Let's move on. You pick it up though and limited as well because it is like it is a legendary. You pick up all legendaries, I feel like, and has to be a legendary that is at least worth 200, 200, 300 plat, maybe more. It depends on is there a deck around him. There might be, and then it is obviously more already, or pretty quickly more than 400, 500. Yeah. Also, it might be more potential with more sets and an immortal, which is important to remember. Like, I can see that card being good in like 2 sets going, 2 sets in the future, or like immortal, like in a year or so. Who knows? Next card, Twilight Revenant. 4 cost, 3/1, life drain, flight. Pay 6 health. This gets invincible this turn. So what you can do, you can each turn pay 6, attack, get 3 health back. So it's basically like only pay 3 health, get invincible. He probably works especially strong as a blocker, I feel like.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
how I think he'd be his best at.
It's amazing for limited though, since you have a great blocker that just can do invincible blocks, which seems really strong.
That or he can just be straight up evasion.
Yeah, straight up evasion with life drain, so that you can't lose the race anymore. The art is amazing
Yeah,
again.
it's a good limited card.
Yeah, it's a very good limited card. Not good enough for constructed. It just isn't. Even, I mean, you could argue invincible to they just won't play spot removal then.
Yeah, you're unless they just want you to take all the health damage from making them
mean-
invincible.
Yeah, maybe if you play extinctions on the same deck. But even then it's I don't know. I don't see it. Where do the headlights come from? Is it like his eyes are just glowing? Or does he have some helmet with headlights with lights?
I was about to say he's a necrotic, so he's got gem in his eyes, but he's a spirit.
Ah, that makes sense.
It says he's a spirit, so maybe it's a necrotic on a ghost horse. I don't know.
Something strange. Let's move on. Wrong turn. 4 cost. Ruby, Sapphire, basic. Put up to 2 target troops into their controller's hand. They get at the end of your turn. If this is in your hand, discard this until the start of your next turn. So it's a bounce, but a basic bounce, but it bounces 2 troops. And it basically only works on, because it's basic and everything. And you have, this extra line, it only works on opposing troops. Can't really save your troops. But it's good. It's really good. It's really good and limited. Like, if you play it on 2 big troops, they probably can't replay both troops, right? And then they lose 1 card. And it's a huge tempo swing, obviously. Like, they lose 2 cards, 2 troops, and then you can attack. That's amazing.
Yeah, and it's a little better that it's printed in this set and not in like the last set.
Yeah, I guess. So,
I mean, I can see this like being, reserve material.
yeah, I thought about it as well. I almost played it on the PTR, but I didn't.
It's good against things that are cheated into play. And that's probably where you'd cite it in. Is if you're playing against a guy who likes to cheat things into play.
It seems like it's good enough for constructed, but I'm not convinced after what I've gone through on PTR with my thoughts and everything. Maybe.
If it was quick, then definitely.
If it was quick, it would be amazing.
That'd probably be a little slow.
Well, yeah, I tell you what, if well, no, you can't though. I was gonna say if somebody puts on a gargolith like on turn 3, but then they did have spell shield.
Yeah. Next one, Xanthos Salad. 2 cost 3/2. When this becomes blocked, put the top card of each opposing champion's deck into your hand. It loses all thresholds. This is potential card advantage when they want to block it. Otherwise, they will just take 3 damage every turn, which for a 2 cost is really good. So, certainly amazing and limited. Although you really want to be the attacker, you don't want to just trade, but if you have to trade, that's fine as well, I guess. It's a 2 cost 3/2, that's good even. That alone is good enough for limited. And it has this ability on top, so it makes it a good, very good limited card. And I saw that on PTR unconstructed, and I think this is good enough for constructed. But it has to be a very special deck, right? You have to be Sapphire Blood and then Venom aggro to mid-range style, not control style. Not good in the control style.
Yeah, that does sound kind of weird.
I mean, it's good enough though. In the right deck. With Rizix. Because Rizix is a aggro card, mid-range card. It's not a control card. Yeah. It's okay. Definitely okay. Yazukan himself.
We finally get to see him.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he turned out to be a card.
Yeah. Not even that overpowered, which is strange. I don't know. So Yazukan is 6 cost, 3/5 flight, lethal, life drain. At the start of your turn, put a random troop and each troop with the same name from your crypt into play. So if he survives 1 turn, you get 1 troop back. And if you have more of the same name, you get all of them back. But it's random. So that's okay. It's not amazing, it's okay. I mean, if you survive long enough, you will get your whole crypt back, which is obviously strong. But its stats alone are okay. It's not amazing for a 6 cost. Light lethal life drain. okay, so you have evasion and you have some health gain on top. But 3-5 means it dies to Croc. It can't really block and survive against many other wild troops. Since 5 is not enough to survive. If it was 3-7 or 3-6, then it would make maybe a difference. But there are many 5 attack troops. So this won't survive too many trades, too many blocks. Sadly.
Yeah, Yazukan.
His own, yeah. Good.
He's got really good equipment for PvE. Just saying.
Yeah,
I forgot what it was.
that's nice. I mean, Yazukan has much flavor, so playing him in PvE, I dig that. That's nice. It's amazing in limited, obviously, since it's much harder to remove in limited. Yeah, limited is the first pick bomb, obviously. One of
Yes.
the best bombs.
Could be a
Construct.
combo piece for a Dreadling engine if you're playing Hideous Conversion stuff.
Yeah. But then you have to make sure that you don't have that many other troops in your crypt. But yeah, I get that. If you
But that's where like scrounge can help too.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I would say though that I don't see it for constructed right now. People will
There
try
are
it
some
out.
people in other forums and posts that say that this is one of the top 10 cards of their by their interpretation for set 5.
For
I don't
constructed?
quite know what they see that we don't, but
Hey, if you guys, maybe I see it just
Maybe
wrong.
they just didn't look at any of the wild cards.
yeah, that's a good point.
The way I see it, it has no
It
immediate.
is wild.
The way I see it, what makes it problematic for me is that it has no immediate impact. So you have to, it has to survive a turn, and then you get your value, or you start to get your value. It's random recursion, so it might not be that great. Like let's compare it to other cards we have that create a troop at the beginning of your turn. Like we have that card that creates a random Shinra, I believe, which is also 6 cost, right?
Yeah,
That-
Izumi.
Yeah, that one sees no play at all. So is this
That
Yazukan?
one's actually probably better than this one.
Yeah, I don't know if it is better, but this one is not. Maybe this one is better, but it's not that much better. Since, I mean, 3-5 means it dies to Croc, which is so big. Since Croc will be so important, even more important, maybe, I guess, in the next set than it is now.
What if you dingle whiz this and it turns into a miserable? If it reverts, do you still get the start of turn priority?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Dingle Wiz is kind of slow. And
It's
it's in
super
the,
slow. I'm
Yeah.
just thinking of fringe combos that will never work. Like Midnight Fever.
So the way I see it with Yazukan, it dies to all kinds of spot removals. It can't really block and survive on turn 6. Since on turn 6, I mean, the other guy has basically enough troops that have 5 attack or more.
he's probably won by now.
Oh, you know what you can combo this with though? What's that? There's that 2 or 3 cost card that's like sacrifice 3 Shinhair and put a Shinhair from your crypt into play.
Oh, Yazukan's
Gift of Yazukan. No, that's...
Yeah.
Is it that?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah. Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe. Just don't think that's... People think it's top 10 for constructed? I can see that it's top 10 for limited.
No?
No question about top 10 for limited, but top 10 for
Maybe-
constructed?
Maybe top 20.
Yeah.
It's good for a reanimator deck, but I don't know how popular reanimator is going to be.
I would say top 20 for constructed, but top 10? I don't know. There are too many good cards.
So far with your top 5 list of like problem cards, I think those are also the top 5 most powerful.
Yeah. Oh. think Power
Are
of
they all
Yakuza.
wild?
Just Power of Yazukan is, I think, a better card.
I think one of them was Ruby.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Riposta.
And then
Yeah.
legendary.
That's not legendary. Riposta is rare. The Ruby legendary cards is top 10.
What's the name of Metro? I could barely hear you.
It's Riposte was the Ruby
Oh,
one.
oh yeah, originals are post. Yeah, rare.
Yeah. The
Matriarch's pretty good though too.
it is, that card is top 10. Matriarch of Flames is top 10. But it's not like a ban-worthy, not ban-worthy, a card that the 5 cards that I mentioned shouldn't be banned, they should just be changed. And the 3 cards on top, they should be changed, and the other cards would be fine if they would be changed.
Gargolith on there.
Yeah, Gargolith is on the cards that would be fine if they see change, but if they don't see change, but the other cards see change, I'm fine.
I think it's Dreamweaver, Might Singer, and then
Traveler.
Yeah.
Those are my top 3 cards.
It's just
then
that,
Hero
like,
Fall.
it seems like the top 4 or 5 cards are like all belong in the same deck together,
Yeah.
which is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was similar for Tatiana's Majesty until it was banned.
Matriarch of Flames, now that you say it, is top 10 for constructed, but not really that problematic. It's just really strong, but it's okay.
Yeah.
And Yazukan, I don't see.
I'd say it's near the bottom of the top 10, or at least in the middle.
Why did they give Might Singer of Ages Crush? That doesn't even make sense.
We went over that.
Yeah, we basically said you could make.
Oh, sorry. I
could-
just got home.
We basically
Yeah,
said
no,
I mean,
fine.
we made a joke about it. It's like,
you could make 2 different cards out of that one, and both cards would see play. That's how absurd it
You
is.
make 4 different cards out of that card.
Yeah, you could take like 3/4 away from the card and it would still see play. Yazukan, I don't think it will see play. Maybe it will. People will try it out, and I get it. I get it that they will try it out, but I don't. I'm not convinced. Let's move
Yeah,
on.
I'm not either.
Let's move on.
man, there was somebody who was saying with a Dreadling deck with those eulogies.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then he
But-
pulls out all of the stuff from your crypt, so Eulogy doesn't do too much. It's anti-combo, or
That's true.
anti-synergy.
always remember we are speaking it's anti-synergy, yeah? With Eulogy, that's very much true. So, never mind that. And we are speaking turn 6, and then it has to survive 1 turn, so that's a big ask. It's not like it can protect itself. And it can't even, like, block efficiently.
Alright, you convinced me.
Zanya Plotfist. Zanya Plotfist is 4 cost, 1/4 speed crush. And this attacks troops in your hand get rage 1. And when you assault, when a troop you control takes this in your hand, this gets rage 1. So this one is interesting. This one might
This
be
is
top 10
definitely-
constructed. Honestly.
Yeah, I was about to say, this one's definitely way stronger than Yazukan.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised this isn't wild.
Nah.
You're right, maybe they should, if they're going to make
You
any
should petition
changes.
for changes before the live server that should be a wild card.
Yeah.
And also give it Spell Shield.
Yeah, why not? First of all, the artwork is amazing, again. So what does it do? You play turn 1 like a 3/1 elemental. Then you play turn 2 2 other troops. Let's make it best case. Then you have attacked 1 turn. Then turn 3 you attack with 3 troops. Then you play another troop. Then turn 4. I guess you have rage 3 on that.
That's the best flavored decks too.
So on turn 4 you should have on average, maybe you have some speed troops as well. You should have on turn 4 rage 3.
Oh yeah, the chat makes a good point. Eulogy will have buffed them beforehand to keep those buffs.
Yeah.
Still, you're asking a lot for Yazukan.
Yeah, I know, but still, that's a good point.
Do they
Maybe
keep...
we should have a team.
So it's not a
that-
non-bow. It's not a non-bow.
you
Like
can.
Is it really
it's
not
still
a
a
number?
combo.
I mean,
Okay, so Yazoo can.
wait. What do you mean by they keep their buffs? I mean,
The eulogy, they're permanent buffs.
yeah, but doesn't check eulogy when those troops come into play? And then
No, but you're gonna be like making dreadlings, and they're all going to be like getting bigger and bigger because they're all gonna die and stuff. And then you play like Yazukai, and then like they all come back. They're all big.
you mean like you bring those dreadlings back multiple times, right?
Yeah, because you're gonna keep. You're not gonna play like dreadlings all in one turn. You're gonna be like several turns, and if you have eulogy out, they're all gonna die.
Yeah, but
They're all gonna get bigger and bigger.
If you hit them with Yazukan, you bring them back all the same time, and then there might
Yep.
be not many troops
Well,
left
if there's
in your crypt.
yeah, it depends on what else is in your crypt.
If there's nothing else in your crypt, then nothing gets buffed,
But
right?
not. But they've already been.
Yeah, they've already been buffed, but they won't get buffed as big when they come
but
out.
still, I mean,
And
they're
then
all
if you
coming
play,
back though.
And then if you play any more dreadlings after that, they'll only get buffed off of what's not in the. Or
Yeah,
yeah,
it seems awfully
Anyways.
slow.
I see. To Zanya Bloodfist.
Zanya Bloodfist. So I said on turn
I
4
see
you
her
will
as
have
a
Rage 3, which is okay. I mean, 4/4 Speed Crush on turn 4 seems really good. But it gets even better if you wait a couple more turns, right? This is
I see her as a finisher or an enabler.
mostly finisher, I would say.
Yeah, and then also, troops in your hand. Okay. I thought it
This
was.
is super easy to combo too with PvE with Brutal Commander and stuff.
Yeah. I see that card being potent in PvE.
Maybe
Since
it's like a
fast and
one of.
everything. I mean, in the right deck, this might trigger a constructed deck, like a Ruby Blood, not Yotl style, but Yotl troop based style, without many.
Maybe as an orc deck.
Yeah.
Even
It's
Yodel. Yodel can play rolling brutalizer and stuff too, like troops that have speed.
Yeah, but you focus more on troops than anything else. Then you don't play the Emily pawns. You probably don't play Yotl, but you play another champ, which I don't know.
It's
which
just
champ?
that I
Maybe
mean, if
the
you're
champ
gonna
that
play
gets rage.
these shards, you might as well play Yodel, which is probably the better deck.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Anytime you see an assault keyword, though, you also have to think about dreadlings and battle hoppers. Even
Yeah.
if battle hoppers don't have attack.
I mean, yeah, it's not pointless. Yeah, fair point. It's a crazy good finisher. That's all I say. I'm gonna say because of crush and its speed, they can't really plan around it. You just
Yeah, having
wait.
speed and crush, that might be kind of good.
The only sad part is that it is unique. Like, imagine if you have 2 in your opener and you can, like, get it ramping up to rage 6 or 7, then you play 2 on turn 7 or
That's
8.
why it's not a wild card, because it's unique.
Yeah. I like it. I think this might be top 10. More than Yazukan. That being said, I'm not saying this will be a constructed deck, but it might be. It's certainly good enough for limited, no question. And I think
Agreed.
it will be 500 platinum, maybe less. If there is no deck, then it will be less, obviously. Then it will be 200, 300.
And if there is a deck, it'll probably be 600.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll quite hit 700 though.
No, probably not. Okay. Last card. Zodiac Crowfeather. 4 cost 3/3 flight. On this display, you may have target troop transform into a copy of this. And we are in Wild Sapphire now. So you can play this effect on your opposing troops or on your own troops to make 2/3/3 flyers. Like if you have a Cottontail Explorer or something else.
It's a great limited card.
Yeah. Definitely a great limited card. And I think there might be constructed potentials. Like,
yeah, it's removal.
as a
Mhm.
Or, like,
side
kind of.
removal, kind of side removal, or like
It's a really versatile card in that
it's
way.
it's versatile, yeah.
You know, not only that, but you know, you have a blocker for their 3/3 flyer. You know.
Yeah. Like, for example, if this card would be quick, I would say it's definitely constructed material. It's not quick, so that makes it a little bit too weak, maybe. But I'm not gonna say it's definitely too weak for constructed. I like the idea behind it. Like, we had
It's
this,
Winter Moon colors too.
yeah. We had the same idea with the Monkey of the Nine Trails that makes target troop into a Monkey of the Nine Trails as well. I believe was a 3/4/5.
Yeah, that's 5 cost. It's not as good. It doesn't copy.
Yeah. Yeah, like, imagine if you have prophecy on that one, on the Crawford, I mean. Then,
No, from chat, they're saying it also doesn't revert. So if they're using buffs on their troops, maybe not that good of a
okay, that's fine.
removal thing.
But what if I play prophecy on my Crawford, like with the 2/4 that gives +2/+2 in flight? Then I can create 2 5/5 flights for 4. My own side, I mean.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
I tell you what, man, I want to put this in a Winter Moon deck.
Yeah, it's good in Winter Moon because you can make use of those early game buffs like Howling Brave and make them stronger.
Plus, it doesn't revert. So, like, if you have prophecy effects on, like, or you know, or the copy card things, they'll keep it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or you know, draw a card. I mean.
And then everything becomes Crow Feather.
Or you can just play this as removal. You know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's versatile.
It's very. I like it.
Yep, me too. Alright. With that being said, we can conclude our set review. Yeah.
Wild might be a bit good.
Well, it might be a bit good. I think we have talked about that enough.
The surprise card for me throughout this whole review is Ozawa's Wish. I just kind of skimmed over that, but
Yeah, it's good.
yeah, that one's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, but it's diamond. It's not wild.
Yeah. Alright, so first of all, thanks all the viewers who stayed with me and with us. And thank you, Cornerstone Guild members, to participate in that. It is much better for me to have people to talk to, I have to say. Would be a bit. I couldn't probably like do it like 6 hours at a time to talk about cards if there was no one else.
Yeah,
So
that's
thank
always
you for
kind of
that.
tough.
Yeah. Alright, so I will end my stream. I will try to upload this on YouTube.
Or at least save it on whatchamacallit, Twitch.
Yeah, I've saved the first part already to make it a highlight. But
Just highlight the Dreamweaver Ancient and Might
Yeah.
Singer sections.
yeah, maybe I will do that separately.
Or just Wild in general.
I'm not sure if I will upload on my YouTube since I am not active on my YouTube, so I would need to like get that going first. But I might do it just because it reaches more viewers this way. Like Varanus posted on Reddit, and then it all automatically gets much more viewers. So who knows? All right. Again, thank you. And until next time, not sure when the next time will be. I will probably I will have to play a little bit more constructed, but I'm not sure I will want to stream it. Yeah. But I will be back. Maybe later this week, I don't know. Alright. Thanks for watching. Until next time, goodbye. And please follow if you haven't already. Goodbye.